Who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me just fine. Please give me some feedback in chat whether or not everything is good to go. But I am happy to be here with you. I'm happy to be taking a look at what's going on in the world today. Of course, we will be. This is Lujan. Okay, I'm not looking at anything crazy. All right, that's weaponoutfitters.com. This is an army gal. Okay, she just happens to be attractive and she leans into anime memes. Don't blame me. But the point is, we need to take a look real quick at the Ukrainian conflict. Just because they did something cool over the weekend. It's kind of crazy. Ukraine drone strike bombers. And then we'll also take a look at right here. I'm looking for the footage of it. I'll explain it momentarily. I promise you it's actually quite cool. It's kind of bananas. So here we go. Good morning, Brooklyn, my favorite lurker. Good morning, Sacred Snow, my favorite chatter. You know. But Russia has obviously been bombing the crap out of Ukraine for a prolonged period. Ukraine has been at a disadvantage because they don't have the military capacity that Russia does. They don't have the same amount of troops that they can just throw into the meat grinder, so to speak. So what Ukraine did was something fairly creative. They loaded up some 18-wheelers with drones, like hundreds of drones, and they drove those into Russia. They got close to a bunch of air bases, and then they launched drone swarms at Russia's Air Force. And bear in mind, numbers are going to change over time. But they took out A-50, 295, and 222 M3 bombers. If I remember correct, the 295 and the 222 are both, Russian strategic bombers. And then the A-50, I think, is a very large transport. But this is probably the most iconic footage of the operation. So these are Russian strategic bombers. One of them's already been hit. It's watching the explosion, and then clearly it moves in order to destroy another plane. Boom! Got in the wing. That one's not going to be airworthy anytime soon. So that's kind of crazy. Here just looks like a photo of the bombers burning. And then let's take a look at this.
Оце так файно виглядає зараз аеродром Білая. Стратегічна ворожа авіація.
Looks like it's just a Ukrainian or somebody happy about what's go on. All the Russian simps, all the isolationist jerks in America who are like, oh, Russia's on the verge of nuking us. Russia's on the verge of nuking us. No, don't defend yourself. Just let yourself get invaded. Let yourself get carpet bombed. Stop. Like,
аеродром Білая. Стратегічна ворожа авіація.
And it's gross and it's stupid. So Ukraine not only has a right to defend itself, but it also has the right to go into, if Russia is going to go into Ukrainian territory and bomb civilians, then Ukraine 100% has the right to go into Russian territory and bomb military assets. The fact that we're even pretending for 10 seconds that that's not the case is bananas to me. But the other thing that happened that, you could spend some time or energy on if you want to, over the weekend, another Palestinian supporter
Made some Molotov cocktails and found a Israeli demonstration to release the hostages. And he threw Molotov cocktails into the crowd, and he burned a few people severely who are in the burn unit in Boulder. And then they also, wounded a few more people with burns, and they were just yelling into the crowd. So if you want to freak out about it, you can. But the truth is, we are a country of 330 million. And so bad stuff is going to happen. Okay. I'm 20 minutes away from the Pulse nightclub shooting. The jihadist terrorist attacks hit the Boston Marathon bombing. I was born in Concord, Massachusetts. My parents were raised in Boston. I lived in Overijse, Belgium. Overijse is a few minutes away from where the Bataclan shooters, where they originally lived before they went into France and did the terrorist attack. So, the truth is jihadism is just here, man. It's just here, and it's here to stay. And as long as we have geopolitical conflicts in the Middle East and North Africa, it's going to be a thing. So we're just going to have to, live with it, which I hate to say to you, but it's true. You gotta live your life. You can't stay in your apartment. You can't stay inside your house. You can't be a wussy. You got to just deal with it. Okay. So I don't want to be logged in under Valor. I want to be logged in under Counterpoints. And then let me open this up. I might need to do some shenanigans. We'll get into the Erudite content momentarily. I'll check in with chat momentarily. Bear in mind, I'm just getting caffeinated. My wife, talking about, how do I switch account? There we go. This one I have YouTube Prime on, so we won't have any commercials, which is cool. Also, this is kind of dope. Just while we're at it real quick, there's been a lot of Space Marine mods, and somebody did a Custodes mob. I'm not a huge fan of Custodes just because I think the helmets, the banana helmets, I think are a little crazy. But what they did is they actually increased the run speed, because obviously Custodes are supposed to be even better than Space Marines, even faster, stronger, whatever. So they did the modeling for Custodes. But look at the sprint speed, right? The sprint speed makes the Space Marines look slow by comparison. Then I don't know what else they could really do in order to modify the combat. But look at that. They effectively have almost like a Neo-Volkite combo weapon bolter. They have like a sword. And so what's crazy is the modders, the people who modify the game for fun, they're doing more than the actual game studio. Now, I'm not knocking Saber Interactive, because obviously they have to do it officially. They have to get it approved by Games Workshop. They have to do all that kind of stuff. But the fact that the modding community is able to just put together all these different like models, run speeds, all that kind of stuff, and you can play as a Custodes. You can play as Chaos Marines with chain axes. You have this combi weapon that is somehow they took like the Volkite pistol and they slaved the animation into an underbarrel bolter animation. Like I actually have no idea how you do this, but they're effectively, if there was a way for Saber Interactive to get the people who are doing the mods in order to become officially a part of the modification community for the game, it would go so hard. Anyways, sorry for that rant, but Tim Pool Erudite. Let me pull this up, check in with chat, and then we'll get cracking. Let me pause this. Let me check in with chat. We talking about 40K? Nah, not for a prolonged period. I'm just, my original channel is Warhammer 40K. So obviously whenever something cool happens in Warhammer 40K, I'm going to talk about it. Sacred Snow says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you, sir. Whatever 4690 says, good for them. Indeed. Gen X says, oh my God, Erudite on Tim Pool is a catastrophe. I've watched it like 5 times now, and it gets worse each time. It was not a good move. Also, good morning, despite it being Monday. Good morning, Gen X. Good to have you. Good to see you. And I'm actually curious what you mean by that, because I haven't seen overwhelmingly negative reviews of Erudite's debate. I've seen the normal level of hate from people like Ryle Kittenhouse and who is it? Queeman. I've seen the commentary piranha, digging into it, but that's all I've really seen. Sultan Al Fahim says, good morning, sir. The Molotov cocktail thrower was an illegal alien brought in by Biden. Ooh, oh no, Biden must have planned it all along. You guys are going to trigger a geopolitical analysis rant very early on in the day because old school, I am for securing the borders. I am for vetting every single person who comes into this country. I want you to hear that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to repeat it. I am for securing the borders. I am for a border wall. I am for vetting every single soul that comes into the United States of America. That being said, also, I'm okay with accepting tourists from the Middle East and North Africa. I'm okay with accepting immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa as long as they're vetted very aggressively. I'm also okay with accepting a migratory labor force and also a green card labor force from Central America and South America. And so what's going to happen when you accept tourists from foreign nations, when you accept a Central American and South American labor force, you're going to have problems. You're going to have murders. You're going to have rapes. You're going to have drug trafficking. You're going to have sex trafficking. You're going to have that kind of stuff. What you need is a aggressive law enforcement apparatus to go after the bad members of each sub community. That's what you need. So I'm not saying that you're like this, but I swear to God, there's some people on Twitter who think that we're gonna deport all Middle Eastern and North Africans, all Central and South Americans, and then white people will just have no problems for the rest of time. I swear to God, that's what they think. And so as a result, like, I'm not saying that you're saying that, but when I see that line of thinking, it's just like, it feels childish in a way. We talk about 40K just momentarily. Tim Pool sucks. True. Zoe says, yeah, I'm sub there. Excellent. Thank you, Zoe. Brooklyn says, hi, Jen. Brooklyn, our favorite lurker. Sacred Snow says, I agree the fans would make top-notch stuff with a bigger budget working for the studio, but they wouldn't get to go off on these tangent passion projects because of priority. I agree with you, Sacred Snow, but I almost think it should be like a contractor thing. Like what should happen is the modding community should do the mods, pass it up to the people for review. The Saber Interactive should review the mod and make sure that it doesn't break the game, and then make sure it doesn't conflict with anything else within the game. And then if it doesn't break the game, then they can incorporate it into the overall architecture. They're losers. Happens. Derek says left-wingers didn't like her performance generally. Well, yeah, probably because she's going to be catering too far to the center or the center right. Yeah, Derek already says she was too conciliatory, but that's me too. You know me. I like men. I like manly men. I'm very tired, so you're going to catch me in a bit. I'm going to explain why I'm tired momentarily, but I like men in tights. That's way before your time. Everybody is like a decade younger than me in this space, but when I was growing up, there was a movie called Robin Hood Men in Tights, and it was a comedy featuring some pretty good comedic actors. I forget their names, but they have this song where they're like, we're men, we're manly men, we're men in tights, tights, tights. And then it goes into a series of shanties about all the manly things they do, but it's a little homoerotic. Pisco went over it the other day. I watched that. Very based. Old School says game modders have less bureaucracy to deal with, and now with AI modders and small dev teams would truly surpass AAA and Quad A. I hope so. I hope we get some really cool stuff in the future. My only fear is I don't have a lot of time to game, so my hesitation to download and incorporate mods is I don't want to break anything, and also I don't want to deal with, like, let's say there's an expansion pack to Space Marine 2 that I really, really, really want. I don't want to have to download a mod, play the mod, then have to re-download the mainstream stuff and then break the mod. I don't want to have to deal with any of that kind of crap. So I'm kind of just sticking with mainstream game expansions for now. Sacred Snow says passion projects have massive potential when there is no profit, incentive, or time constraints. True. The guy was on visa and obviously wasn't vetted. Well, I don't know if that's true. If you're on a visa, if you have a green card, I think they have to do like some kind of security check, right? Gen X says, no, watch Pisco and Loner watch it. She lets Tim frame things in a crazy, in my opinion, manner the whole time. He is a bad faith, tricky debater because he makes things about crazy fringe hypotheticals or highly specific situations, he tells the facts wrong and his guest wouldn't know. Even Destiny gets caught by it. I don't want to react to a react, Gen X. It's just, you know, I think what ends up happening is it feels wonky because instead of watching the original content, you're watching the person who's reacting as much as you're watching the original content. And so if they pause every 5 minutes to go on a 5-minute rant, and then I pause every 5 minutes to go on a 5-minute rant, an already 4-hour VOD debate review becomes a 10-hour VOD debate review because you're only going to make it through the first 30 minutes. So I don't, you know, I like Lonerbox, I like Pisco, and I would be happy to talk or debate about it with their objections. Maybe I'll watch that on my own time and see if it's worth reaching out to them to debate it or whatever. But I do not, I don't think I'm going to do that for today's show. Sorry to disappoint if that's disappointing. Melody says, how do you feel about offering green cards to international students that graduate from our universities? I mean, largely fine, Melody. The only thing that is, I'm not as liberal as you guys. Sorry, Mom, I'm going to brush my beard and brush my hair because I woke up an hour ago and I look like a mess. So I'm going to do a little bit of grooming, as she called it. She said, don't groom on stream and don't tell chat that I told you to stop grooming. But I looked so pretty by the end of stream. My hair was like silky smooth and brushed appropriately, and I got my cowlicks out, and my beard was nice and straight. So no, I'm going to brush a bit. But how do you feel about green cards? I'm fine with it. I don't care. I'm for a growth model of the American economy. My only problem is it's the same thing with Mahmoud Khalil, is if you're going to participate in student organizations, rioting and protesting might be the spiritual. I'm not saying it's actually like a right, but it's like the spiritual right of Americans. We're a rebellious people. However, if you're a guest in our country, you have to earn your right to rebel. And what I mean by that is you have to become a citizen and be naturalized for 5 years before you can start committing crimes and supporting international terrorism. Okay. So if you're here on a green card and you support international terrorist organizations, deported. And if you're the way the law is written is if you're a naturalized citizen under 5 years and you support a terrorist organization, deported. So that's not sufficiently liberal for my audience. They want everybody to be able to just be as American as everybody else and have as much free speech and occupy buildings and throw Molotov cocktails at cops and all that kind of stuff. They think it's a good time, but that's not me. MTP 328 says, do we really need these migrants? Are we just supposed to accept murders and rapes? That sounds crazy to me. MTP 328, you don't accept murders and rapes. You punish them through law enforcement. That's what you do. We have domestic murders and rapes. We have, immigrant murders and rapes. Now, do you accept them? Absolutely not. You don't accept them culturally, but you accept that when you have millions of people moving across a continent, crimes will occur. So for instance, MTP, let's say the immigrant population, let's say that they disproportionately committed like rape and murder, right? Then at that point, I think you could make some kind of security case for we need to aggressively vet every single immigrant that comes in the country. And I agree with that, by the way. Even without rape and murder, I think you should 100% vet every single immigrant into the country. Like actually that MTP, that's what we could break bread on. Like we should aggressively investigate every single Central and South American and Middle Eastern and North African migrant that comes into the United States. Now, that being said, let's say that we vet them aggressively and we reduce the rapes and murders happening from immigrants by 90% compared to the domestic population. Then what do? Well, you don't cut off the immigrant population because you've already reduced rape and murder by 90%. You aggressively investigate and prosecute the rapes and murders that still happen. Obviously, it's a system. It's a system. It's not like it is individuals, but it is a system. You have to treat it like a system. Derek says that's what Biden and Obama did, and Trump rescinded all prioritization of threats to the public and just targeted randoms. Yep, that's what's going on. That's why you see random like Hispanic moms with citizen kids crying as they get thrown into the gulag van. Old School says, I'm for vetting and policing. I interact with a lot of Asians and South Asians who think it's unfair that Hispanics get to cut the line in immigration because of geography. Okay, reduce the line for Asians, right? That's what I would say. Vet the hell out of the Asians, vet the hell out of the Central Americans and South Americans, but let people in. And the reason why I'm sorry if I've changed my tune from like 5 years ago, but effectively, I think traveling the country actually just made me realize how big this fucking country is. Sorry for swearing so early in the morning, and sorry to the people who just want me to get into the VOD, but chat's popping off, and I want to have fun with chat. I want to hang out with chat. Chat's cool. So, driving to Atlanta, there is just miles. Once you hit the Florida Georgia line, there's just miles upon miles upon miles upon miles. It's like 3 hours of driving of empty space, and it's all agricultural land. And I'm not saying that the agricultural land needs to be redeveloped into cities. I'm just saying it's a lot of space. And then same thing with traveling, flying into the Midwest, going to Milwaukee and going to Cincinnati. Cincinnati, in my opinion, I don't know how people from Cincinnati feel like it. It feels like an empty city. They have beautiful buildings. They have beautiful infrastructure. They have nice houses. They have all this stuff, and it's just sitting there vacant. There's no young people. You drive around town, there's nobody walking around. There's like a downtown area that's popping off, and there's people in the downtown area walking around, drinking, having a good time. But as soon as you get into not just the suburbs, but even like the surrounding apartment complexes and communities and stuff, nobody's really doing anything. There's no, the parks are empty. The natural spaces are empty. Nobody's hanging out. And I think the reason why nobody's hanging out is because it's a relatively small city where people either hang out inside their houses or they go downtown, and that's it. And that's not the way that Central Florida is. I'll tell you that. Central Florida is popping. You go into any shopping center in Central Florida, and I'm not saying that everywhere needs to be popping, but just as an example, in Cincinnati, I went to the Starbucks downtown at like 10 in the morning on a Saturday. That's when I was like flying home. And I was able to get in line, and there was only one other person in front of me in the downtown Starbucks in Cincinnati on a Saturday. That's crazy. If you go to any other major city, you have like a 10-minute, 20-minute line because there's actually people. So I don't know. Acting like we're full. America's full. Shitter's full. I don't think it's true. Sacred Snow says, oh yeah, like Creation Club Bethesda type of deal would be epic. Always nice to see the modders. Yeah, like Forge for Halo. Brooklyn says, I don't like J-Stalker Queen. That's fine. I'm becoming increasingly more hostile to it. J-Stalking Queen. Only reason why, it's not anything personal. Like I'll still go talk to them if they want to talk about something. But it just seems like J-Stock has just become the Destiny hate hour. That's all, as far as I can tell. Whenever I check out a Rao Kittenhouse VOD, because he's like a J-Stock documenter, whenever I check out his VODs, it's just them still hating on Destiny. It's like, guys, do you have fucking anything else to talk about? And then with Queeman, I think he's just a hater. So it's funny. Like if he's hating on somebody that you hate, then it's actually quite funny. But if he's hating on somebody that you like or somebody that you understand, a lot of his criticism doesn't feel fair, right? It just feels like spiteful. So then that kind of leads me to question, even when he's hating on somebody I hate, is he being fair? Cameron Mosley says, pawn shop topic here, Connor, but have you ever played Deus Ex? Hell yeah, I've played Deus Ex, the original in particular. Not vet enough as I was what I was getting at. MTP 328, you and I are probably more aligned on that than anything else. Sam Monroe says, hi, rock symbol. Well, hi. Right back to you, Sam Monroe. Gen X, oh, I meant you should watch it 5 times like I did in your spare time. Okay. Mineral Waterboarding says, yo, what's up, Mineral Waterboarding? Budgeting is getting out of control with AAA games, but has BL4 has twice the budget of BL3, and we likely won't see any serious improvements. I feel like we're getting plateauing on quality, but the budgets are, yeah, I would prefer narrative over better graphics. Old School says Loanerbox is better than Pisco. Loanerbox isn't intentionally dishonest, I guess. Groom. Brooklyn, they're awful to me, but that drama slop is what the people want these days. I mean, true. You gotta fight, dun dun dun, for your right, dun dun dun, to protest, says Sacred Snow. I agree. All right, chat's popping off, but we need to get into the content. Sultan Al Fahim says J-Stock is too boring. Well, dude, but that's the thing. It's like you gotta spice it up, right? You gotta go for varied content. My mom, God bless her. I don't even know if she's watching right now. She might be, but she was talking to me this morning, and she's like, "Why do you keep doing these really long I'm going to summarize it. She might not like my summary, but she's like, why do you keep doing these really long debate reviews, right? Half the time the people aren't that smart. Half the time the content that they're saying isn't that long. Half the time they take way too long to say it. Half the time they're morons. Why are you abusing yourself in order to watch this content? And I'm like, because it's funny. Like, that's why. It's funny. It's funny to watch this content. It's funny to watch people that you dislike have arguments. It's fun to take bad arguments and try to turn them into good arguments. That's why. So, it's if there was like some super hard 10,000 IQ complete analysis of, a topic, then the truth is we would just sit here and listen to that guy, right? So we wouldn't even pause because this information would be so accurate and interesting. But that's not fun content. We're in a circus, and I am arming you with tomatoes, and I am the ringleader, and I am pausing every few minutes so you and I can throw our tomatoes at our performers. That's what we're doing, in case you had any illusions about what we're doing. Now, I'm hoping that you still learn something. I'm hoping that you still get something out of my geopolitical rants, but we're throwing tomatoes at clowns. That's what we're doing. Derek says it's the exact opposite. Lol, our unemployment rate is like 4% and EFOP is an all-time high. There are 1 million open manufacturing jobs. Yeah. If you're trying to say that the country is open to the point that we do need more people, then yeah. But we could use some shoring up regardless. Just don't gentrify our farms. No, I like rural open spaces. I don't want to change the character of our locations. I just want to bring people in so we have a full, vibrant, productive country. I will wrap up with chat. Brooklyn says your mom is based. She is. Derek says there's a nurse shortage, doctor shortage, construction worker shortage, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So dude, like Hispanics, okay? Let's be a little racist as we start our day, okay? Hispanics sometimes can do things that I find annoying, right? Like my Mexican friends, they would always be hanging out with their families and partying and shit. And it seemed like every other week there was a party. And I was like, dude, I don't want to go hang out with your cousins again. Like they're kind of annoying. And they're like, yeah, well, it's family. What are you going to do? So that's kind of annoying. But it's also cool that they have like a really tight-knit family. Then sometimes I've mentioned before, like I've seen a couple of Puerto Rican guys in Central Florida throw trash out their window because they still think they're back on the island. Okay, that's annoying. But you walk up to the side of the car, you pick up the trash, and you say, Señor, no. Tengo tu trash, es una basura ahí. Then you give it to them. Simple fix, right? That doesn't mean that we don't need, just because some people litter and some people want to party with their lame cousins, that doesn't mean that you're like, oh, well, we can't have Hispanics in this country. That's crazy. If you took every bigotry against Irish and German and English people, nobody would be in this country at all. Conservative liberalism says it's funny, but it also resonates with a lot of people. Giving the alternative perspective is worthwhile. Hi, Mom. Thank you. Conservative liberalism. I appreciate you steel manning what we're doing here. Whatever says, then a form of communism is inevitable. Not sure. Sacred no, man. I don't import criminals through immigration. I'm not someone against intelligent immigration. There we go. Thoughts on that shit Ukraine pulled? You missed it earlier. I thought it was based. I get it. It escalates conflict. But if Russia doesn't want a third of their Air Force to get blown the fudge out, then, how about we start negotiating on what the new borders are? All right. So let's do an intro. Let's get into the content. LB, you're right on time. So, God, I'm a mess. Let me fix my lighting real quick, and then we'll do the intro. Oh, shift my lighting just a little bit. Excuse me. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I have a very interesting debate for you today. It is going to be not so erudite, friend of the channel, liberal, progressive, Christian. She has some conservative instincts versus Tim Pool. And there's going to be another guest. I don't know if his name is necessarily relevant, but they're going to be talking about whether or not the left wing is capable of incorporating men into their politics. I think it jumps around a whole bunch, but I trust Erudite to be very smart. I trust Tim to put on a spicy show. I trust their other guests to, no offense, I haven't seen them yet, but I trust them to be a moron. So without further ado, let's go ahead and let them introduce themselves, get into the debate. I will be pausing every now and then in order to break down their thoughts. And let's fast forward.
There are two Gen Zs, Vox claims, because young men are shifting rightward. Older Gen Z still lean a little bit more progressive, but young men are largely moving to Donald Trump, moving to the right. They're happy to do so. You're also seeing the rise of prominent personalities like Andrew Tate. Despite the fact that many people are critical of his career and how he made his money, young men still seem to like the guy. So what is the phenomenon driving people, younger men particularly, away from the left and into the hands of conservatives? We're going to have that debate. So we got a couple of guests joining us tonight to have that it's not tonight, it's the morning. Joining us this morning and talk about it. Ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kyla. You can find me everywhere at Not So Erudite. I do streaming and stuff. I typically talk about gender, so it's a good topic for me.
Oh, gender.
And kind of like socio-cultural commentary.
All right, sir, who are you?
I'm American Nacho. I'm a Christian, conservative, husband, father. I work full-time supporting my beautiful stay-at-home wife in our 2 recent additions. And I stream video games and politics as more of like a hobby. You could say like a mover and shaker in some of the political communities.
So
Tangential to like Andrew Wilson or something like that.
right on. To start, I think we're in agreement that young men are moving to the right.
I think if you're denying that, you're just denying data.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vox at Washington Post, like everybody's bringing it up. I think the question is why, but you agree young men are going rightward. So I guess is there a disagreement on why it's happening, or do we actually agree why it's happening? What's your view on why young men are basically moving over?
I think as a liberal, I'll be very clear, I am liberal. And I spent the last several months being asked this question by liberals and Democrats. I think the answer is that the left kind of hates and fears masculinity broadly. I think it doesn't like it. And I think you can see that in the fact, I don't know if you know this, the APA, it's American Psychiatric Association. This year they came up with rules and guides about how to treat men in therapy differently than women, and like tricks and stuff that they need to be aware of, right? And it's like, it shouldn't be like 2025 where we're coming out with this stuff. I think the left has just broadly neglected the male issue because it's been what's the word? Not politically correct to talk about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And what say you, sir? Would you agree with that?
To some degree, yeah. I think men are moving to the right because men are more rational than women. You know, young men are shifting away because left-wing ideologies are kind of disconnected. They feel kind of disconnected from reality. You know, we're living in a society where, you know, we're having economic stresses, we're having, you know, geopolitical stresses, and men are seeking, you know, pragmatic solutions to like economic and social changes, valuing like free expression and preferring like empowerment over this like collective guilt that seems to be like following us around like a cloud. So
indeed. What would you say to that before I jump in? He said
Men are more rational than women.
Yeah, and liberal ideologies are, how did you describe it? Not rational or not?
Yeah, it seems like young men are experiencing sort of like a disconnect from like left-wing political narratives. Like it's not like they don't make sense to especially young men and even older men like myself, like starting a family. I'm looking at what world my young men are going to have to grow up in, what world my children are going to have to grow up in.
Yeah, when I look at young men and young women,
I appreciate them doing short intros, but I'm going to go ahead and cut in a little bit. So Melody says, can you go into why people don't like hanging out with the family? Lowell recently had this topic come up. I like hanging out with family, to be clear, and I don't mind doing it, but it seems like Hispanic people, I'm using my friends in Southern California. When I was in the Marine Corps and I had some Hispanic friends who were, you know, in Southern California, I was like 19, right? I was 19 at the time. So I wanted to go drinking and I wanted to go hang out with young women at the bars, right? That's what I wanted to do. And it seemed like my Central and South American friends who had enlisted, who had family local, they did want to do that. They wanted to go party. They wanted to go drink. But they also had a lot of familial obligations. So on Saturdays or Sundays or whatever, they would go spend time with their family, who were also, let's face it, drinking. But the context was their like weird drunk uncle would get wasted at the barbecue and then, you know, start a fist fight with their cousin because of some bullshit, right? And so it wasn't a It wasn't really an environment in which you expected to find a girlfriend unless you were willing to date and marry into that Hispanic family. And so it wasn't so much like, do you want to spend time with his extended Hispanic families and have a good time? No, that can be a good time. It's more like if you're trying to get out, get drunk, go on dates, hook up with girls, all that kind of stuff. The family, the Hispanic family dynamic isn't really conducive to that unless you're trying to get married. So if you're looking for your wife, hanging out with your Hispanic friends might actually be a really good way to find, a cute Hispanic cousin and then get married. Andrew Paris says, or Russian could discover the technology of aircraft hangars. So I've seen, excuse me, this is in reference to the Ukrainian drone bombing of Russian strategic bombers. I have been seeing on Twitter repeatedly that strategic bombers are placed out in the open so that satellites can track strategic nuclear assets worldwide. It's some treaties from the Cold War, apparently, but I also don't think that that's that big of a deal. We live in a world of mutually assured destruction. If the Russians want to fuel up their nukes and threaten to nuke us, they only have 2 population centers. They have St. Petersburg and Moscow. So as much as they can wipe out 90% of our population in one fell swoop, and I am probably within the targeted area of nuclear weapons, we could effectively wipe out Russia 10 times over. So the question is some Eastern Ukrainian territory worth nuclear holocaust? And I'm hoping the Russians are smart enough to say the answer is no. Whatever 4690 says, well, I am sure you prefer the army recruitment videos under Trump rather than the non-binary moms. I do. But I also, real quick, whatever 4690, I'll try to be brief. I don't think that that's changed the fighting force. The fighting force, similar to every governmental institution, it evolves over the course of years, not months. So it's not like Trump took over the military and then all the guys started doing steroids and all the women started wearing sundresses. It was still the same military that it was 6 months ago, right? So the fact that some Trump people are acting like, oh yeah, Trump took over and now it's the masculine military. It's like, no, any recruitment ads, any changes in standard that go in now, it's going to take a couple of years for the force to catch up with the change in training standard and the change in military culture. LB says, why do men think the left doesn't like them? I think you need better friends. No, I agree with this. Online left, right? Obviously, I have plenty of Democratic friends in real life, and they're all alcoholic liberals, to be honest. They're all brunch liberals. They're all professionals who just think that their taxes should go to making the community better, and they don't mind paying for education. That's about as far as their politics go. But when you go online, there is this like innate hostility to the cis white male patriarchy. It's because progressives talked about patriarchy, and it infected culture to the point that we saw it in movies. And no offense to anyone in chat, but movies are annoying with how diverse they are. Okay. When I see like a straight white male in the lead role, I'm like, oh, that's so nice. That's so nice to just have a straight white male. Oh, thank God. And not Hispanic, by the way, like white, like Caucasian, Northern European, I'm like, oh, that, Pedro Pascal doesn't count. Number one, his name's Pedro. Number two, he speaks Spanish. Number three, he's a little swarthy. Is Pedro Pascal a talented actor? Absolutely. Is he a male lead? Absolutely. Is he a good guy? Absolutely. But the way that he dresses outside of work is crazy. You can tell that he's a Democrat man just by the way he dresses. Derek says right wings are so much more focused on what like Vox is saying than libs are for the National Review or Washington Examiner. Yeah, this is all online. Haley Sagan, she's a lib, goof, and not progressive. Phew. What narratives are they referring to? It's all online stuff. It's all culture war stuff. You guys are popping off in chat, so it's hard for me to keep up. Melody says, okay, yeah, bringing friends over to the family gatherings is a little different. Got to separate those hangouts. Yeah, you can't hook up with a Mexican cousin. Or Putin should just go home, apologize, and pay restitution. Yeah. Anyways, how about Jewish? What about Jewish? Brunch libs. Yep. There's war on white people. See, there you go. What about Jewish? What about Jewish what? Well, men are kind of ruining the world. I mean, it's not women causing wars. Sounds like freedom where what you want. Well, hold on, LB. That's exactly what we're talking about. You're like, why do men think that Democrats hate them. And then, well, I know you're not a Democrat. I know you're a progressive or whatever. But then you're like, well, they are the ones causing all the wars and ruining the world. And it's like, boom, right there. Right there. Right there. You know what you're talking about. Don't play games with me as a main lead, lol. What about a Jewish gentleman? Well, yeah, they do that with Adrian Brody, didn't they? And Adrian Brody got fit. Sorry. Quick pop culture side thing. Okay. Pedro Pascal. Let's take a look at the way that he dresses outside of work. This isn't, you're like, oh, that's a muscle shirt. No, it's not. It's like a man dress. Okay. He's like, those pants are going to shoot out. It's like a female business suit. He's soft, bro. He can be hard. I've seen him do hard stuff. But look, he's got a glitter shirt on. He's got like Louis Vuitton shit on. He's a soft boy. He can pretend to be a hard boy, but he's a soft boy. Pedro Pascal, crazy outfit. Look at this pose. Look at this outfit. That's crazy, dude. That's bisexual. At least. That's at least bisexual. This is at least bisexual. This is at least bisexual. This is at least bisexual. Oh, yeah, dude. All this stuff. You know what men want? Men want like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's what men want. They don't want this. This is crazy. Then, sorry, who was the other person that you got brought up? Adrian Brody. I'll show you what men want in a second. Adrian Brody, Predators. So Adrian Brody, Jewish gentleman. I'm not that racist. So, you know, I'm okay with Pedro Pascal being a male lead. I'm okay with Adrian Brody, who I think is a Jewish gentleman, being a male lead. Look how jacked he got for this role in Predators. Like, it's not impressive because he's still skinny. But if you actually look at how insanely in shape he is, bananas. Absolutely bananas how in shape this dude got. He's not jacked, he's ripped. You know what I'm saying? But let me show you what dudes want. Okay? Real quick. What is it? Arnold Schwarzenegger. I could find any part of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there's not going to be any part of it that's bisexual coded. Okay? Even when he's wearing, look, he's wearing like a mankini, and it's still not bisexual because his muscles are like, I could kill you. Right? He's not wearing frou-frou outfits because he's gonna kiss you softly and hold your hand as you guys walk down the beach. He's wearing frou-frou outfits because even in a frou-frou outfit, he could murder you. Right? Like, this is what dudes want. Dudes want business suit, freakish muscles, guns, the ability to just like kill people with your bare hands. You know, this is it. This is peak male aesthetic right here. M16 A1 A2. I think this is an A2. M16 A2 with a M203 grenade launcher, testosterone muscles, hunting an alien in the jungle. This is what men want, dude. So just, you know, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, okay? Don't give me Pedro Pascal in his bisexual outfits, you know, throwing a limp-wristed hand up and then acting like you're giving me Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're not. Okay? And then there was a picture of his kid. He has a kid. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sorry this rant's going on for so long. But kid workout. One of his kids is huge. The kid that he had with the maid is huge. Look at that. That's the kid that he had with his maid. And then, sorry, last thing, and then we'll move on. Clint Eastwood's kid. So if you wanted to have like men, white men, check into thing, just get this guy some acting lessons. Get this guy some acting lessons because he's not that great of an actor. And then just put him in everything. Okay? You want white Northern European men to check back into society? Get Clint Eastwood's son, get him some acting lessons so he's a little bit better, and then put him in everything. Boom. Easy. All right. I'm going to joke with chat, then we'll get back into the content. Why can't men acknowledge the truth? What do you mean? Sacred Snow says, it's not like women have clean hands throughout history. Yeah, you helped us do all this crap. Facts over Fifi's, Connor. I find it hilarious how straight dudes critique other men's choice of clothing. No, now you're trying to call me gay. Like, because I like masculine stuff over feminine stuff. Okay, and Andrew Paris says, maybe you just need to try some comfy pants, Connor. You might not. See, you guys are trying to make me gay. You're like, Connor, you're complaining about masculinity. You're complaining about how everything's so soft these days. You notice that things are soft. You must be gay. That's your joke. I'm personally so glad not every movie has a white male lead, and any movie with POC is POC themed. Well, good for you. Freakish muscles are overrated. Natty boys are best boys. Sometimes. Arnold is strongly gay man coded. Wrong. This Amos from The Expanse. Exactly. Put Amos from The Expanse in everything. Whatever, 4690. I don't want to be Space Marine. Ha 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 ha. All right. You guys are just calling me gay. 95% of male leads are white. Not enough. We need 98%. Anyways, continuing.
Women especially. I think most people are not very rational. I don't really give rational points to most people or most voters in general. I think women are like influenced a lot, whether they like it or not, by things like hormones, right? I think women's like hormonal fluctuation is daily. Men's are like monthly. But at the same time, you know, you'll point to like women like crying maybe over something that they shouldn't cry about, or being soft and maybe enabling in an area that they shouldn't be. But then you'll see men like punching holes in walls and like doing crime. And so this argument that like men are just more rational than women, it's like, well, no, like different emotional systems and different arguments appeal to each of these groups, because each of these groups are fundamentally self-interested. And I think what's failed on the left is to make any appeal to.
What about James Holden from The Expanse? He's too soft. So old school. What I like in The Expanse, for those of you who haven't watched the series, it's an excellent sci-fi series. It's really, really, really good. But there's a conflict between two characters. Amos is like a psychopathic murderer. He's actually a criminal who grew up and then became like basically like a space cowboy. And James Holden is a rich kid raised by a polycule who also goes into space and becomes a space cowboy, but he's a soft boy and he's always trying to navigate to the best good for everybody involved in a situation, no matter how dangerous. And so he always gets into conflict with Amos, where Amos wants to do the psycho shit immediately. And then James Holden wants to do the good shit that's good for everyone. And so they get into a fist fight. And normally like Holden loses the fist fight, but he wins the argument. And so I do think that's really interesting, because I think that men, if you're looking at the dynamic of what's good for men, you need a little bit of Holden and you need a little bit of Amos. So people don't understand wokeness and use it as a stand for things they don't like, I guess. Everything is soft these days. You don't go out and daily and hunt and build a house. None of that shit. You get in your car, go to the store and play video games. Does that make you less of a man? No. Yes, it does make you less of a man. And don't judge me. I lift weights. I shoot guns. I wrestle with my sons. I do all sorts of crazy shit. So no, don't throw me into the wolves of modernity. Don't call every man a pussy. Like, no offense, chat. I think I'm going to spend half of this stream fighting you guys. I really do, because basically every time I'm saying like men need to be manly, you're like, no, they don't, and you're gay for noticing. I'm serious. Like that's half of what chat has done so far. We're like 5 minutes into the debate. You're like, you're gay for noticing and don't lift weights and play video games and hang out at your house and be soft. And it's like, if you want to do that, go for that. I don't care. We live in a free society. But also don't be surprised when you, my chat, are not appealing to young male voters. You are part of the problem, just being real right now. Gen X says, Destiny is finally coming to a debate near me. So excited. August 2nd in Houston. Watch him not show up, though. Nah, he'll go. He's got a personal assistant. People build things all the time. The guys she knows don't do it. Yeah, exactly. There are guys out there doing real guy shit just because you don't know them. I grew up in a world where masculinity was MacGyver. Lol. I love MacGyver. It was interesting to have a dude who wasn't just muscles and guns. Of course, there's 10,000 variations to masculinity. Holden was interesting too. He was a genuine throwback to a heroic captain with no cynical subversion of his character. Yeah, he was like earnest in a cynical world. That's what I liked about it. I shoot gun too, and neither of us are dependent on that to eat. And so what? Yeah. Manly goes far beyond muscles and guns is all I'm saying. I'm certainly a point of the picture of even Boy Scouts have rifle badges, but it's problem solving, self-reliance. Of course. Masculinity is complex. Of course.
Anything for young men. The left hasn't offered young men anything. There's nothing that would be appealing to a young man when you look at left policy. But there's lots of things that are appealing to young women. And so I think if Democrats want to talk to
I don't think that's entirely correct, so I'm going to disagree with Kyla. And sorry, we will let the content flow, but Chad is just triggering the hell out of me, and I think they're getting triggered by me. Economics. Talk about economics. Talk about being able to fair work for a fair wage. Being able to take your girlfriend or wife out on a date. Being able to afford a family. Those are all masculine things. The backbone of the Democratic Party used to be labor. It used to be men who worked. It used to be the truck drivers and the factory workers and all that kind of stuff. So if you want men to rejoin the left, you have to talk about labor. Shocking, I know.
To young men. They have to talk to young men. But I don't think it falls as simply down to like rational versus irrational. I think that's like a flattening of the nuance.
I think that modern liberal orthodoxy is antithetical to masculinity.
LB says, no one is stopping young males from doing stuff. People are a bunch of whiny wussies. Stop complaining and get out there. The left just wants equal rights and healthy people and environments. Well, LB, this is what I agree with you about real quick. So again, my apologies to VOD viewers because Chad is just distracting the hell out of me. But I agree. You know what's not masculine is sitting on the internet and complaining about how you're not allowed to be masculine. That's not masculine. Okay. What's masculine is saying, fuck you. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to lift weights. I'm going to shoot guns. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to pursue my life. I'm going to find my wife. I'm going to get a family. Right. It is self-reliance. It is creativity. It is going after what you want, even if the odds are stacked against you. That's masculine. So sitting in, a hug box, like a male hug box, like whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit or whatever, and just like commiserating with your fellow volcells and incels and being like, isn't it so hard being a man? It's like, no, stop being a pussy, right? Or for the polite people, stop being pusillanimous. All right. Anyways, let's actually get into the content. You guys keep distracting me. Stop it. Stop being funny and rude.
And that the men who remain on the liberal side are largely what we call, and I quote, this is a biological term, sneaky fuckers. Are y'all familiar with that term?
Yep.
Are you familiar with sneaky fucker?
Lay it out for me.
So in biology, there are some species. There's an example of one fish where there's two different types of males, large and small. The large male earns favor with the females by being strong and powerful.
Oh, yeah.
The sneaky fucker goes in the middle of the night and inseminates.
Oh, Melody, how do you promote that for kids nowadays? You get them into Warhammer.
The eggs and flees.
Yeah.
And so largely I see what you're saying. And my view is, and obviously not absolute. There's a lot of men who actually are into leftist liberal ideology. I'm just saying I think it's a generality that an ideology that the orthodoxy focuses on oppressors, who has the power, is going to be antithetical to a man who is seeking to empower himself and become strong. And then what you end up with is among millennials, the data in 2018 was that 70% of millennial women were Democrat, 30% were conservative, and 55% of millennial men were conservative and 45% were Democrat. The data probably changed, but I think you get a large portion of weaker males who find their path towards, sexual marketplace success in being the male feminist pandering to women, telling them what they want to hear so that they can earn favor. Whereas the other guys are defiant dude bros chest bumping. And that's an exaggeration, but that's, you get the idea.
Yeah, I think there's something. So like the sneaky fucker is very fun. In Evo human psych, there's not like a ton of evidence for this as like a mating strategy. It's more like birds that do this. But this idea that I think is actually more true, that I think is more grounded on reality that we're talking about is this idea that essentially for you to perform well as a man in the liberal space, there has to be a certain level of like castigation you have to do toward masculinity and like a promotion of femininity that's almost exclusively performative, right? Especially because as a woman, I wouldn't say liberals are like inherently better at like certain forms of sexism, right? Like there's a lot of times where I feel like just my existence, I just don't get respected as much like at a default, even in liberal spaces. And so what I think happens is there's a lot of performativity. And in the case of on the left, we've had this issue where if you want to be left coded, and by left coded, I mean perform, appear, and feel left. You've got the language, usually some aesthetic, right? I appear more left than I appear right. I've got like a choker on and whatnot. In all these ways, if you want to perform left, you have to do some level of service to femininity. And if you're going to talk about masculinity, you have to caveat and couch it within these other things. That's how I kind of view it, which if you're a young man, you're just like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
where am I?
maybe that's a good way to put it. It's just easier to be on the right.
For men?
You don't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, and
You could sit around eating chicken wings as long as you're talking about football and you don't say weird leftist things. The right's going to be okay with you.
yeah,
Yep.
that's one thing that I was wanted to point out too, is that I think that, you know, they're moving right because at least the right is listening, or at the very least they're just like cool with it. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, you can just sit on the couch and hang out with the bros a little bit to a degree. When you're disagreeing with right wingers, they're not going to.
Gray Jedi, why does it feel like she's just saying things so they don't attack her? The idea that people don't really feel that way is crazy. The idea that people don't really feel that way is crazy. Gray Jedi, I'm just going to say it. So maybe I'm sucked into the internet too much. All right. I'm not going to say, if you guys are hanging out in the Pacific Northwest, or if you're hanging out in California and everybody's just chill and nobody's like a huge douchebag to each other just because of their gender or their sex, good for you. But I've been on the internet for a decade and I know exactly what they're talking about. So I'm not going to pretend that I don't know what they're talking about. Matter of fact, I have a feeling, I'm going to repeat it, that I'm just going to be fighting chat the entire time. When you're talking about on the left, when you say as a white man in an opening statement, that's almost like a self-emasculation pejorative. And you absolutely had this opening in particularly progressive spaces, in the debate space, in Twitch and YouTube politics online, where you had to say, well, as a person of color, and then people gave you deference, or as a woman and people gave you deference, or as a whatever. It's like viewpoint epistemology, I think is what they called it. And so what would happen is liberal and progressive men would say like, oh, well, I'm just a white man, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. And that's not how dudes operate, right? At least as far as I can tell, especially in the thousands when I was coming up, okay? In the thousands, you say what you say and then it lands or it doesn't land. That's what you do. So it didn't matter if you were black or a woman or gay or straight. You say what you say. And if it's true, it's true. And if it's not true, it's not true. And if you can't defend it, it's probably not true. And so that's the thing, is this performative self-emasculation that she's talking about was 100% online for the past decade. Do not gaslight me and say this wasn't a thing, or it's only an online thing, or it's only, well, online politics is real politics now. I don't know if you've noticed. And so as a result, they are fundamentally correct that is not going to appeal to young men. If you have to caveat and self-deprecate your perspective before you even begin a conversation, no man is going to voluntarily sign on for that. And as a matter of fact, I inverted that language when I was in the debate space. I said as a white man, and then I would say the most inflammatory center-right, edgy, contrarian bullshit that I could think of in order to piss people off. And I would basically, when we're talking about like imperialism, or we're talking about neo-colonialism, or if we're talking about capitalism, I would be like, as a white man, mixed economy capitalism is based. And by the way, American hegemony is based. And by the way, militarism is based. So, go fudge yourself, right? So I would invert this entire performative self-emasculation in order to say, yeah, I'm a man. What are you going to do about it, right? Fight me for this territory. I'm gonna make this joke because I think it's relevant. It's a joke that's relevant, but I think it's the way that men need to adopt, participating in progressive circles. So the joke is, I'm such a feminist that when I go on dates, I run ahead of my date and I hold the door closed. Then she has to fight me for it. That way she knows that she, we're equals, right? And so obviously that's like a play on words or a play on the concept that men hold doors, and it's chivalric, right? Or chivalrous. So you're supposed to be polite to the woman because you're supposed to give her some level of deference. Well, you're so progressive that you fight women and you make them earn it. And what's funny is my mom is a tough lady. She'll win that fight. My wife is a tough lady. She won't win that fight, but she'll make me pay for it later. You know what I'm saying? So that's where, like, I think dudes need to make it playful. They need to make it fun. Like the fight of power needs to be fun for everybody. Derek says, I think black peoples aren't genetically inferior. Dude, shake my head, insane leftist. Feels like a straw man. Just get a piece of paper and write down the pros and cons of both. Okay. Keyboard warriors are pusillanimous. Agreed, LB. We're going to have to go back-to-back weak governance until the new generation finally comes of age. Sure. But the answer to this is not men complaining, right? That's like the most feminine shit you can do. No offense to women. Just, I'm saying, dudes sitting around whining is not particularly masculine. I know exactly what Erudite is talking about, even recently, IRL. Yep, there you go. In university, I always appeared as I don't care about signaling. I'm here. I'm washed and groomed with okay clothes. I'm here to get things done. Everyone thought I was right wing. Yep. LB says the left. Don't discriminate. 2, golden rule. 3, protect the weak. 4, protect the planet. Welcome to the progressive left. Nope. You're sanitizing what it is. The thousands, you mean the aughts? I do. Eben says it was a real thing. I think it's changing, though. It's still rougher online than IRL, but at least in my liberal circles, that stuff is dying fast. Good. Connor, militarism is old world thinking. Let's evolve past these antiquated ideas. No, LB, you are part of the problem. Okay, I love you. You're my favorite person to fight in chat, but no, absolutely not. Oh God, you're triggering another rant. So there's something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs: physiology, security, social, ego, self-actualization. It's how human beings operate. You need to have a strong security tier in order for all of these things to flourish. So as a result, no, militarism shouldn't die. It just needs to be tempered with society. So militarism, the love of warfare, the love of conflict, the love of military technology needs to be tempered so it supports a healthy society that enables good social relationships, good pursuits of ambition, good self-actualization, and a protection of the basic human needs of society. So militarism doesn't need to be done away with. It needs to be harnessed for productive social good. Be a real man and suck it up. Only if it's a fair game, though. Because if it's not a fair game, men are going to check out. I bet if you asked Tim Pool if Islamists are right or left wing, he would say left wing. He probably would, because leftists sympathize with Islamist extremists. So, anyways, let's go.
Destroy your lives because you have a disagreement. So you're both maybe on the right, but I'm probably a little more farther right, or you're a little closer to the center. You're not going to be ostracized for this. On the left, you have like a large shift going extreme left, and these people are like tearing down even their own. I think that the Democrat Party and left currently is actually kind of fighting with itself a lot too.
Well,
they are. Spiritually, leftists and liberals are fighting a lot.
Well, I define wokeness as cult-like adherence to liberal social orthodoxy. And the reason for it is...
I would say progressive social orthodoxy, but okay, continuing.
You get a lot of people on the right and they say that wokeness is critical race theory, critical gender theory, Marxist. Well, that's not correct. While that is a large component of liberal orthodoxy, support for Ukraine does not fall into that. People try to shoehorn it in by saying, oh, but Ukraine is the weaker being oppressed by the Russians. And I'm like, that doesn't explain NATO expansionism. NATO expansionism is not Russia is small compared to NATO. NATO is encroaching on Russian space. There's a big debate over that. So the oppressor doesn't make sense there. Islam being the second biggest religion in the world and a strong theocratic, fundamentalist, militaristic religion also doesn't quite make sense. It is the adherence to the modern liberal orthodoxy, which is relatively amorphous. And so I pulled up just this real quick example. The 4 lights from Star Trek. Are you guys familiar with the 4 lights?
I'm not.
Star Trek: The Next Generation. Captain Picard. Oh, everybody's not a Trekkie. He is groaning. Don't care. Captain Picard is captured by an enemy faction. He's brought into a torture room where the enemy commander has 4 lights above him and he says, "How many lights do you see?" And Picard says 4, and then he gets electrocuted. And he says, "You are incorrect. There are 5 lights." And now, "How many lights do you see?" And Picard says 4. He gets electrocuted again. And the whole episode basically finally ends with him screaming in the face of the commander, "There are 4 lights," which becomes a cultural meme, especially from among millennials and those who watch The Next Generation grew up with it. The captain refused to bow to a false reality he was being forced through pain of punishment. That's how I view a lot of younger guys and a lot of people on the right, a lot of post-liberals, former liberals, whatever. The left is demanding you adhere to things that are completely false. Otherwise, they will cause you pain. They will take your job. You will be kicked out of social circles. The right has no such precepts. And to be that is a bit as absolute. The right certainly has some, but
And
it is.
now, I would also put a timeline on this. I think it's really important to look at a timeline. So I was actually watching your conversation with Bill Maher. Bill Maher. How do you pronounce his last name?
Maher, I guess. Maher.
Maher.
Send it, yeah.
And he pointed out to you something that I think is really important, where he talked about like, well, yeah, the left and the right, when we're talking about it from like 2016 to now, I think I agree broadly with your narrative. I might not use like all the same language. Like I don't call it cult, like I call it religious. I think it's like fundamentally religious in like performance.
So I'm going to make this point. Erudite might make a similar point. I think that progressive orthodoxy from 2016 to 2021, 22 could be quite authoritative when it came to Black Lives Matter, when it came to trans stuff, when it came to progressive like perspectives on economics, etc. And so I think that it could be quite like that, where if you didn't go along with the orthodoxy, they would punish you for it. But all of that is present in MAGA Trumpism. All of it is present. That's why this woke right narrative is so important, in my opinion, is because it's the same thing. You have to pretend that tariffs are good. You have to pretend that Trump is playing 5D chess. You have to pretend that he's a geopolitical genius. You have to pretend that he's going to save the world through mass deportations. You have to pretend that he's going to onshore manufacturing. You have to pretend that Trump is going to be the messianic figure of the right wing, or else you will be socially castigated as not a Republican. That's like the craziest thing about this. You have to support Trump trying to subvert the elections and never proving the electoral fraud of 2020. You have to pretend that there was massive fraud and abuse that's never been proven. And then you have to pretend that him trying to subvert the elections is actually a good thing. He's going to save the republic. And if you question any of this crap, then they're like, well, you're not a Republican because you don't support the leader of the Republican Party. And it's like, what the fuck does this have to do with philosophical republicanism? It has nothing to do with the values that I was raised with. 100%. So, but actually, this is my frustration with Tim Pool and his ilk, is that they, in my opinion, correctly called out the excesses of the left. My problem with them is they ignore the excesses of the right. Whatever 4690 says, yeah, Connor, but loads of lefties said the 2024 election was stolen by Elon. I don't even know if it's loads of lefties. There's no administrative attempt to subvert the election of 2024. In the way that they're saying that the election was stolen is they're saying that Elon bought Twitter and put his thumb on the scales for the election. They're not saying that Republicans didn't vote or there were fraudulent votes. They said that he put his thumb on social media, which is true. I don't think stolen is the right word, because you could make the same argument that Meta, Instagram, all those places, that they put their thumb on the 2020 election, right? That's not true. What's not true? Yeah, Eben. That's not true. It's only a few schizophrenics. I mean, I agree with you. I don't see that as a mainstream narrative on the left that the 2024 election was stolen. As a matter of fact, I see more of a conversation about how the Biden-Harris administration playing to progressives from like 2021 to 2022 and then trying to run center-right during the 2024 election. And then not just that, but them ignoring Israel-Palestine and not being aggressive one way or the other effectively pissed everyone off, to the point that, and then also the economy being anemic, that pissed everyone off to the point that nobody was enthusiastic about the Biden-Harris administration. I've seen that be a narrative infinitely more common than the election was stolen by Elon. Cameron Mosley says the reason why Connor is because the institutions have overall been taken over by progressives and wokies. That's the reason why you have to support Donald Trump. Yeah, sure, whatever. But the truth is the truth, right? So if I have some left-wing dickhead, sorry for using not potty words, but if I have some left-wing jerk who's electroshocking me every time that I say that the lights, that there's 4 lights instead of 5, and then I turn to the right and they're trying to electroshock me in order to saying that there's 6 lights instead of 4. I'm picking neither of these people. I'm going to keep screaming at both of you. It's 4, it's 4, it's 4. And what's so frustrating to me is that Tim can so astutely observe this in the left, and yet he is incapable of observing it in the right. Didn't help that the Democrats left the border wide open. I don't even know if that's true, man. I think it's the same problem that we've always had. I love the Harris is running on being black. Meanwhile, she brought up her race like 4 years ago. Yeah, well, her 2019 primary run, she was saying some wildly progressive shit, and that was used to hurt her in her general election. I think that needs to be studied by political people who are running electoral campaigns. That's why you need to center yourself on truth, because if you just become like, well, I'm gonna say wild shit for attention, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass later on. So hold on. Let me take a look at something real quick. Somebody said something interesting. Left the border wide open. Border crossings by year since 2000. I didn't want the chart. That's like too specific. Border crossings by year since 2000. I don't want the PDF, man. That's too specific. Border crossings by year since 2000. Give me the Google search, not the PDF. Why are you giving me a PDF? Sorry. I don't want something that specific. Border crossings by year. Holy shit. That was annoying. So that's 2018. I want to go back to like 2000. So look here. Okay. So in the 60s, it was pretty normal. Looks like it peaked in the 80s at 1,615,000. Then it dropped a little bit, 1,643 in 2000. Then it dropped down through the 2010s, bod. It dropped down right here. Look at this. Look at this. And then it peaked up again during Biden. So if you want to argue that the migratory flow was maximalized during the Biden administration to a degree that was not acceptable, I'm totally fine with that. But I just want you to acknowledge that this happened probably just prior to the Bush administration. This happened during the Reagan administration. I just want you to acknowledge that we've had historical peaks, ebbs, and flows. Okay. But if you do want to say that this spike is unacceptable with the Biden admin, I'll take it. That's fine. I'll take it. Excuse me. The problem is that the right, much like the left, is obsessed with the power dynamics instead of principles, and that's my problem. That's my problem too, Brad. I was raised with principles. I wasn't raised with power dynamics. Harris pulling around with Liz Cheney was her problem. Zero convictions problem. Muzzled Tim Walz problem. She wasn't a good candidate. I'll say she was weak. Border wasn't open. It's been an abusive asylum, which is frankly still overstated. Sure. Not a non-issue, but that's one that's been overly twisted. Agreed. They are eating the cats, says Mr. Bimbastic. True. Obama's best characteristic was that he was very strict on the border. I mean, apparently, dude, look at that drop in border crossings in the 10s. That's crazy. He earned that deporter-in-chief thing, huh? Remember when Ronald Reagan gave all that amnesty good times? You would say that, LB. You would say that. All right. Anyways, let's get back into the content. You might notice that I'm not shilling as much today. The reason why I'm not shilling is because we had a hiccup at Valor Media Network, excuse me, where there was a channel that was independent. I'm not going to say who, but there was a channel that was independent to Valor Media Network, and they got demonetized on their home channel, and they were brought over to Valor Media Network. But the way that Valor Media Network saw that the way that Google saw that was that they were trying to dodge their demonetization. And so we are temp demonetized, and we're working with Google in order to get monetized again. So we don't know if we have to cut that channel off. We don't know if we need to do something specific, if we need to remonetize them on their home channel. We don't know what it is. So customize track and send invoices. That's not what I want. But anyways, I'll figure out how to get my PayPal link, and then I'll send that. I'll post that in chat. But right now, I can't really ask you to super chat because you couldn't super chat even if you wanted to. But I love that all of you are anxiously awaiting your opportunity to super chat. I'm so ecstatic that you guys are like, Connor, I love you so much. How do I send my money to you? Okay, you're just like, please, God, take my money. I have so much of it. I don't want it anymore. Please take my money. But unfortunately, I just can't right now. Sacred Snow says, remain in Mexico policy from 16 to 20 caused a buildup on the border of cases. So, of course, there's going to be an influx when it was removed. I mean, sure, but that's still a lot of people, dude. That's a peak in line with the 1980s peak and the 1990s peak. Anyways.
Performance, which not all religions are cults, right? Because like the left isn't making you like abandon your family necessarily. They're making you fight with your family.
Well, I got to pause you there.
They're not making you abandon your family. They're making
prominent left personalities have said, cut off your family. Even on MSNBC, they've said, don't show up to Thanksgiving. Was it Jen Psaki who was like, don't go to Thanksgiving with your family if they support Trump or something? Maybe it wasn't her, but this is MSNBC.
Sure, I imagine that there
we saw a wave of this after 2016 when he got elected the first time, which admittedly I wasn't paying as much attention then. And honestly, I followed a little bit more of your kind of line. I actually followed you a lot more in like 2018 because I was also like coming from the left around 2016, getting into politics when I started a family and stuff. You saw a wave of people getting, all this pushback saying not to, just what you're saying, not to talk to your family, all these videos, and then now again, you're seeing the same thing on TikTok, waves of them after.
Well, who's that one?
I stopped talking to my family because
sure, but we don't use
they voted for X.
We have to be really cautious, right? So as somebody who's on the left, right, who is friends with lots of people on the left, grew up fundamentalist, right, by the way. I don't cut off anyone in my life. I have lots of conservative family. I would never cut them off. I'm very close to my neighbor who is a dogged libertarian.
Yeah, but the exception doesn't make the rule.
No,
we're talking in general.
This is my argument, right? There are loud, squeaky wheels that we need to do on the left a better job of policing. It is better if the left goes, hold on, that's crazy. Okay, we don't agree with this. The left's problem is that we don't kick out our extreme left, not that the extreme left represents the broad group. The problem with the left, especially my side, is that we're kind of cowardly and soft and status quo. And so we don't speak up to our extreme fringe right, left, which is why like the far left progressives have so much more ability to speak, despite the fact that they're like actual like functional policies are only like pretty weakly represented within the Democratic Party. The Biden-Obama party is the strong party within the Democrat Party.
So how do you define what left means? What does it mean to be on the left?
I mean, it's like spectrumal, right? But like essentially you're probably going to be pro-welfare state. You're probably going to be pro...
No! Kyla, why? Why, dude? Come on. No, dude, this is why I can't talk politics with anyone. This is why I'm in my own little bubble with you dozens of 3,000 IQ people. This is not left. This is left wing and right wing is not a series of policies. Okay? That's not what left wing and right wing mean. Okay? I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Left versus right comes from the... God, I have to go full screen. I'm so pissed off right now. Getting grumpy. Actually, let me explain why I'm grumpy too. Okay. The reason why I'm grumpy, the reason why I look sunburnt, the reason why I'm pissed off... God, I need a haircut. Holy shit. Anyways, the reason why I'm pissed off is because my wife's birthday was last month. Okay. It was, I also have another child who had a birthday last month, but my wife's birthday was last month and we were supposed to go to Disney together. And we did that yesterday. And I am not built to walk around for 6 hours at Disney. I don't like crowds that much. I don't like rides that much. I don't like any of that crap that much. So I spent 6 to 7 hours yesterday doing something that I didn't want to do. So I feel like chewed up dog poop. All right. That's how I feel right now. Now, when it comes to what Erudite is saying, this is just fundamentally, so I'm already grumpy. When it comes to what Erudite is saying, the left versus right dynamic comes from the French Revolution. Okay. In the, what would it be? Like the 19th or 18th century, I think it would be the late 18th century. There were Enlightenment philosophers who asked, why do we even have these institutions in the first place? Why do we have the monarchy? Why do we have the church? Why do we have all these institutional powers? And what they came up with is, well, we don't technically need these things. As a matter of fact, it seems like governments are instituted in order to promote social welfare and the well-being of the general body politic. Therefore, we can throw out all of these institutions and we can just create governments that are exclusively by, of, and for the people. This was the philosophy that inspired the American Revolution, but it's also the philosophy that inspired the French Revolution. And in the French Parliament, there was a division between the left wing and the right wing, and it's where they actually physically sat in the parliament. And so the right wing were the institutionalists who supported the monarchy. They wanted to preserve the monarchy, and they wanted to preserve the church, and they wanted to preserve the traditions of their society. And then there were the Jacobins, exactly, Mr. Bombastic, the social revolutionaries who didn't believe in any institutions. And then, of course, there were the moderates kind of in the middle, right? So what ended up happening was between this divisional split of prioritizing the human beings that are central to government and prioritizing the institutions that have become a part of society, that became shorthand for political parlance. And if you look at different political organizations, it seems like conservatives, the right wing, they pay deference to things like, even if they're not monarchists, even if they don't support a king, they still pay deference to social institutions and traditions like family and law enforcement and military and the Republican government and all that kind of stuff. And so they're right wing because they support the institutions. And then if you look at the left wing, what do they talk about? They talk about labor. They talk about individual rights. They talk about dignity. They talk about, all that kind of crap. And so it seems like they're prioritizing people. And so that's the split between left and right is, number one, do you have any respect for traditions at all? And then number two, do you prioritize human beings, and therefore you don't care about institutions, and you want any institutions that exist to be formulated in order to help support human beings? Or do you think that institutions have evolved through human history in order to support human well-being, and so you want to prioritize institutions because you think they, and in and of themselves, are vehicles for human well-being? So that's where, don't just say that the left is a series of policy prescriptions. Don't just say the right is a series of policy prescriptions, because when you do that, the entire language of politics becomes incoherent. More hair, not less. Thank you, Eben. I appreciate your support of me grooming myself. Whatever 4690 says, I don't like crowds. I feel like I must be on alert. Same. They let you procreate, Connor? Kidding. Yes, I have 2 children. You went hell for the family. See, that's more than Connor from Conan the Barbarian. I did. I went to my version of personal hell in order to support my wife and love my wife. Very frustrating. Connor, my wife drags me to the zoo over the weekend and my legs feel broken right now. I feel your pain. Well, thank you, Grey Jedi. I'm happy I'm not the only person suffering. Mr. Bombastic did Jacobins and then flexing emoji. No, not flexing emoji. Wimp emoji. Wimp. How do I make my arm look less muscular? Stop looking so muscular. Stop. Make it limp. No, Jacobins. Evil. Murderous, evil, douchebag dickheads. Conservative liberalism says it's not being pusillanimous, whipped to bring your kid to Disney thing. Well, I mean, it is, but do you want a family? Do you want a wife that loves you? Eben says, I did powers and ripping up flower beds this weekend. I am more sore, not chore sore. I am man sore, not chore sore. Well, good, man. Good for you. LB says, another big difference. Lefties generally know and understand history in the Bible. Conservatives just don't, like the Constitution, for example. LB, don't. You're part of the problem, LB. You're funny, but you're part of the problem. The left wing exclusively understands history. No, you don't. I know history. I know history better than 99% of people on the left wing. I know history better than 99% of the people on the right wing. It's not knowledge and experience and wisdom and principle is not relegated to a specific political faction. And I think it's hubris and ego to think that that is. There are plenty of R slurs on the left, and there are tons of R slurs on the right. Don't presume that political tribalism has anything to do with like moral principle. That's like a fundamental misunderstanding of how human beings work. Conservative liberalism says France's lefty reign of terror made them the monsters they thought they were deposing, should have never went on to the killing spree. Well, and that happened to conservative liberalism in Soviet Russia and Maoist China, the Cultural Revolution in particular. They thought they were doing something good. Effectively, what happened was in the 1970s, Mao Zedong whipped up the children of his society in order to go on hundreds of thousands of person killing spree. And they thought they were doing something good because they were fighting international capitalism. And you know what happened like 10 years later? They got subverted by capitalism. Lol. You killed your parents and you killed your teacher because they were too much of a capitalist. And then 10 years later, you ended up being a capitalist anyways. Lol. The rides at Disney are awesome if you have the Lightning Pass. They're hell if you don't have it. Just do the shooting ones so you can play video games too. Yeah. We actually, believe it or not, we got a Lightning Pass for Guardians of the Galaxy, which was fun. I hated it because I have neck problems. So doing 60 miles an hour left and backwards was not my cup of tea, but that's okay. How do you feel about the 4-day work week at Valor Media Network? It's okay, but you have to be productive all 4 days. Which of the French Revolution factions do you like the most at Valor Media Network? I don't like any of them because they're French. Come on, didn't you use pusillanimous? Wait, didn't you guys used to ruck 12 miles a day? Yeah, I'm old now, Possum Nation. I'm old. My bones are broken. I am brittle. I am falling apart. My bones and body are falling apart. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to hike for 12 hours in 90-degree weather. I did that when I was 19, so I wouldn't have to do that when I was 40. Come on, man. Do you act miserable at Disney or do you try to have a good time? Yes. Okay. Yes. I act miserable. I walk around. I stare into space. I'm mindless for hours at a time. But when I was on Tower of Terror, I actually had a good time. Quick story. When I was on Tower of Terror, which is an elevator that shoots up and down 10,000 times, and it'll shoot up and then it won't catch you. So it'll shoot up. You'll float for like 2 or 3 seconds and then you'll fall. Before the ride started, I screamed like 3 seconds early. I was like, ah! And then me going, ah! Like it caused the entire cabin to scream. It was pretty funny. Is the American Republic based on the Roman Republic? Yes. Yes, it is. It's just true. Ask a general American even. Dude, LB, I'll walk around in the Pacific Northwest. I'll find all the hippies that you know. And there's going to be plenty of morons who don't know their ass from their elbow. So do not act like it's a political tribal thing to be knowledgeable about the planet. It's not true. We know more than 99% of people here being 3,000 IQ and all. It's true. I have an exceptionally smart chat. I think a big problem is many fail to understand when the government needs to help the people when they need to leave people alone. I agree. And I think what's going on with the right, as much as the right is winning right now, they're slashing at the things that include social stability. And so what's going to end up happening is they are going to use the destabilization of society that happens as a result of their cuts as justifications for more cuts, which is going to make society even more unstable, so on and so forth. And so I see this as a potential like spiral of the right wing becoming more fascistic, because as they destroy society, they're going to use the chaos of society to justify their worldview even harder. Zhu Enlai, a Chinese communist intellectual, was asked what he thought about the French Revolution. He said, "It's too early to say." That's pretty funny. Yeah, the rides would definitely suck with neck problems. Tron is my favorite, though. Something about being locked in from the waist down instead of shoulders is so much better, said Sacred Snow. Cool. Connor, go put the baby brush back in her room. No. Humans are animals. We think murder is bad because the act in itself is immoral, but if you dehumanize anyone sufficiently and lack principles, many talk themselves into mass murder. Yep. Connor is built for 40K, not rucking 40K. Yeah. Actual actual cardio in combat sucks. MAGA would call you gay for using a pink brush. I know, but guess what, LB? Do you know what's more gay than using a pink brush? Caring what other people think about you. That's more like caring what other people think about you is more gay than using something that's gay. Matter of fact, you know, I know that like gay being used as pejorative. A lot of people don't like that or whatever. But the truth is that I don't want to do that. I don't want to go on that rant. It's fine. Anyways, if y'all haven't seen Glenn Greenwald has a video of him licking spit off the ground and sucking on toes while he's high on meth. So I'll share that little detail with you. I said Americans don't know the Constitution, the Northwest included. It's sad, and then get an attitude for their ignorance. Sure, agreed. But I don't think it's politically related. There are plenty of ignorant people in all sorts of political factions, including the far left and the left. Anyways, you guys have distracted and pissed me off enough. Back to the content.
Like trans, gay, LGBTQ. So you're going to be like economically and socially left.
So hold on. Let's summarize this real quick. The reason why I get pissed off is because chat was saying wild stuff. But the reason why I got pissed off in particular is because Erudite is doing a series of policy prescriptions for what is left wing, but that doesn't answer the question, what is the left wing?
By and large.
So, but you use you use left in the definition. So pro trans.
Sure. So yeah, when I use left in the definition, because I think we know, but like when I say socially left, it's usually like you're chill with gay people getting married. You don't really care if trans people exist.
What does that mean? You don't care if trans people exist?
Like you're probably going to support them transitioning, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Economic. Left would be welfare state. You're going to be pro social safety net, and you're probably going to be pro regulation of the market. Right? These are typically what we view as left policies.
What about? I mean, there are people on the right that are trans themselves, are pro adults being allowed to trans and do whatever they want. They're pro welfare state. Mm-hmm. They're moderate on abortion, but they're still called right.
Well, there's kind of two problems. One is that politics has devolved. I mean, I get called right by a lot of like further left people. I'm obviously not right. So if you want to have, the issue is I can talk to you about the far left and I can talk to you about the liberals and like the space that I'm a part of. And so whichever one you want me to like speak to, I can. In my group, I would say, I'm not sure. You're probably somewhere politically on the spectrum on like moderate, maybe shifting right. I don't know like all of your policies necessarily, but you'd probably be somewhere in the moderate, like center space. But performatively, they're going to feel like you were demonstrably right-wing, particularly if your audience is demonstrably right-wing. The way that the far left would view that is that you're far right because they don't even think the Democrat Party is truly left, right? So
let's start here. Like we're talking about young men wanting to adhere to reality. They're tired of being told there are 5 lights when there are 4, and the trans issue is a really great example. It relates to the broader political correctness, but you can't get your average left liberal, I mean both, even a member of Congress, to define woman.
Yeah.
If you're a young guy entering the political space and you see an interaction.
So hold on. I think this comment is fairly interesting from Uncle Fatty. The left, strong man stand up for the weakest among us, stand for those who can't stand. So this is actually another interesting rant. So the right, especially if you talk about the right wing in an American context, has a libertarian bent to it where it's individualist. And so the individualists often appeal to a sense of like social Darwinism, where the weak who cannot stand for themselves should be culled either by nature or society or whatever, right? And so what would happen is, effectively, if you're like an AIDS patient who got AIDS through drug addiction or through promiscuous sex or whatever, and you can't afford your drugs, libertarians would just say, well, sucks to suck, right? And then they would just let you die. Whereas what Uncle Fatty is saying, in my opinion, is that true men, truly strong men, they plant trees for shade that they will not live to enjoy. And so that's kind of the self-sacrificial narrative that I think is pretty deeply rooted in like Christian morality, Christian mythology, where men are expected to self-sacrifice for the good of their wife, for the good of their kids, for the good of society, for the good of the weak, et cetera, et cetera. And that also goes back into like chivalric narratives of medieval times. And I'm okay with men being self-sacrificial. I'm okay with men being strong to protect the weak. I actually think that that is how Western quote unquote society has functioned for 1,000 years and how it should continue to function. But what I think is going on is men, either wrongly or rightly, are perceiving that what they're getting is an unfair deal. There's a certain amount of privileges that come with self-sacrifice. You're honored by your society. You're respected by the people around you. You're given some social privileges, like a 10% discount at Applebee's if you become a law enforcement member or a first responder or a military member. And it seems like people are hostile, especially from the left, especially from leftists. They're hostile to the privileges that you receive for self-sacrifice. And so what men are saying, consciously or subconsciously, they're like, well, if I can't afford a wife, if I can't afford kids, if I can't find a decent job, and if I can't have privileges related to self-sacrifice, why the fuck would I self-sacrifice? And I think that's actually the crux of the issue right there, is that everyone wants a fair social contract. And so if you're not capable of delivering a fair social contract, then people are going to abandon your social system. So the question that, the reason why I keep bringing it up within scale of economics is because men don't feel like they're getting a fair deal. They don't think that working 60 hours a week for $10 an hour, not being able to pay their bills, not being able to afford to have a family, and if they do have a family, they're just in endless amounts of debt, and they just die debt-ridden with kids who are equally unsatisfied with life as they are, who have never been able to go on vacation because they're too busy working to ever do anything else besides work. That's not a fair social contract. And that's why I think men are checking out of society. The problem with that is the right-wing solution is, well, stop sucking, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And the left-wing narrative is, fuck you, just self-sacrifice anyways. Self-sacrifice because you've had it so good throughout history. I live in an entirely different world on X and YouTube than almost all of you, says whatever 4690. Well, yeah, that's the problem, is political tribalism. We don't even narrative. Our narratives are different. People on the right who oppose trans do so out of a desire to protect, not to be selfish. Well, right, but they might be, but whatever 4690, the narrative of protecting trans people, quote unquote, from themselves, I think that you could probably logically extend that to children maximally, because you think that somebody under the age of 18 doesn't have the maturity in order to make a decision about being trans. But once somebody is 18, what is your paternalistic sense of protection to adults? And I think that's where liberals who try to maximize freedom, they're going to get pissed off if you're trying to police adults. Another slice of red meat for the smooth brains. 99.9% of people never met a trans person. If they did, they didn't know it. Yes and no. There's a couple of obviously trans people in my community. Outside, there's a trans gal who works at the CVS, and there's a trans gal who works at the Dunkin' Donuts. MTP 328 says left doesn't stand up for all the weak ones. Wait, the left doesn't stand up for all the weak, only the ones who they like. Are you wrong? What did Jesus say? Protect the weak and the meek. Indeed, he did. Sure, but not everybody is Christian, and not everybody on the right is Christian. As a matter of fact, there's like a neo-pagan movement. Feel like the right is also hostile to veterans getting any benefits as well. Well, they are from like a fiscal conservative perspective. I agree that there is a element to the right wing that's for slashing veterans benefits. However, I think the militarist right wing ultimately wins out in that conversation. Uncle Fatty says Jesus met people where they were. He didn't kick them when they were down. He didn't throw stones in the crowd. Jesus was not at war. Was not at war with degeneracy. He was an anarchist, the first socialist. What? No, you had me for the first two sentences, and these last three ones are crazy. Jesus was not at war with degeneracy. He was 100% at war with degeneracy. He didn't say, ye who is without sin cast the first stone, because he didn't think that you should cheat on your partner. He was saying that because everybody was sinful. That is the most ahistorical, anti-biblical translation of who Jesus was possible. And then also, even with the first socialist or whatever, again, no. Like you can say that the miracles were to give people their daily bread, so to speak, but it was like voluntarist. Like anarchist, maybe. Socialist, no. Anti-degenerate, saying that Jesus is an anti-degenerate is crazy. That's a crazy sentence. Choir of Wolves says, laugh my ass off, except when it comes to giving them health care and taking care of veterans. Sure. Right wing hates that shit because it costs money. All right. You guys are, you're just trying to piss me off now. You're just trying to piss me off. He was a degen himself, a carpenter. He wasn't the only one with no sin. You guys are just trying to piss me off. Which veterans benefits have been cut? I don't think any of the financial benefits have been cut. Like people are still getting disability payments, but they have cut the number of employees who are administering those benefits. And they did cut the employees in the suicide hotline. You better read your Bible. I've read more Bible than you. Don't pull this card. You're pissing me off. Christ was a rich boy who gave. What? Y'all are just saying shit to make me mad. You're just saying shit to make me mad. All right. Anyways, I'm going to ignore you now. You're pissing me off.
And where a woman says to another woman in Congress, what is a woman? And well, I'm not a biologist. I can't answer that. You're a young guy going, what the fuck?
Sure.
Now, I think for young women, they're saying, I think women are motivated by social hierarchy and social order. Women are subject-oriented on average. Men are object-oriented on average.
Men are also motivated by social order, but we're motivated in a different way.
So that's why I think we get this divide. Young men say, that is insane. Whereas women say, you're speaking out against the group. Yeah. Against the collective.
Well, and it's a bit of a joke too, to say, men are more rational, but it is true that men are more pragmatic. They're more based in logic and reason, and women can operate a little more emotionally. And so I think they're in fear of hurting the feelings. Like even, I've had discussions with like close, female friends of mine, and we have, children and we're discussing things like this. And they're also afraid of what their children are going to grow up in, what their children are going to be taught, because the leaders of society can't even define, what things are, based off of what you're saying.
Pure inconsistencies, like 10-year-olds can't get tattoos, but can get puberty blockers. Right. And so when you ask, like, what's the logic of telling children they can't permanently alter their bodies when they're minors, except in this one instance. Additionally, you said that one of the things about being left is you're going to be okay with transition and things like this. Then you have the question from young guys and from people in general, why is this the one DSM-5 disorder that we affirm and the others we don't? And there's no answers for this.
Well, there is an answer. It's because transition seems to reduce suicidality by 60%.
False.
That's not false. This is like repeated.
Define suicidality.
Suicidality is in attempts.
That's incorrect.
It's not.
So hold on. Erudite's going to cook.
Incorrect. This is unquestionable.
Chase, what was the Supreme Court argument from the ACLU? Did you listen to that? Mm-mm. The ACLU's lawyer said, in fact, it does not, to the Supreme Court. And so what we look at is, here's where I'm at. Don't know, don't care about whatever the DSM mental disorder is, be anorexia, bulimia, pica, don't care. What's the treatment? We find that the existing scientific research says that desistance rates, not detransition, desistance, where a child who is trans entering puberty simply desists from being trans, is greater than chance. Some estimates between 65 to 90%. Mm-hmm. Suicidal ideation is around 37 to 40% among people who do transition. That would imply there is a greater possibility to reduce suicidal ideation by not intervening with medical treatment.
The other option is actually to affirm the birth given gender. I tried to look up some studies for this, and I don't think there's ever been any studies done where they're specifically on people who have body dysmorphia or trans, ideology or whatever, and think they're another gender and are trying to transition, being given the testosterone if they're male and estrogen if they're female. But there are studies that have been done that are given to patients who have depression, and I'm pretty sure there's a handful of studies that were double blind where they give them testosterone or estrogen and it decreases their depression rates.
Sure. So this is where I want to go back to this timeline conversation, right? I'm not here interested in defending the crazy left. Most of my career was spent fighting them, right? I fought most of these people most of my career, because I believe that if the left wants to represent anything, they need to have a strong back, they need to believe in something, and they need to kick out their extremists, right? And I think that the left failed to do that. The issue is that a lot of people are looking at the left and right, and they're looking 2016 to now, and they're not looking at, say, 2016 to 1970.
Yeah, but you would consider yourself to be probably in support of that position, right?
Which position?
About, gender affirming care.
It depends on what you mean when you say gender
For
affirming
children
care.
specifically.
By and large, I'm pretty skeptical about the process by which we
You would
properly evaluate children.
Generally support it though, right?
If it's managed better right now, I think it's too experimental. I think
But
it's
You're right wing.
But you separate yourself from the left, the extreme left, and as a more of a lay person, sort of on the right. I mean, that's extreme left to me.
What
I mean,
I'm saying?
it's
Even considering.
I don't even think you've gotten to what I'm saying though. Right? Like the issue is that we can talk about the far left, and I'm probably just going to agree with you that there's a lot of crazies. The timeline conversation that we need to have is we need to remember what it was like from 1990 to 2016 when the right had a lot of strong cultural war. I remember growing up in a very conservative idea where evolution was viewed as evil and bad and anti everything, when this is an anti-science perspective that was dominant on the right. And it feels like we've forgotten about this. I grew up in a school where parents were advocating to remove any mention of evolution, any mention of adaptions over time. They just wanted to basically cut out a large portion of biological science. And so while I agree that the left won the culture war in 2016, well, they canceled their opponents off of it mostly, and they did a lot of bad stuff and they went too far. I would just agree with that. The issue is that I'm still fundamentally left because my principles and my policies fall left, and I believe in a party, whatever party it is, that stands up for those things that I value.
Which specific, so outside of the crazy left stuff, what particularly would you look for in a party?
Strong institutions. Not
what does that mean?
Strong institutions means
that does make her right. If you took it in a historical context, she would be right wing. Lol. Anyways, let's kick this hornet's nest, guys. Let's go ahead and do it. Oh, I'm not ready. Let's take some psychic damage together. Okay, let's explain this real quick. There are people who have gender dysphoria, which means that they do not identify with the body that they have. The question is, I have problems. I don't have solutions, okay? I think after you're so let's go ahead and delineate it. Let's move out populations, okay? After 18, in consultation with a doctor, a psychologist, or a psychiatrist, I think you should be able to do largely what you want. And you're also free to suffer the consequences of what you want to do. So if your doctor misdiagnoses gender dysphoria and then they prescribe treatment of transition, and then you suffer physiological or social or psychological consequences as a result of your transition, I'm sorry, you're an adult. You're making an informed medical decision in concert with a doctor, a psychologist, and a psychiatrist. You do you, okay? But you're also free to suffer the consequences. When it comes to children, it seems like there is an issue here, which is, and I'm not saying this is accurate, I'm saying this is based off of the information that I've been presented. It seems like children, adolescents, most people's puberty kicks off between 8 and 10 years old, and that's where the gender dysphoria typically starts. Typically, okay? There are kids who have some elements of gender dysphoria, but the problem is desistance. There's a difference between desistance and detransition. So with desistance, as far as I understand it, it's where the psychological issue kind of evaporates. And so what Jordan Peterson has said, and he said that a clinical psychologist in Canada got canceled for it. I don't know who it is. I don't necessarily care. But the argument is that if you allow people to go through puberty, then people who are experiencing gender dysphoria, around 60 to 80% of them will experience desistance, and they will acclimate to an adult homosexual personality. So it seems like being trans, it could be partially environmental, but it's also partially hormonal and biological. And so if you go through puberty, there's a 60 to 80% desistance. Okay. Now, I only got problems. I don't have solutions. The problem with puberty blockers to a Jordan Peterson perspective is that The puberty blockers, while it quote unquote gives you time in order to choose what you want to do with your gender transition, is that it prolongs and reduces the amount that you're going to desist, because you're not getting the hormones, you're not getting the testosterone, and you're not getting the estrogen in order to start the desistance effectively, which you have a 60 to 80% chance of going through. The argument from trans advocates that I've listened to for the past 3 or 4 years is, it seems like, this is me being a layperson, it seems like with women who are transitioning to men, people who end up taking testosterone, you can pretty aggressively do that at almost any time. If you go through a female puberty, but then you start taking testosterone as an 18-year-old or 19-year-old, you can very quickly end up looking like a dude pretty quick. And if you have like the double mastectomy, and if you have a good plastic surgeon and you get a bunch of muscles and you grow a beard and all that kind of stuff, within 3 to 5 years, you can go from looking like a girl to looking like a dude pretty aggressively. Like, we could take a look at that trans male porn star that everybody looks at. It's a dude. Okay. Matter of fact, what's that guy's name? Everybody knows him. Everybody hates him. Buck something, right? What's his name? Trans man Buck Angel. I'm going to show you this guy, okay? Because it's a guy. This is a guy, okay? He's got a vagina, but this is a dude. All right? The reason why he's a dude, he's got a double mastectomy. He's got a beard. He's bald. If I go to the bar and this guy's sitting in the corner smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer, I'm not going to fight this dude, okay? This is a dude. So most people don't seem to care about trans men. What they care about is trans women. And with trans women, like I said, I only got problems. I don't have solutions. With trans women, there's a 60 to 80% chance of desistance. But if you don't desist and you do want to transition, then what ends up happening is a male puberty is brutal on the body. Expands your shoulders, gives you more musculature. It gives you facial hair. It gives you a deeper voice, all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, going through male puberty and then transitioning later, there's physiological effects that you would not suffer if you transitioned early in life. Okay? That's it. And so the question is, how do you get the trans desisters separated from the people where a early transition is better than a late transition? And I'm just gonna show you somebody that I would consider them a friend. They're an online friend. I'm gonna make sure they did do some lewd work, I guess. So I need to make sure that there's nothing lewd on my screen. But I'm going to share this. This is Taftaj. And I think that she went through transition in her late teens. I think she was 14 or 15. Okay. So Taftaj right here. There's boy Taftaj. There's girl Taftaj. And so the question is whether or not you think Taftaj is a girl, and whether or not you think Taftaj is cute. Because the truth is that for trans girls in particular, a lot of them want to transition early because the chances of them having positive results are correlated oftentimes with when they choose to transition. So have they desisted? So hold on. I'm just going to check up with chat. Okay. So the point is, I don't have a solution for this, and I think only time will tell. I don't know what to do about trans kids. I know what to do about trans adults. All right. So I'm going to start here. Eben says, whoa. Can we not lump Mike Pence in with the rest of these conservatives? I can disagree with so much of what he stands for, but he's the bravest man of January 6th. True patriot. Agreed. Gray Jedi says, remember how people said the same thing about gay people in the 90s? I do. I think this will normalize in the next decade or two. Melody says, I recently heard about something called gametes. Can you explain? Yeah, gametes is just, I don't want to, I normally say gonads. So I just want to, I think gametes definition. A mature haploid male or female germ cell which is able to unite with another in the opposite sex in sexual reproduction to form a zygote. I think it's gametes are sperm and eggs. And so if you wanted to have a biological definition of sex, I think that that follows within sex. If you produce eggs, you're a female. If you produce sperm, you're a male. LB says, about there are guidelines, and I actually think that not dissociating, but deferring between sex and gender is smart. So LB says, are there guidelines from several medical organizations when it comes to children? What happened to parents' rights to seek treatment? Well, right. I have problems, not solution. Gametes are halves of genetic material when combined create a zygote. Yeah, eggs and sperm. Decision should literally be between doctors, parents, and the young patients. The state has no place in that discussion. The issue in my mind are largely cultural self-ID. Well, hold on. The state is just about regulation. So you would never say, as an example, with lobotomies. Lobotomies were incredibly normal in the 60s and 70s. If you were like histrionic, if you were bipolar, if you had crazy mood swings, then a doctor would recommend puncturing your prefrontal cortex. You would never say, and that was like an accepted medical practice, you would never say the state has no role in regulating puncturing people's prefrontal cortexes, and it's just a matter of consent between the doctor and the family. You would never say that. And so, no, the state does have a role to play, but the question is, how do we create good policy? Uncle Fatty says, they are telling us to be afraid of the 1% of us that we never see. The only 1% we need to be afraid of is the upper 1%. Oh my God, Uncle Fatty, you are such a commie. Have fun, shitpost in chat, but oh my God. Buck Angel, yep. 100% important. This guy does not deny his biological reality. Yeah, I think that Buck Angel will often acknowledge that he is a female, even though he's socially a male. Or not a male, he's socially a man. UK Supreme Court wants that dude in women's bathrooms. Yeah, that's crazy. Buck Angel should obviously go into the men's bathroom and just go into the stall. Buck openly tells people he was born as a female. Yeah. I think that separating sex, male, female, versus gender, man, woman, I think that's useful for the conversation. Taftash, yes. Taftash, total passoid. LB says, also, Connor, it took years for Buck Angel to reach that point. Sure. Hey, man, I just woke up and I'm drinking coffee. Listen, man, all I got is psychic damage for you, okay? Gilberta Ferreira says she's lying about growing up in a time where everybody wanted to get rid of evolution in school. She's not that old, stolen valor. Gilberto. I just misgendered you. My apologies. Gilberto. What I would say is I was born in the late 80s. I think that she was born around the same time, and I grew up in a conservative community, and we did talk about evolution versus creationism. When I was growing up. Can I transition from being a man to being a space marine? I mean, that's what I want. That's part of the reason why I argue for the trans people to exist, is because I want to be trans Astartes. Oh no, LB and Uncle Fatty, they're combining forces. I'm gonna have a revolution in chat soon. I identify as space dust. We're all space dust made of the same crap. We get to pick our polarity. We get to choose a positive or a negative pole. Oh my God, you're such a hippie. It's about how you present God in the bathroom or make them unisex simple. No, you have 3 bathrooms. It's so simple. Stop, LB. You are presenting bad policy while shit posting, and it's pissing me off. It's not that it's not funny. It is funny. You can keep pissing me off, but just bear in mind you're pissing me off. We obviously have 3 bathrooms, okay? We have the men's room, we have the women's room, and we have the handicap stall / gender neutral bathroom, okay? So the female's bathroom or the woman's bathroom, it has all stalls. You walk in, it's clean, nice, smells like perfume. Nobody's pissing all over the seats. Nobody's shitting all over the seats. They're just, it's a nice woman's bathroom. Then you go into the men's bathroom and it's Mad Max. There's blood and piss and shit and like a murder victim in there and all that kind of stuff. And there's urinals and it smells like piss. That's the men's bathroom, okay? And so if you look like a man, go into the man's bathroom. If you look like a woman, go in the woman's bathroom. Then for the single thing, for the androgynous people or the people who can't choose and they're worried about getting the shit kicked out of them, there's a family stall that has a changing table and it's clean and it's got a urinal and it's got a shitter. and you just go use that toilet and you keep it clean. But if you're androgynous or you don't want to get your ass kicked if you go into the wrong bathroom, there might be a longer wait for the middle stall. It's actually so easy. We could have solved this a decade ago, but all these assholes want to keep arguing about it. Viva la revolution! Yeah, I got a leftist revolution in my chat. Fuck. Thorson says, Tim thinks that only women are tribal thinking. That's incredibly inaccurate. Yeah, them trying to boil down rationality to being exclusively male, I think is cringe. Men are plenty irrational, but you know the two feelings that men can have? We can feel numb and we can be angry. Those are the two accepted emotions amongst men. All right? So, but just because you're angry doesn't mean that you're rationally angry. The evolution taught in schools thing was debated in the 2000s. I remember it, and I was born in 94. There you go. Where is the bathroom for Space Marines? Space Marines piss wherever they feel like. Women's bathroom can be nasty, misandrist. You're like, no, women can be gross too. Thanks, Commander Haircut. Thank you for standing up for women's rights to be gross. Kay Soko says, excuse me, 3 bathroom, men's, women's, and family. Us men need a bathroom to change our kids and stuff. Men's bathrooms never have sanitary changing table. Exactly. Ever been to a hospital, Connor? They're unisex. Listen, men's bathrooms are gross. Every woman has been in a men's disgusting bathroom, but I'll fold. Well, no, okay. So LB, the reason why you need to have the gendered bathrooms, though, isn't because there isn't unisex, but if you have unisex toilets, you're not going to be able to get in and out as quickly as possible as public bathrooms. So the only reason why public bathrooms need to exist is at like sports arenas and airports and come on, Connor, bus stations, all that kind of stuff, because people need to be in and out, right? We can't all wait for the unisex bathroom. If you created a society where I had to share a bathroom with women and I had to wait for an hour as women were taking their sweet time peeing and pooping, I would lose my mind. I absolutely need a gendered man restroom where it's disgusting and Mad Max, but I can walk in, hit the urinal, wash my hands, and get out. Yeah. It's not easy when people existing buildings to be retrofit to create that third option. Yeah. It's just going forward. Conservative liberalism, I would say just going forward. If there's an old bathroom that's out of code, it is what it is. But I would say new construction should have men's, women's, unisex / family. Men's bathrooms are cleaner. I stand by this. No. Being happy in a joker is not acceptable behavior to men. Well, I guess I'm going to stand against society with my jokes. You guys are driving me crazy. Ladies, you don't want to use a stall after me? Enough said. Thank you, Keisoko. Thank you for saying the normal thing. All right. Anyways, you guys are making me lose my mind. Let's go.
Institutions that are effective, that
Stop
are
bullying
power
me.
balanced, and are reactive with speed.
What does this mean? Like the FBI or the Federal Reserve? Like what institutions do you mean?
Most of them. So like most of the institutions that I think that we have erected are by and large pretty good. I think there's good reason for them, though I don't know all
The
of the
FBI.
Sure, but I don't know like all of the history for it. I'm willing to.
This is a right-wing argument. This is actually a Burkean conservative argument. So I know that she would Erudite would hate that I would say that she's right-wing. So she's like, no, I'm a liberal. I'm a Democrat. I would be like, okay, cool. But if you're making arguments that you defer to institutions and then you just want to improve them over time, that's a Burkean conservative argument. That's a right-wing argument, which is based, by the way. It's super based.
To basically grant that I'm not smarter than like 200 years of American institutional development.
This is Burke. She is quoting Burke without knowing that she's quoting Burke.
Just assume that I know better than the FBI necessarily, right?
No, I'm not trying to, it's not a gotcha. I mean, like when you say the institutions, does it mean universities? Does it mean the post?
Universities, healthcare, the 3 branches of the government, the central banking, the
Central banking, wow.
the NGO that exists to kind of like counterbalance and third party check certain things. So when I talk about the institutions, I'm talking broadly about most of the institutions. The CDC,
but I think you recognize many of them grow corrupt
I hate you, Sacred Snow.
over a long period of time.
You might be right, but I hate you.
Right. So this would be my counter. On the left, we say strong institutions. And the problem is that I think a lot of them have become rigid. And I don't know if you know much about metalsmithing, but there's this idea. But there's this idea when you're building swords, for example,
she's just quoting Burke.
You need to have a strong sword. It needs to be both flexible and strong. So if it's too hard and not flexible, it'll break. right? And if it's too flexible, but not hard enough, it'll bend. And so when I say strong institutions, I mean basically the properly crafted sword. It needs to be flexible enough to react to stuff, which I think proceduralism has killed our flexibility, but it needs to be strong enough to withstand people who might want to attack the Constitution, people who might want to be corrupt, which most people that enter politics are probably somewhat corrupt to some degree, right? It needs to be able to withstand these things with the assumption of what incentive structures do to human nature.
So who did you vote for in 2024?
I'm not American, so.
Oh, you're not American?
No.
Oh, you Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
All these Canadians coming to our country trying to influence our politics.
Yeah,
Foreign
true.
different-
To do.
Okay, who'd you vote for in Canada? Trudeau?
I didn't vote in this last election because I haven't been in the country for like almost 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Before that was Aaron O'Toole, who's a conservative. Before that was NDP.
you voted for a conservative?
Yep, I vote all. In Canada, we don't have this like.
Yeah, you vote for a party, don't you?
Well, we have like 6, right? It's less culturally baked in that like if you're a conservative, you're always conservative and forever a conservative. Like most people in Canada will vote like maybe NDP locally. At a provincial level, they might vote like Liberal, and then at a federal level, they might vote like something else, right? Like that's pretty standard in Canada.
So US wise, you would probably still find yourself aligned with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, theoretically, if I had been able to vote and I was American, I probably would have voted for
This is what I can't
Kamala Harris.
understand. I mean, by all means, criticize the Trump administration, whatever. I don't care. The Obama administration, I'm not going to speak to anyone before when I like Bill Clinton. I can say very little about. I was a child, but I can say that Bush sucked and violated the Constitution.
Mhm.
Obama sucked, violated the Constitution, and we can go into great detail how. And Joe Biden and his administration was probably the most egregious violation of constitutional norms and our institutions that I've ever seen in my life.
Sure, and then now we have like 2024 Trump, who I would argue is like also violating the Constitution, like pretty openly. And so I guess my question to you would be, I don't really want to participate in any of this. First of all, if I was an American, I'd be voting in my midterms and my primaries and my locals, right? Not just my federal, which most people don't even do. Most people that complain about their politics don't even vote at their primaries, which is how you get the nuance in your own party. If you're mad, like that's what I say to leftists, if you're mad that the Democrats don't represent you, vote in your primaries. If you're not voting in your primaries, you'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
There's a word for this when someone believes in voting to change things that the left uses. I forgot what it was.
Probably a stupid liberal.
It's like it's like votarian, or like it's some word like that, voterist or something. A person who believes that voting will change a system.
I believe in democracy, right? And I think democracy is the best system we've arrived at thus far. Not because I think democracy is a fundamental good, or capitalism. I think that they are two systems that we have created that take incentive structures that almost make people always do bad shit, power, money, greed. And it has, with those incentive structures, made the best country with the most human rights and the most flourishing in all of human history.
But we aren't a democracy.
We are a democracy.
The United States is a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives.
Do you know why the founders said a constitutional republic? Because a liberal democracy wasn't a term that was invented yet.
Liberal democracy is like a semantic
Owned.
term historically to represent countries that function with some kind of electoral.
So is a
representative.
constitutional republic, because if you look back at the constitutional republic and what they describe, it later became what we know now as a liberal democracy. The reason that the founding fathers, like Hamilton and Madison, who are the people writing on this in the like original letters, the reason that they explicitly talk about not using the word democracy is because when they think of democracy, they thought of the Greeks, and they're like, well, we don't want some like crazy, like just vote by population democracy. We don't like that thing. We want something that is more like essentially what we have now, which is a liberal democracy.
Republicanism.
Yeah, where
There
like,
is jurisdiction.
In its ideal form, it is republicanism. It's a shock that the Republican Party no longer supports republicanism. Actually, very frustrating. I'm just going to, Wowman 542 said something funny that I appreciated, which is abundance Democrat in the streets, Burking conservative in the sheets. Listen, that would be me too, okay? If Ezra Klein succeeded in energizing a new wave of technocrats in order to destroy red tape, to create the economy and the social support necessary to bring about an American century and then American millennia, I would be all about that shit. And then what's interesting with her talking about like tempering the sword and making sure that your sword is flexible enough not to get bent, but not so flexible that it instantly gets bent. And it's also tempered enough that it's not so brittle that it just shatters. That might as well be coming out of Burke's mouth. That's actually amazing. So I think it's really funny that she describes herself that way, that she's often identified as a conservative, that she's often identified as right wing, but still identifies with the Democratic Party. Old School says, I have body size dysmorphia. I'm fat, but I identify as a skinny guy. Any denial of my skinny identity is a violation of my human rights. Yeah, but Old School, you need to transition, which means that you need to start working out. Go for a walk and lift weights, because if you want people to recognize your skinny identity, it's not necessary just to self-identify. You also have to transition. LB says, by the way, she's right about the biggest complainings coming from non-voters. Yeah, it's a problem. The loudest voices on social media are often the craziest. He did the meme. He did do the meme. He's arguing that her semantic argument is irrelevant to his semantic argument. Yeah, I wish that, but this is important though. I wish that Republicans still believed in republicanism, right? It's in the fucking name. This is like being a monarchist, and then the monarchist party is like, yeah, we don't need kings anymore. And it's like, what the hell? It's in our name, guys. And so me being a self-identified Republican philosophically, and then Republicans not believing in republicanism is actually quite psychically damaging to me. Oh, Wow Man says, bro, how is Tim Pool getting schooled by a Canadian on what the founding fathers actually meant? Because Erudite's a smart cookie, dude. This is where Queeman actually pisses me off, because right now, if he was watching this show, he would be like, oh, Erudite, you dumb bitch. You know, you're stupid for this, and this reason, blah, 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 blah. But wouldn't acknowledge that she actually, I don't know, has a historical analysis of what the founding fathers wanted, how they wanted to use terms, and how they didn't want it to be associated. So yeah, like admit it. She read something. She was smart enough to understand it, and she's capable of regurgitating it competently. Admit it. Admit it that she has some level of talent. Buck Angel sounds like a porn star. Well, that's because he's a porn star. What is the red tape? I never know what regulations people want to lift, not generally, but as an actual regulation. The example used by Ezra Klein was specifically the high-speed rail in California. It's like 2 decades old, and it's like 50% over budget. And the reason why it's that way is because they keep needing to do like traffic studies for construction. He would try to cut all of that out. Uncle Fatty says the founding fathers were Christian, fleeing persecution from Christians, hence the right to not be told what God to worship. Congress shall pass no law. Yeah, sure. I like republicanism. I like the American constitutional republic. I think it really Chase says, I think it really highlights that a lot of Republicans nowadays only call themselves because figures they call themselves Republicans. Yeah, it's just an R. They don't know what the word means. Well, that's very rude, LB. XYZ influencer is Republican. I agree with them, so I am too. That's actually the political analysis of a substantive amount of people. Is Donald Trump is the head of the Republican Party, therefore they're Republicans. And if you don't support Donald Trump, you're not a Republican. They don't know what the underlying words mean. Conservative liberalism says Queeman is just a grenade thrower, and his whole shtick is playing towards and against personalities. The idea that you ever saw him as something other than that is fascinating to me. Well, it's because he occasionally has insight. That's why. He occasionally will say something smart, and I'll be like, oh, okay, there's like a smart kid here. I can't imagine listening to Chud's Kid, hella cringe plus British. Rude. The anti-Anglo bigotry in my chat. All right. Anyways, let's get back to Buck Angel pre-transition was pretty hot. Now I'm confused. Oh no. Listen, I'm not trying to dead identify Buck Angel, but you're saying that they were attractive before they ever became a man. That's kind of crazy. Buck Angel pre-transition. Oh no. Do you remember the 80s girl from the Russian from Rocky? Up. All right. Now we're just all confused. That's unfortunate. The 1980s, is it Rocky Russian girlfriend? What's her name? Brigitte Nielsen. Brigitte Nielsen. Don't worry, we'll get back into the debate momentarily. So obviously, you know, healthy chunk of plastic surgery since then, maybe a little bit too much. But look at Bridget Nielsen in the 1980s. She's masculine, but what a babe. What a babe. Holy Fazoli. Anyways, so Buck Angel, that's actually the funny thing. That happened a couple of times. There was somebody who transitioned who was a babe when they transitioned. And the joke used to be, I forget who it was, but they were a Chad as a dude and they were a Stacy after they transitioned, which is so funny because they got to live as a Chad and as a Stacy. And I think that's so funny that Buck Angel used to be a Stacy and then became a Chad. That's hilarious, actually. LB says, that's not a regulation, Connor. Maybe a traffic study is important in a state of 40 million. Okay, well, have fun never building anything ever. Uncle Fatty says, I am more of a fiscal conservative than most neo-Republicans. Come on. Why do regulations exist? Because someone was taking advantage of a system that needed more regulation. Shoot. Interesting. Queenman's a hater, indeed. Why is it unfortunate? It's unfortunate that we don't, if you're talking about the Chad versus Stacy thing, I think it's a crazy amount of privilege to be attractive as a man and attractive as a woman. That's insane. We got Taftage to balance it out. You guys are crazy. You're having too much fun. All right. Anyways, I'm going to let them play. I'm going to get some water. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Jurisdictions who send an elected representative to go and represent the interests of the area.
Sure. The issue is that, like, we just do have a democracy. Like, we're fundamentally, if in every way we're functioning as a democracy, we're acting as a democracy, we're voting, then, like, at some point we have to call the duck a duck. Like, it feels like
Congress does not enact policy based on the will of the people. That's a fact. It's usually the will of the wealthy and the elite, which is what the founding fathers intended, which is why the 17th Amendment got ratified in the early 1900s, because the original idea of how senators were sent to Congress at the federal level was that your state reps would choose to represent the state. So you would vote for a state rep who would then, in their own council, say, we want our state senator to be that guy over there, and no one had a say in it. So in the early 1900s, they were like, hey, the problem is they're sending cronies, so we're going to change this. And I don't actually agree. I think they did it because it allowed the subversion of state choice, state authority. But the general idea among the founding fathers was that we needed, quote, better men to decide for the public, not a democracy.
Right. This is why you have the Electoral College in the first place. This is why I tell people vote in your primaries. But this is a democracy, right? Just because you vote for an elected and then that elected gets to make decisions on your behalf, this is still fundamentally in every way democracy, right? The function of a democracy is that the will of the people transfer their authority and their power to an elect who then speaks for them. And we can talk about whether or not the people who speak for them do a good enough job. You and I would probably agree a lot because I'm very critical of it.
Do you think in the past 100 years, the U.S. government has actually enacted policies at the will of the American people?
By and large, yes.
I think the data shows us that the answer is no, they don't. There was the plutonomy article from Citibank 14 years ago, where Citibank drafted this internal paper to be shared with a bunch of financial interests saying the United States is not a democracy. It is a plutonomy where the wealthy control the political class and the political class enacts the interests of the wealthy elite. I think that's actually fascinating because I would assume the left position is largely that, yeah, politicians don't represent our interests. They represent the lobbyists, the corporations.
This is because you were mixing me up with like far left people.
I'm not mixing you up. I'm saying it's interesting that you would assert that when the left liberal, Occupy Wall Street, the moderate, largely view corporations as unduly influencing our political system.
I think most people would agree, though. Like, the issue is that this is my issue with leftists, too. Just because there is...
LB says, who the fudge is Stacy? Some cute white girl? Yeah. Chad is the archetypical bro, and Stacy is the archetypical hot female. Connor's off screen. I mute, laugh my ass off. You hate the commentary of these other people so much that you mute. That's awesome. Do you know anything about this Palantir business, Connor? Yeah, they're trying to AI the military. I'm gonna show you. Let me show you. Little military industrial complex shill time. Let me show you Palantir. Excuse me. They have a Palantir product demonstration. I'll try to make it quick. I'll mute it and I'll play it on 2 times. Palantir, the future of warfare, Palantir. So hold on. I'll play this one. Palantir product demonstration. Introducing Palantir AIP capabilities and product demo. This might be it. I'll check out that in a second. Yeah, let's click on this one. I'll mute it. All right, cool. The future of warfare. Battles are won before they begin. So what I just showed you is what they're trying to advertise the military of being capable of doing, which is, I almost guarantee you this is Taiwan. Now, anybody associated with the program is going to deny that this is Taiwan, but this is obviously a mass amphibious landing, in my opinion, of Chinese ships attacking Taiwan. And so what it's going to be Western developed, it's going to be American developed, but this is like a 3D reimagining of a complex blue water Chinese amphibious assault against Taiwan. And then they're not only are they capable of launching all the missiles, but also drone swarms. They're capable of identifying friend from foe. They can swarm over the target area. And then there will be so many of them, and they'll all be so smart that it'll take 3 buttons to delete a fleet. So yeah, somebody said Skynet. Yeah, it's Skynet. So the product demonstration. So the whole architecture. This isn't the one that I was looking for. But effectively, maybe I could do this one. But the whole point is that it's an information-based system that coordinates drones and human beings in order to simplify military decision-making. So that's what it is. There was another product demonstration. I'll just describe this real quick just because I'm not going to be able to find the video. There was another product demonstration for Palantir where they had, there's something called Blue Force Tracker. Matter of fact, I'm going to go full screen. So you can look into my eyeballs and you can know that I'm serious when I'm describing this to you. 2 decades ago, when I was in the service, which is crazy to say, but I was in the service 2006 to 2010, there was something called Blue Force Tracker. And it looked like a command and conquer map from a real-time strategy game, except for a bad one. And what happened was it had like diamonds and squares representing friendly forces and non-friendly forces. And so you could identify people on a map. And what would happen is there was a central command structure that would update locations based off of GPS signals, but they would also update it based off of information. So you could actually track the enemy. As long as you had scouts who were updating where the enemy was via radio back to the people who were managing Blue Force Tracker, you could actually figure out where the enemy was and how you were going to maneuver in order to counter them. The problem with that is it's reliant on humans in order to input information, and it's also reliant on GPS trackers. And so what would happen is if the GPS was inaccurate, which it wasn't really inaccurate most of the time, but it takes time to update through the system. And then also if it's reliant on human information, then it's going to be inaccurate. Whereas what can happen with, if you have a drone that through visual language models is capable of identifying friend from foe, and it can update the information automatically into the Blue Force Tracker, then what you do have is like a real-time strategy view of the battlefield that commanders can then take advantage of. And so Palantir was talking about how they would, basically incorporate Blue Force Tracker with AI in order to make real-time battlefield analyses. But not just that, the AI would be able to feed information to battlefield commanders where it was effectively saying like, okay, you have this unit with these weapons, with this kind of terrain in between the bad guys and the good guys. Therefore, this is the unit that we recommend taking on that bad guy force. Do you want me to send the orders out? And then Palantir will auto-generate the orders, where if it's a top secret communication, it'll be sent top secret. If it's a normal communication, it'll be sent normal. If it's, I'm trying to think of what else, but if there's like a journalist embedded, it'll send out like a publicly available statement, that kind of thing. And so it automates the classification system, automates the information, and feeds it to everybody relevant. Yeah. Eating on stream, complained about being bullied by chat. Is Connor turning into Hassan? Listen, I'm eating trail mix, not a full meal. Although, and I mute myself when I eat a full meal. And then Chair React. Yeah, I'm stealing from the greats. Hassan has what, like 20,000 live viewers? I'm just copying the greatest streamer who's ever lived. Greed, religion, let's try to stop war. This is so... LB, I have to show you this too. LB has triggered me once again. Soy incoming. Why are we at war? Greed, religion. Let's try to stop war. Yeah, you start war, or you stop war by being strong. That's how you stop war. Let's do this. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Abraham Maslow has a psychological concept that says this is how humans operate. Physiological needs, security needs, love and belonging or social needs, esteem, which is ego, and then self-actualization, which is becoming the best human being that you can. Most people operate within these first three tiers. That's how most human beings operate every single day. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to wake up. They're trying to make sure that they have food and shelter and water. Then safety needs, they're trying to make sure that they're physically and financially secure. Then socially, they're trying to express themselves socially and have a rich social life like a family. And then esteem is ego. So you're pursuing ego. And what this tiered system does is it says that you can't really pursue ego when your security and physiological needs are all jacked up. You can't really pursue social goals when your physical and security needs are all jacked up. You can't really self-actualize when your ego is out of whack or when your social needs are out of whack, right? And so the whole point, in my opinion, of governments is to secure these needs for these citizens as best they can. But because we live in a free society, we should try to guarantee these needs as much as possible. But we should create healthy societies in which social stuff and ego stuff is easily pursuable. And so when you say, well, how about we just stop having war? What you're saying, in my opinion, what you're saying is, why don't we eliminate one of the most important tiers of human psychology? And I just don't think you're correct. The point is to never have conflict. You can never avoid all of conflict. The point is to use conflict in order to secure these other needs. End of rant.
Corruption. It doesn't mean that the like
don't start the war. Maslow's hierarchy is understood. So let's meet people's needs. How does war help that? That's an oxymoron. We should guarantee it, especially if we pay taxes. LB, because China wants to invade Taiwan, and Taiwan is a better society. So if you don't prepare for the war with China, with Taiwan, what you're doing is you're selling out millions of people into effectively dystopian authoritarian slavery. How many people live in Taiwan? People live in Taiwan. 23 million people. So unless you're ready to fight a war on behalf of 23 million people, then you're effectively saying that I don't care if these 23 million people are psychologically and socially enslaved.
That democracy isn't occurring necessarily. We can definitely say corruption is happening and there's something that needs to be done about it. But essentially my question would be, what's the alternative? Do you want America not to be a democracy?
Well, I guess the issue is how you define the phrase democracy, right?
Do you want to take away people's right to vote?
Again, all people everywhere all the time. Do we want to put certain restrictions on voting? Do we want to open up voting to
I'm asking you. I genuinely, I don't know your position.
Right. So
I don't think we'd be selling out Taiwan. Not an excuse for war. How can we meet China's needs? I don't want to meet China's needs. They're authoritarian communist.
When you say, do you want to take away people's right to vote? What's going to happen is there's going to be a semantic manipulation on the left where they say people means everyone. And then what you'll get on the right is something like they'll reference Starship Troopers, service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah,
Right, where it's
true-faced.
like when you allow people who are not citizens to vote, which some jurisdictions are doing, like in California, New York, they're trying, you are going to get a representation of non-citizens. And what are the non-citizens going to vote for? They're going to vote for their families back home. Why wouldn't they? I expect them to vote for their families, right?
Sure. And I would agree that there should be like some limits on who gets to vote, right? This is why I think citizenship is a really good standard by which who gets to vote, right? There's also even a good question like, should expats get to vote? If you haven't been in the country for 30 years, even though you're still a citizen, what's your like,
You pay taxes.
you pay taxes. Yeah. Americans do. Expat Americans do. Canadian, should I be voting as a Canadian if I haven't been in my country for like 20 years? Because we don't have to pay taxes to Canada. I don't know the answer to this, right? So I'm willing to grant that there should be limitations to who votes. My question to you is still, essentially, are you opposed to America being a democracy?
Again, it depends on what you mean by democracy.
A transfer of the people of power to an elected official who then does their will.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want that to look like?
Not like it looks now, to be completely honest.
That's fine. But what do you want it to look like?
Yeah, like a person goes for the people, has a conversation over what the representative bloc wants to see happen in their various political structures, be it at the state level, local, city, or otherwise.
Sure.
Those individuals go and then enact the will of their voter base and to the best interest they possibly could.
Without the pit stop at the NGOs and the lobbyists and all
Agreed.
that stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
And not having
okay.
luxury steak dinners or being flown on private jets or going on boats and all that stuff.
Sure. Okay. So we should get money out of politics, like by and large.
Agreed.
Okay. So I would
How do you-
totally agree with you. Like carry committees are the worst thing ever that happened. And the problem is that now we have a Molluck's game, right? This is the big issue with politics is that
Jack Darko said, "No, it's not. You guys are being obtuse. You have 3,000 IQs, and I appreciate that about you. You're a very insightful chat, and I love that so much about you. But no, democracy is such a vague concept. No, it's not. It's the rule of the people. Do the people have the ability to influence government? In our country, they do. So we're a democracy. But we also have representative democracy. So we're a republic because republic is the rule of law and representative democracy." Jack Darko says, "Lol, did he just cite Starship Troopers, the parody of fascism, to define democracy?" Jack Darko, fascism is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I could very easily argue that the book Starship Troopers 100% is not fascism. As a matter of fact, it's almost like a libertarian wet dream. It's like a minarchist society where all of society is effectively free to do whatever it wants. The only thing is the franchise is limited to those who do 2 years of dangerous public service. So, no, it's not fascist. Case Ogre says, "Well, enforced by threatening to export far-left social ideology to other countries. Please know America will do as you want. Just don't send us those crazy blue-haired people here." Oh, you guys are having too much fun. Whatever 4690 says, "I think the Joker was right. People virtue signal, but when the chips are down, they will eat each other." Oh my God, guys. We have to get more politically evolved than 2000s Batman movies. Come on. Chase says, "Can't be flown on private jets, but you can get a free one from the government that funds terrorism." Lol. Not just that. You can also, I'm going to give Tim a little bit of flack. You can also just take $800K from a shell corporation that represents a foreign government. And all of Tim's friends, even if Tim, I almost guarantee you that if I talked to Tim, Tim would say, "I didn't know the money was coming from Russia. I don't even need the money. I was working for Lauren Chen or working with Lauren Chen because she asked me to participate in a media project that seemed very beneficial to me. And Lauren Chen's a friend. So why would I, not trust Lauren? And why would I not take money in order to keep doing what I'm doing? Like, of course, I'm going to take that deal." And there's a certain element of self-interest that I would accept for Tim being an innocent party. However, how can you be over here throwing stones in glass houses where you're saying like, "Oh, well, perverse interest. I have no money that's motivating me." And yet he's getting super chatted every single day by libertarians, let's be real, in order to just like parrot back contrarian conspiracist bullshit. Audience capture is as important as ideological capture. Ideological capture is as important as financial capture. We need to be less naive about the ways in which influence work. Whatever 4690 says, "Starship Troopers, how to utterly fail to make fascism seem uncool." I know, dude. It was actually so cool. Oh, I meant the Verhoeven movie. Yeah, unfortunately, they made it cool. Mr. Bimbastic says, "Why is that?" Oh, and by the way, Verhoeven doesn't understand fascism. Why is it that contemporary liberals, communists, fascists all claim to represent the will of the people? Because that's from which they derive their authority. Uncle Fatty says, this country was bought and paid for long ago. It's one big party and we invited. Oh my God. You have like liberal boomer shit from 20 years ago, bro. Come on, man. Update your Zoomer talking points. Make a skibbity toilet reference. Zoe is the Thunder says, weren't people not allowed to have children without serving in Starship Troopers? I think you could have kids. As a matter of fact, I think that, I think that most people didn't vote. I think most people weren't citizens. Harmonic Fox says, you're a 3,000 IQ chat, but I'm a 5,000 IQ streamer, so get effed, Connor. Exactly. 800K a month, that's millions. I thought that was 800K over the year. I don't think it was 800K a month. If I was getting paid 800K a month, I'd be like, okay, where's this money coming from? Is this a narco cartel? 2000s Batman movies can still have insights into human nature the same way dusty tomes from thousands of years ago do. Sure, it does. But the whole, like, people are going to eat each other thing, I agree with it. It just feels trite. Feels trite. Come on, Connor. Grassroots is your largest corporate donor. You are 100% owned by your whales, lol. Yeah, except for him and I disagree about stuff. We talk about it in DMs. So Rico's parents weren't citizens. Yep. And they were rich as hell. All right. Anyways, moving on. You guys are having too much fun. Stop having so much fun in my chat. It's off-putting.
And this is my biggest criticism of the carry committee, is that essentially just to make sure everyone is aware of like what a carry committee is and stuff like that.
Not aware.
Okay, just want to make sure. And it's fine. You don't need to know esoteric words. It's not a gotcha. So a carry committee is essentially what we call like a super PAC. It's usually going to be a combination of sometimes it'll be a nonprofit or a charity, a C4 and a C3. And sometimes there'll be some other little fun things thrown in there, but that's essentially what it is. And this combination of things allows infinite donations, most of them, which can be hidden into who does it because they would be a C3, right? Which means that they're bipartisan. And then they usually are not bipartisan. And this is true on both sides, just so it's clear. Both sides are doing this. So carry committees get introduced. And the problem now is that if you want to run for federal office ever, good luck without a carry committee. You must participate in the evil thing that you despise, because if you don't, you will be limited in how much money you can raise. And the reality is that money does make elections work, which is gross. But how are you going to get your ads out? How are you going to pay for your tour? How are you going to pay for your staffers? How are you going to pay for your flyers? Right? So money has to be infused to some degree in a democracy.
There's no way not to do it.
Exactly. And so then this issue goes, okay, well, if everyone, even if they want to play the game, even if we've got Jesus, okay? Jesus comes down and he's going to become a politician, which I would argue he would never do. But say he does.
I'd vote for him.
Jesus, me too. I would vote.
Yeah, me too.
I would vote the fuck for Jesus, okay? The question is, Jesus also will have to have a carry committee. This is the Moloch's game, where essentially once the bad thing is in play, if you don't participate, you don't get to play at all. And so now we have this issue where we already have a bad thing, in this case, just the carry committee, and both sides have to participate. And the issue is now there's no incentive to get rid of it because nobody's going to canvass and like promote themselves on saying I'm anti-carry committee, because if they do, they will get no funding.
So, isn't this kind of part of the problem though? Like if we're trying to figure out why men are leaving the left, we're not able to have a conversation like this with most people on the left, to be honest. The people that, and currently there's no evidence that shows that the Democratic Party is interested in having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting, the Parkers, the Harry Sissons, the Deans, all that stuff. And then this just recently, they put up that lady Olivia Giuliani or whatever that was going around on X. There's no evidence that they're even willing to concede on any of their positions.
Let me tell you. So we did a live event for the show, and we're planning a series of live show. That was our pilot. We're trying to figure out how it works. I can tweet who wants to come and debate on the culture war, and on the right, you'll get 500,000 responses. I'll get a text from Charlie Kirk saying, "I'd love to find some dates that work." On the left, they say, "Contact my agent, and we'll give you our rates." Then, if a few people, I'll give credit to the Krasensteins. Mm-hmm. As much as, there's contention between our opinions. They're
fun to make fun of.
Absolutely. But I respect that they've come on the show. Mm-hmm. They've said, let us know when you have dates. We'd love to be a part of the conversation. And I very few people want to do these things. And so that makes it impossible. I think the reason why is the fear that if you defy the orthodoxy, you'll be excommunicated.
Yep, they're right. Dean is fully audience captured. I mean, his friend Harry Sisson
Canceled on us.
It's crazy.
I'm sure he did, right?
Yeah, he got scared.
They all do though. That's what I was gonna bring up too in regard to all of them. It's like I think a big problem too is that this new
I need to simp for Destiny momentarily. No, they don't all do it. Destiny can't go on Tim Pool because according to Tim, I'm going full screen again because frankly, I think I'm more interesting than these people. No offense. I love American Nacho. I actually think so far he seems like a good-hearted guy. And I know that I've been in debates and conversations with him in the past. I was actually there when he was getting canceled because he participated in January 6th, funnily enough. So hold on. Let's address this real quick. So this is kind of true where plenty of lefties are scared of cancellation. Plenty of lefties are scared of their own audiences. They're scared of brooking their own audience's sense of purity. That's 100% a thing. Like being afraid of your own audience is 100% a thing. Kyla isn't. She says all sorts of unpopular shit all the time. Destiny isn't. He just says all sorts of unpopular shit that makes it impossible for him to get platformed. Like, I don't know, laughing at firemen getting shot in the face and laughing about BLM rioters getting shot. He just mostly laughs at people getting shot. I think that's his main problem, along with the sex scandal. So that's the thing, though. But these people exist. They 100% exist. They're just unpalatable, right? They're just unpalatable. So I don't really accept this narrative from Tim that there aren't liberals and progressives who are ready to debate. They're just too small compared to Destiny. So you have Pisco, you have Kyla, you probably have Soy Pill, whatever that guy's name is. He's new in the debate scene. He's a new creator, but he has a decent amount of subs. So there are 100% left-wing people willing to debate who are not afraid of their audiences. But like American Nacho is pointing out, there are the Dean Withers who are 100% afraid of pissing off their TikTok audience and getting canceled by a bunch of, no offense, but women and effeminate gays. Who is Kyla? Erudite, the girl who's on the show. Simping for Destiny. Bingo. I got a bingo. True. Anyways, Olivia Juliana. I'm going to Google her in a second. Tim is not an honest actor. That's why your viewership is going down. No. Tim, I think Tim probably believes his own noise. Tim is just as scared because he bootlicks the hell out of Trump. I would love to see. He's gone against his audience a few times. Interestingly enough, when that black kid stabbed that white kid at the high school track meet, he went against his audience, which was kind of funny. But it was from like a weird libertarian, everybody deserves to have a weapon thing. Very weird take. Melody says, Connor, Jesus guided that bullet, True. Destiny is a liberal. I mean, that's true. That's true between leftists and liberals. Liberals are more willing to participate in the marketplace of ideas because it's foundational to their worldview. A lot of leftists do not believe in the marketplace of ideas. Rico's parents were in a planetary trade. You needed a permit in the movie, but in the book, it was regulated to healthy and wealthy people and citizens. Yes. Kyla, as in Bobby Lee's ex. No, Kyla's on screen right now. I have zero sympathy for people who take naked photos and send them. It's just dumb. Well, you're a conservative. Lol. When you get famous for being controversial, how do you not be more and more controversial? Well, there's a perverse incentive. It's perverse incentive. We're at 62. That's decent views. Well, I mean, considering a month ago we were at 10, I think we're doing okay. Valor Media Network, like the stream, 61 watching, 33 likes. Indeed, like the stream. It's free and it helps us out. Destiny is a degenerate. Nobody disagrees with that. Not even Destiny disagrees with that. Anyways, let's get back into the content. But the point is that I think that's actually chat pointed that out, and I think I agree. Liberals are willing to debate. Leftists are not as willing to debate, and oftentimes they will hide. If they're big, they'll hide behind their agents in coordination and appearance fees in order to not show up to debates that they don't want to show up to. I will accept that. I will accept that.
New TikTok culture, like you're saying, has them audience captured, and what is the audience on TikTok? TikTok is largely designed for women.
It's got to be left leaning.
It's a lot of female users, more than like any other app, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, anytime I defend feminism, I do well. Anytime I defend men, not so good.
So yeah, so I mean, so these platforms are shaping
TikTok
these
banners.
young influencers, and then they're terrified to go anywhere without their mute button.
Sure, but there's like TikTok is a hell of a problem to get into, right? Because you got to talk about like China and all these other like blah 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 blah.
Go ahead.
This goes back to my timeline, right? Which is essentially for me to say, do I think the left fucked up by letting the progressives win the culture war? Yes, I think they did, because I don't think the progressives actually represent most people. And now when
Mellow D says Admin Gold is now on Kick and said he wanted to interview high POI people. I don't know what you mean by POI, but that'd be interesting. So might start seeing some debates conversations from the #1 political streamer. Mellow D, I do think that meme is hilarious. That Hassan worked so hard for the past decade to finally, like, I think he started streaming in, what was it, like 18, something like that. He started streaming around 18, and obviously Steven helped him out with the beginning of his career. And then he kind of popped off during COVID, and he became known as like the #1 streamer. And he had like, I don't know, tens of thousands of live viewers. But Asmongold, who is just like the smelly disabled dude who doesn't take showers, but he streams to tens of thousands of people because he's been going live for 15 years. He just shows up and he's like, yeah, I'm going to talk politics now. I thought that was awesome. Joey Apley says, can you give an example of a leftist who was not interested in the marketplace of ideas? Vosh. Vosh used to be interested in the marketplace of ideas. Vosh, for those of you who don't know, Vosh Vaush could go on any program he wants to, but he doesn't want to be given shit for the fact that he got caught looking at zoophilic anime pornography. But this gentleman is a political commentator who made his bones in the political debate space, but now he just wants to be in a lefty hug box, and he just wants to talk to his chat of 10,000 people, 2 to 3 times a week, 4 to 5 times a week. He just wants to go live for 3 or 4 hours, make a few $1,000 and then go do whatever he wants to do. So Vosh made his bones in the debate space, but then he left it. I'm trying to think of another leftist that doesn't do debate. I mean, Hassan Piker famously doesn't do debates. Hassan Piker is probably the largest political streamer besides Asmongold. Because let's face it, Asmongold was a different kind of streamer first. But Hassan Piker is the largest left-wing political streamer, and he doesn't do debates unless it solely benefits him. And even then, he oftentimes gets his ass kicked. So those would be my 2 examples. And those are the 2 biggest examples. Same thing with Denim. Same thing with Mike from PA. They're all in their little hug box. Asman is a lot smarter than many people think. That must be all the roach protein. Who wants to bet he'll interview Nick Fuentes? Fuentes is a smart cookie. Wait, I thought Hassan paved it all on his own. Uncle Fatty says, don't mind me. I'm just a Nazi hunter from the mid-90s, North Idaho heyday of Christo-fascists telling others how to live, that thinks everyone has the right to exist in America except Nazis. Interesting. Sacred Snow says, no, he's made his bones in his taxes file. I mean, that's how he became infamous instead of famous. Surfs doesn't debate either. Yeah, but Surfs fell off, man. I'm really not trying to be too rude, but I'm going to be a little rude because, I obviously do not respect his intellect a whole lot. I just genuinely don't think he's that smart of a guy. But the Surfs times, this guy, one of my most famous debates was with him and Lauren Southern, and he did not acquit himself well. But if you look at this, 103K subs, which has been stagnant for a long time, dude. I think he was like at 80K a few years ago. I don't think he's grown that much. But 5K, 12K, 22K, 12K, 33K, 6K, 4K, 47K, 18K, 24K, 20K, 1.4, 7.8, 8.7, 5.7. If I was him, I would be trying to figure out why these 5s and these 2s and these 1s are performing so poorly, and I would just try not to replicate them because he has 100K. Like, I would view a 10K as like acceptable. If you're pushing out content and you're getting around 10% of your subs, you can still have things that pop off and build a channel around 10% of your subs. But if you're routinely getting less than 10% of your subs, those are duds, and you need to figure out why they're duds. So, yeah. Another leftist who's in his hug box.
Unfortunately, they've convinced a bunch of young, stupid kids that they do.
Well, QC John with that debate meme. Connor, the definition of mass is big. Yeah.
And so a bunch of kids put like a black box in their Instagram to pretend that they care about black people, but they still find like the unk biking down the highway with like loud music annoying and stuff like that, right? Like in all ways, there's this performance that I think has ransacked the left in a way that I think is repugnant. The issue is that the real question is, why be left? And the reason that I'm left is because when I go all the way back and I look at the systems that I believe in, I fundamentally...
Hold on, LB. If you want to say FD signifier, I'll even give credit to FD. I think he's talked to Zreg, and I think he's talked to PF Young, and I think he's talked to another guy. I think FD has done collaborative and conversations and debates. I think he might have even talked to Kyla, by the way, Erudite. But I don't think that FD would be caught dead on Tim Pool. Excuse me.
Keep falling left. I just fundamentally do. And so then the only question is, I guess I have to fight for what I believe in within the group, right?
My opinion is that the most logical, rational place for you to be would be voting for Donald Trump. And you're choosing not to, and you're just coming up with the reasons why it can sound like you're still part of that tribe.
I'm just laughing so hard because I feel like Erudite and I have, I don't know, maybe like a 70% overlap. She was literally quoting Burke earlier in this debate, which is so funny because I don't even think that she knew that she was quoting Burke. She was talking about why policies that she thinks are good for society make her left, but Tim can kind of smell that, and he's like, "You're on the right," you know. But I would say that this is 100% me. He's like, "Oh, you're just coming up with reasons why you don't like Trump." You're right. You're right. Everything that Trump panders to are things I'm into, right? He panders to American strength. He panders to American military strength. He panders to mixed economy, capitalist economics being a vehicle for wealth. He panders to Christian conservative, mildly socially conservative values, right? The problem, though, is I know that Donald Trump is a fudging grifter and a liar, and his policies suck. Everyone who gets sucked in by Trump, they're never sucked in by his policies. They're sucked in by his rhetoric. So effectively, yeah, I do think it's funny. I do think it's mad funny that he pointed that out about Kyla. Holy Fazoli.
Nope, because I don't believe in what I think Trump advocates for. Like, I fundamentally think that Trump doesn't reflect my values.
So you have in the Trump coalition, RFK Jr., which is a predominantly left health worldview that was dominant for decades. That is,
who also is a vaccine skeptic and also is doing the autism trials, which, by the way, TikTok, we're coming up on that, right? Didn't he announce like 2 or 3 months ago that he was going to find the link between autism and vaccines? You know, doesn't he only have 2 or 3 months in order to publish those findings? So TikTok, again, Tim is just pointing out the things that these people say they believe, not what their policies actually do.
You know, people criticize him on vaccine stuff, but he's been pro-vaccine the whole time, even recommending the MMR vaccine. And no artificial food dyes. The health craze was a left culture war my whole life until these past several years. The right started picking up these things because the left had abandoned it and started siding with weird corporate interests on foodstuffs.
Yeah, partisan hacks are bad.
Tulsi Gabbard is anti-military industrial complex, anti-interventionist, and anti-regime change, which
Cringe.
has been a position of the left my whole life. And so I look at Donald Trump and he says, we want a border barrier. That was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders' position, even up to 2016. And so looking at what Donald Trump is offering, he's moderate on abortion to the chagrin of conservatives. He's got left coded anti-war, which is not left anymore. I don't know. Now they're pro-war, I guess, pro-war with Ukraine. Donald Trump may be moderate right-leaning on a lot of issues, and he's built a moderate left-leaning coalition that satisfies a lot of my liberal policy views. So it makes literally no sense, in my opinion, then.
His liberal policy views, dude. when I was hanging out with this dude, he was like screaming, he was screaming at Econo Boy. He's like, if you're going to have a welfare state, then you need to be willing to beat people. Like, no offense, Tim, but I think you're kind of more like minarchist libertarian than you are anything else. And he's like, if it happens outside my border, I don't give a shit. And he's talking about within the context of people being denied due process in the United States and getting deported to South American gulags. Like, no, Timmy, I love you. Thanks for having me on the show. But no, these are not largely liberal perspectives to deport Central Americans to gulags and to beat welfare recipients if they don't do enough push-ups. Jesus.
For someone to be like, to defend the Constitution, we're going to support the Democrats. And I'm like, yeah, they arrested Trump's lawyers. That's unconstitutional.
Whatever says, when's the next time I'm on Tim's? I texted the Booker yesterday just because Pisco was trying to get on there about Hunter Biden and Burisma, because apparently Tim did some reference to corruption in the Biden thing. And I'm sure that the debate would end up being a whataboutism about Trump corruption. But the cool thing about that debate in particular is I can concede all of the Trump corruption instantaneously and still argue quite passionately about the nepotism, cronyism, and corruption related to Hunter Biden. And I've already sparred with Pisco about it 2 or 3 times, and he's already made concessions to my perspective. So that's the thing, is like, if I actually got on there, I would love to fight a rabid liberal about Hunter Biden's corruption. I would love to do it. Because when they're like, oh yeah, well, Trump's worse. And I can be like, yeah, that's why I didn't vote for him. I think Trump actually is worse. But here's all the bad things that Hunter actually did. How many push-ups do I have to do to get welfare? Probably like 20. I think, that what we were talking about the welfare state, Bud 1, 2, 3. If you didn't see my debate on Tim Pool Culture War with Econo Boy, we were talking about like how does the welfare state not corrupt and destroy America? And so Tim was talking about perverse incentives, and he was talking about how effectively, like, if you're going to get something from the state, you need to put something into the state. And somehow we brought up the idea of like, if you're on welfare and a lot of your health issues come from being unhealthy, then you owe it to the state in order to work out. And then we kind of went on this crazy tangent of like veteran drill instructors making homeless people who get welfare benefits work out at the local park. It got pretty crazy. It was actually like a really weird but funny tangent. Mexico is far more liberal than America at the time. Crazy time. Yeah, it's also more anarchic. If you do the 19th, the 20th is free. 20 push-ups just once every week. No, I think it's got to be like 3 times a week, right? And it's not just the push-ups. You gotta do the pull-ups. You got to do the 3-mile run. You got to do the jumping jacks. You got to do the crunches. Basically, like a Marine Corps PT session 3 times a week. Which parts of the Hunter Biden stuff is true, by the way? It's always either too inflated or too downplayed. So Jeff Flenius, what Hunter Biden did is both when and not when Biden was in office, he used the Biden name in order to travel internationally and cozy up to foreign business leaders. And he would sell his DC connections as the reason why he should get hired for their companies. As a result, several corrupt businesses, including a corrupt business in China, a corrupt business in Ukraine, they gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars to the tune that his firm and him made like $11 million over the course of a decade. And then what happened is that he got indicted because he didn't pay taxes on like 5 years. On 5 different years of that, he evaded taxes on that. And so he was never charged with selling international influence, although let's face it, that's what he was doing. He was charged with tax evasion. And so it was felony tax evasion. It was actually hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the reason why the IRS ultimately charged him with it is because he wrote a book basically saying like, I was on drugs and I was hanging out with whores and I was doing tax evasion. That's what he wrote in his memoir. He was like, yeah, I wasn't paying taxes during these years because I was too busy partying, doing drugs, and banging hookers. And so they were like, well, fuck you. We're not going to just let you do felonies. Right. And so the DOJ ultimately did go against Hunter, but then obviously Joe ended up pardoning him. And originally the DOJ was playing softball with the Hunter defense team, but then they got called out by 2 IRS agents for going softball with them. If you get welfare and the minute you make a few bucks to get ahead, you get kicked out at the same time, how does that help? Yeah, sure, I agree with that. Like all Nepo babies, what was corrupt about it? Nepotism is corrupt, LB. I'm not going to fall for this where you can just have international organizations. It's like Jared Kushner, right? Jared Kushner is managing a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund for the Saudis right now. And he worked for the Department of State before, and he was responsible for the Abraham Accords? You can't tell me that's not corrupt. It's 100% corruption. You can say it's legal if you want. It's corrupt. So if you want to make a legality argument, make a legality argument. Don't make a moral argument. You're just going to piss me off. No, Uncle Fatty, you're 100% right. I just said that. And Kushner and Donnie Jr. are not doing the same thing at 1,000x scale. They are. Not only is Don Jr. and Jared Kushner doing it, Donald Trump himself is doing it. He did the meme coin rug pull. Him and Melania both. They sold coins and rug pulled it and defrauded their fans of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So yeah, 100%. Trump is worse. Just because if I walk up, y'all need to understand this. If I walk up and I punch someone in the stomach as hard as I can, let's say I punch an old woman, I just walk up and I uppercut a woman in her solar plexus as hard as I can, and I knock the wind out of her and I fracture a rib. And then you, my favorite chatter, are walking down the road and you shoot an old woman in the face. Okay? Me punching the woman in the solar plexus as hard as I can and knocking the wind out of her and fracturing a rib, it doesn't somehow become good because you, a different person, shot an old lady in the head. You can look at those two scenarios and you can say, wow, punching a lady is messed up. But did you see that other guy? That other guy shot an old lady in the face. That's infinitely more messed up. Your assessment of reality is correct, but that doesn't somehow make me punching an old lady in the solar plexus good. And that's what I hate arguing about, like Democrats and liberals and lefties. They're just like, yeah, but Trump's worse. And it's like, yeah, no shit. Doesn't make either one of them good. LB says banging hookers and coke ain't a crime. They're literally crimes, LB. You're just saying this to piss me off. Banging hookers is a crime. Doing coke is a crime. Tax evasion is a crime. What the fuck? Oh my God. They had 9 years to charge Hunter with anything they had proof of and nothing. I wonder why. Uncle Fatty, you're wrong. You're in, dude, I have to fight my own chat. You're wrong. He was charged. Hunter Biden charged with crimes. He was charged. Not only was he charged, he was convicted. Get out of your fucking hug box. Sorry for swearing, but dude, get out of your hug box. It would be so much easier for me to just be a Democrat and be like, yeah, they had 9 years and they didn't even charge him with a crime. You know what that would be? It's a lie. It's a lie. Deal with the truth. Oh my God. Do you also disagree with the pardon? I get it as a dad. I disagree with it for the country, but I get it as a dad. If one of my kids was dead from cancer and my other kid was a degenerate and he had just gone through rehab and he was actually clean and he was on the verge of facing 30 years in prison, I would pardon my son too, right? Our small family-owned businesses, nepotism, I think it's the degree to which you profit and whether or not you're putting in effort. So as an example, if I own a restaurant and my son works at the restaurant and he's like a manager, but he does everything a manager does, I don't think anybody would care, right? The thing is that Hunter cannot point to a delivered service. So he was like retained as like legal counsel and political consultant, but he can't point to anything measurable that he actually delivered for these companies. So if you can't point to any, like I could point out what I delivered to Progressive Victory. I could point out what I deliver to Valor Media Network. I can point to specific metrics of how much work I'm putting in and what I'm being compensated for and why. Whereas Hunter Biden cannot point to services actually rendered. So, Connor, apparently Burisma was headquartered in Moscow. They just did business in Ukraine. I don't care. Enough about the whataboutisms. Hunter should have gone to prison. Agreed. Fracture my ribs and abs. Ouch. Exactly. Jesus, Connor, why would you do that? I don't know, for fun. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Thank you. Only crimes if you get caught. 2 guide. I am getting 2 guide. It's Uncle Fatty and LB are driving me crazy today. Also, getting charged after 9 years of investigation is kind of extra. It's not. It's not. As a matter of fact, there were 2 years that the IRS was ready to charge felony counts for tax evasion, and then the DOJ allowed those crimes to expire past the statute of limitations, and the IRS agents were screaming the entire time. Nope, Connor, you fascist. Soliciting is the crime, not the act. Okay, I don't care. I know he pled guilty, but not of major crimes under a reason to impeach a president. Felony tax evasion is a serious crime. You guys are coping. The 9 years thing is about Burisma, not about his Nepo corruption. Got to get the facts straight if you're going to stand Hunter. Yeah, I'm not. And by the way, I'm not standing, so I hope you're not talking about me. Buying coke is a crime. Doing coke is not a crime. Buying human meat is a crime, but consuming human meat, not a crime. See the difference? Okay, I don't care. I don't care. The dude absolutely bought cocaine and he knew about it. He solicited hookers. He knew about it. He evaded taxes. He knew about it. He committed crimes. So anyways, all right, I need to use the restroom again and get some water. So I'm going to Hassan chair react. Enjoy it.
Constitutional. That's like an egregious violation of institutions and norms in this country. And they did it in numerous states. They falsely accused Trump of several crimes. They violate statute of limitations. Now you've got Letitia James falsely accusing Trump of mortgage fraud for paperwork he didn't even handle. And what I view as the divide between left and right, once again, going back to why young men are leaving, this is what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right, not based on your policy views. You are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that we believe different things. So, for instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it. He did not know that in 2017, Politico reported at the same time as they were accusing Trump of colluding with Russia, Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding to assist Hillary Clinton to win, and it backfired. And it caused problems. We had Hunter Avalone on Timcast IRL. And when I pointed out that Joe Biden said, quote, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion, he immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him. And he was like, no idea that it happened. So what I typically run into is liberals tend not to know what's going on in the world. And probably the reason why they're scared to do shows is because they default to, I didn't know that. And so we've even offered up certain friendly liberal personalities. I'll leave their name out of it because I'm not going to try and drag them, who, dirtbag leftist types. They're anti-woke, but they're leftist politically. They cancel on us all the time because they know they're going to sit down and they're going to end up sounding like Alex Jones. I'm going to pull up an article from the New York Times that says a Ukraine court ruled that they illegally interfered in the U.S. election to aid the Democrats. And they're going to have to reconcile with that and say, yes, that happened. But then when they go back to their Democrat circles, they're going to say, how dare you make that claim?
Well, I was actually like a Yang Gang kind of guy leading up to the 2020 election. So and something that turned me back towards Trump was just like you're saying. I started seeing all these articles. A couple of them I think you covered on your show. Remember the one about there's a video of Trump. There may or may not be a video of Trump in an elevator.
That one, dude.
It's like the most bizarre headline I've ever heard. It's a great one. Then another one was of course, the one you just went over with Adam Conover. That clip was going everywhere.
Look at this.
There were great people on both sides.
Come on. Huffington Post. A tape might exist of Trump doing something in an elevator, though exactly where that somewhere is and what that something might be, no one in media can say. That's because no one in media seems to have seen the tape or is even confident it exists. Huffington Post literally wrote an article about Trump may or may not have done something that may have been recorded. We don't know if it was recorded. We don't know what it is.
Yep. And then another my top 3, those are my 3 favorite ones. That one, there were good people on both sides, and then the Trump puts ketchup on his steak. Right. And that one hit home for me because I grew up like dirt poor. There's 8 kids in my family.
Let's try this one.
I put ketchup on my steak because we were eating cheap steak.
I'm actually going to make the bet you'll get it right. Did Donald Trump call white supremacists fine people?
I don't think so.
What did he say?
I can't remember. I just like my assumption is that it's clickbaited because most things about Trump are.
Joe Biden launched his 2020.
She's being way too conciliatory. I agree. Listen, I agree with Pisco and what is it? Loanerbox's assessment. She's being conciliatory, but she's being conciliatory for access. Okay, I'm just going to explain it because she doesn't have to believe that she's this Machiavellian. It could be totally subconscious. I don't care. We all operate in similar ways. Okay. She wants access. She wants access to Tim. She wants access to Tim's audience. She wants access to American Nacho. She wants access to American Nacho's audience insofar as it exists, right? I don't know how active he is on social media. And so she doesn't want to lose on a point of, did Trump say there's good people on both sides, and whether or not he was specifically referring to white supremacists. And by the way, I don't give a shit. That's just like one thing on the laundry list of shit that's bad that Trump has done. By the way, take a look at this. This is my favorite. I can't wait till this actually gets addressed in a coherent way. So PEPFAR is the international. It's what we do in order to prevent global AIDS. And so we stopped supporting it in January of this year. And it's estimated to have saved a few million people worldwide. And then it's estimated that off of the cuts in the beginning part of the year, we're already looking at 60,000 to 75,000 excess deaths over the next 5 years related to us cutting this funding. And then same thing with, if it stays cut for the next like 5 years, then it's projected to kill a few million people. Now, I'm open to the possibility that Bill Gates or the international community or South Africa will pick up the funding, because it is $6.5 billion. So it's actually a dollar amount that some people have the power to fix. So I'm hoping somebody picks up the slack. But the point is that if nobody picks up the slack, we're going to kill a few million people through incompetence. So this alone, I don't give a shit if 10 years ago Trump said that, you know, there were fine people on both sides of a white supremacist rally. I don't care. I care about the fact that we're about to kill 250,000 people in the next like 2 years if nobody picks up the PEPFAR funding. That's what I care about. Call me crazy, but I think that killing people through incompetence is more important than whether or not you're racist, right? Call me crazy. I'm pretty sure that an AIDS person from East Africa would rather have somebody say a racial slur to them than die of a preventable, treatable disease. Silver Jacket Man says, what if I trained a spider monkey to deal with cocaine? He would maintain possession, etc. I just pick up his profits from a dead drop. Would that be legal? LB and Silver Jacket Man are trying to figure out how to train a monkey for drug dealing. That's awesome. Sacred Snow says, please tell me we're not going to let the conflation between Russian election interference and Ukrainian interference slide. Jesus fucking Christ. Ukraine is trying to get political dirt on Trump is not the same as Russians' systematic top-down election interference that has literally elected Russian puppet leaders in a handful of European countries and arguably America. They will conflate it. They will ignore the difference. I think I heard that the cut of USAID is 300K plus people have died currently. Yeah. It's hard to verify the actual stats of who is dead versus who is projected to die, but we'll have stats over the next year or two. Yep. People care about the fine people thing because it was another instance of mainstream media crying wolf. The media chooses what they want to focus on. All right, well, fine. You guys want to care about something more? You want to care about more things than one thing? Sure, let's do the white supremacy thing. Let's do the Trump. I think if I type it in as a hoax, right? Trump, both sides, fine people, hoax. This is 4 minutes. So this is the fine people hoax. So I'm assuming they're going to give us an extended. Oh, here we go. Breitbart, 4 years ago. That's probably what I'm looking for. That's 3 minutes. So let's take a look at it.
Like one of the House managers said, a lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on. Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue.
He's qualifying his point, but how? I don't care. I'm just going to put it that way. I don't care. Okay. There were probably normie Southerners who had some historical pretext for why they wanted to keep the statue. And then there were some neo-Nazis. And then on the left side, there was some Antifa dickheads that were starting fistfights. But there were lefties who legitimately felt like, yeah, the statue should be taken down, or at least like a plaque should be put up for the context. So yeah, I don't care about this. Why are we still fighting about this? Jaflenius says, not if you fire people in charge of producing those stats. Maybe, but I think it'll still be international. Uncle Fatty says $35 billion and hundreds of tons of food and medicine rotting in locked warehouses around the entire world. Ivanka spent $250 million with USAID in North Africa. Good for her. Cool. Both mean two. One side, not Nazis, Proud Boys, MAGA. Okay. I wasn't trying to say the dead horse needs another kick, to be honest. I'm just saying that the story is about media lack of credibility, erosion of trust in institutions. We fiddle while Rome burns. Conservative liberalism says. Okay, cool. All right. It sounds like we're, I don't know, largely just saying meh. Jack Darko says, lol. Connor saying Breitbart. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. It was not on my bingo card. The reason why is just because I knew Breitbart would be slanted towards Trump's perspective, right? Tim lying again, lol. He doesn't condemn them right after saying that. Who cares, dude? If it's 5 minutes, I'm going to say all sorts of crazy shit in the next 5 minutes. So if I say something crazy and then I say something like a corrective thing 5 minutes later, is that a huge difference? Uncle Fatty says, doesn't go beyond the simple fact that the Heritage Foundation bought the presidency. There ain't much diversity in the foundation. Most are straight up open racists and supremacists. Well, good for them. Silverjack Man says, nope, sorry, but George and Tom weren't enemy generals. Confederate statues can eat me. You lost. Get over it. I mean, as a Union boy myself, I was born in Concord, Massachusetts. You think I don't have anti-Confederate bigotry? It was Proud Boys, Patriots versus Antifa, and then the Tiki Torch people turned up. Well, dude, let's be real. Whatever 4690, I knew what was going on. I, in general, am supportive of like the free speech rallies of 2016. But what I thought was uncomfortable to me was that Richard Spencer was one of the event coordinators for the Unite the Right rally. So that was Proud Boys knowingly allying with alt-right Richard Spencer. And that's not me. Like the way that the Proud Boys marketed themselves is that they're Western chauvinists, but what they're proud of the West for being is a mixed economy, capitalist, like liberal republic. That's what they talked about. They talked about like Western values, and they had like Hispanic and Black members, and they didn't care about race, and they didn't care about whether or not you were gay. They just wanted you to be a dude and a fan of the West and willing to fist fight. That's what the Proud Boys allegedly were. But they were willing to do the Unite the Right rally with the alt-right, who are the actual ethno-nationalists. So I'm not comfortable with that. I wouldn't share a stage with an actual Nazi unless it was to debate them. LB says, by the way, USAID puts money in American farmers' pockets plus our soft power around the world. Sure. New York City Hall removed the Thomas Jefferson statue. The brain rot is real. Sure. In Texas history class, they taught the Civil War was mostly about states' rights. Sounds crazy, Zoe says. Okay, that is crazy. You should. Confederates were traitors to the Constitution in America. If America wasn't so racist, you would never have those statues built in the 30s and the 50s. Yeah, it was Confederate cope after the fact. Mello D says, Connor, Trump forgets what he said 1 minute after talking. Probably forget he said they were fine people. Yeah, dude, I don't care. Proud Boys are now Trump's personal gang. No, they were Gavin McInnes's personal gang, but yeah, they became MAGA simps into their creation. Yeah. All right. Anyways, back to the content. I'm going to hate this. I'm going to hate whatever comes next with every fiber of my being.
20 campaign claiming that Donald Trump called white supremacists fine people, which he never did. It's fake. And
what was the actual content? I don't know.
During Charlottesville, Trump said, I've seen the videos and there were very fine people on both sides. And I am not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Gotcha.
And the entirety of the Democrat aligned media apparatus cut off the back half of the quote and showed Trump saying very fine people on both sides clip and then showing white nationalists marching with tiki torches.
Gotcha.
And that was how Joe Biden launched his campaign. And this is why I say, I consider myself to be like moderately pro-choice. So where Democrats were with safe, legal, and rare, I think abortion is wrong. I think it is a bad thing, but I also don't know how you get to a governmental system where a woman has to get a court writ to be able to have any kind of medical procedure. The end result, of course, is this. I don't want to. You always got to rehash the abortion debate because people don't understand the nuance. But you end up with a system where it's like a woman goes to the doctor and they're like, "Heavens me, you're having an emergency. Insert something. We have to terminate the baby to save your life," like unrelated to the pregnancy. And that's like, okay, let's try and get a speedy writ from a judge to confirm this.
Sure. So,
but the medical abortions has never really been a problem, though.
So my point
if I
is,
understand.
the end result is that you get people abusing the system. So this is the challenge in trying to find a compromise. But without rehashing the abortion debate, my point is, the left's position is abortion up to 9 months for any reason, no matter what.
Well, if I could put
this is actually what I want to kind of discuss. So
I
I
would
think
say if we had more programs to help after, I'd be fine with that too.
But look at Colorado.
Not to rehash those
Colorado removed all restriction on abortion up to 9 months.
right, which is what Canada has as well, right?
Which is insane.
Well, the issue is that in Canada, that basically never happens as a result of it. Right?
Doesn't matter.
So
like, why legalize murder and then be like, yeah, but people don't get murdered, so we're gonna legalize it? What?
Probably because this fundamentally should be more of a congressional issue, right? Like the fact that Roe went through the judicial system in the first place is probably fundamentally part of the problem, right? And so
I disagree.
Here's what I would maybe zoom.
So hold on, we're gonna do a little bit of debunking right now. So whatever 4690 says, slavery is one thing we can all agree is wrong, left and right, but the Confederacy wasn't entirely about slavery, but states' rights. Listen, you can say that, and you can even after I read this, you can still have that opinion. But I want to share this with you because I think it's literally in the first paragraph. So this is Georgia declaring secession from the federal government of the United States. The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States of America, present to their Confederates in the world the causes which have led us to the separation. For the last 10 years, we have had numerous and serious causes of compliance against us, our non-slave-holding Confederate states, with reference to the subject of African slavery. They have endeavored to weaken our security, to disturb our domestic peace and tranquility, and persistently refuse to comply with their express constitutional obligations to us in reference to that property, and by the use of their federal power in the federal government, have striven to deprive us of an equal enjoyment of the common territories of the Republic. This hostile policy of our Confederate has been pursued with every circumstance of aggravation which could arouse the passions and excite the hatred of our people, and has placed the two sections of the Union for many years in the condition of virtual civil war. Our people still attached to the Union from habit and national traditions and averse to change hope that time, reason, and argument will bring, if not redress, at least exemption from further insults, injuries, and dangers. Recent events have fully dissipated all such hope and demonstrated the necessity of separation. They're literally saying, in reference to the institution of African slavery, the Union keeps bullying us. That's the opening paragraph of the Declaration of Independence from the state of Georgia. Let's check Mississippi real quick, see how soon it takes to get to slavery. In the momentous step which our state has taken, dissolving its connection with the government of which we so long formed a part, it is but just that we should declare the prominent reasons which have induced our course. Our position is so thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the great material interests of the world, its labor supplies of products, which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. Literally 2 sentences, bro. First 2 sentences. In Georgia, it was the first paragraph. In Mississippi, it was the first 2 sentences to say that the first reason why they're leaving the Union is because of slavery. Let's see South Carolina. The people of the state of South Carolina in convention assembled, blah, 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 declared that frequent violations of the Constitution of the United States by federal government and its encroachments upon the reserved rights of the states fully justified the states in them withdrawing from the federal union. But in deference to the opinions and wishes of other slaveholding states, she forbore that at the time to exercise this right. Since that time, these encroachments have continued to increase and further forbearance ceased to be a virtue. They already mentioned slavery, but I'll see if they mention it again. And now the state of South Carolina, having resumed her separate and equal place among nations, deems it due to herself, to the remaining United States of America, and to the nations of the world, that she should declare the immediate causes which have led to this great act. In the year 1765, that portion of the British Empire embracing Great Britain undertook laws to make for the government of the portion composed of 13 American colonies. A struggle for the right of the self-government ensued, which resulted in blah, 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 free and independent states. The further solemnly declared that wherever form, I'll skip, but it doesn't look like they're still talking about the revolution. So I'll admit that North Carolina is talking about states' rights more than they're talking about slavery, but they do mention slavery in the first paragraph. So anyways, I'm not, if you want to say that it's a multifaceted issue, you can, but in every constitutional amendment, look at this. I see N-word slavery right here. Texas abandoned her separate national existence and consented to become part of the Confederated Union to promote her welfare, ensure domestic tranquility, and secure more substantially the blessings of peace and liberty to her people. She was received in the Confederacy with her own constitution under the guarantee of the federal constitution and the compact of annexation that she should enjoy these blessings. She was received as a Commonwealth holding, maintaining and the protection of the institution known as N-word slavery, the servitude of the African to the white race within her limits. So dude, if you want to say it's not exclusively slavery, you can say it's not exclusively slavery. But if I look at 4 of the declarations of independence of Southern states, and they all explicitly talk about African slavery, you can't tell me that's not a prime motivator. It's a prime motivator, bro. Yeah, it just is. So anybody who's trying to make the argument that it's not a prime motivator, is they're just trying to gaslight you. They're just trying to gaslight you into a sanitized version of history. At this point, he knew he had messed up. Sure. Harmonic says, I'm open to debate, but despite being philosophically pro-life, I think abortion should be legal rather than people getting safe abortions. Sure. 20 weeks is my limit. Georgia was one of the 2 states that wasn't willing to adopt abolition at the outset of the country, too. I also don't think that most people claim to be pro-life. Okay, I am wrong, and slavery is 100% wrong. Okay, no, whatever, 4690. I wasn't even trying to be a jerk about it. I don't think that, but you and I have conversations in the comment section sometimes, and I know that we disagree on a healthy chunk of politics, but at the same time, like, I know you to consider information that is presented to you. So I am not trying to attack you, even if we do not have like a permanent online political friendship. Okay. Even if you break up with me, you're like, that Connor guy's an asshole, I don't want to watch his content anymore. Even if you did that, I don't care necessarily. But the point that I want to make to you is that there are people on the right wing who I still identify as right wing philosophically, who are lying. They're not being cute. They're not confused. They're not deluded. They're not wrong. They're lying. They know what the truth is. They don't care. They want a more sanitized reality to exist, and they want to get your buy-in into that sanitized reality so you will fight for them. So, anyways, so just be careful. Just be careful. There's a lot of liars. In my opinion, I don't lie. I don't say untruths willingly. I'll admit to doing lies of omission, where I didn't like attack Vosh when he was caught in his little lollygate bullshit. And, I probably knew there was something funky going on about the Lauren Southern thing, and people asked me about it. And I just told them what Lauren told me, which is they had a friendship. It was really deep, but nothing physical happened. That's what Lauren told me. So I repeated that, even though I didn't know that to be a fact. So you can assign whatever malice you want for that, but I don't tell you things that I know not to be true. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
Zoom out to. We're talking about partisan hacks, right? It's really annoying to talk to partisan hacks. As somebody who's left-leaning, but I'm not really a partisan hack because I don't have a buy-in on your guys' election. Fundamentally, I'm not voting, right? So I don't care about Biden or Kamala because they represent X party. And you know, I'm sure you're familiar. The left wouldn't even acknowledge that like Biden was kind of weird because he would like had a bunch of clips like kind of like sniffing kids.
little girls.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. It's super, super weird. The issue is that on the right, I'm now hearing people unironically saying, I don't care about the Constitution. And if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution, that's fine with me. And it's like, all of this is crazy town.
Yeah, but that's not Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or who else do we have? Steven Crowder or,
Sure, we have different things like, for example, getting really mad at like certain violent jokes from the other side, but then celebrating the same types of violent jokes on your side. I think both sides.
But what he's saying is like the mainstream pundits are the ones pushing for the crazy ideology
I'm talking about the
on the
mainstream
left
pundits.
and
So
Democrats
these
and
types of
party
jokes.
members too.
Right.
And that's why I asked you what I asked you earlier when I was like, well, how are you saying that you're like identifying moderate left, but some of the positions that you're holding, the
right-wing.
majority of right wing would consider some of them extreme left, and then the rest of them are probably right.
Because when you put well, first of all, part of what I'm trying to say is we're not still talking to each other, right? Like I'm here and I'm defending far left positions. I don't hold any of these positions. There's lots of people around me that don't.
why?
hold
Why
these.
don't defend them? I don't know.
Well, those are the only.
My
things.
point is that you're a conservative.
Yeah, I'm not. A,
Dude, if Erudite's a conservative, I'm a conservative, bro. I love how they honed in on that so fast. I think that's so funny.
conservative.
You are.
I'm just not.
I
I'm
see-
fundamentally not, right? I like Ezra Klein's abundance policies, right? I just
What is
like
that? What is
this.
that?
Ezra Klein?
His abundance. I know Ezra Klein, but
His abundance policies, for example, is very big on like basically removing a lot of proceduralism, figuring out like where the inefficiencies are, and making it the case that like blue states can build the things that they believe in, like green energy, high-speed rails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
who disagrees?
Lots of people on the far left.
Steve Bannon wants to tax the rich. He thinks the billionaires should be taxed at 100%.
Sure, but then
Is he left wing?
I don't know much about Steve Bannon.
Well, he's considered like the architect of J6, a far right white nationalist, which he's not, by the way. My point is left and right is not defined by your policies. It's defined by what you believe to be true.
I would say it's how you perform mostly. It's how you appear.
I think it has.
I guess,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know-
I would agree with Tim. I think it has to do with like the underlying culture of each side too. a little
That
bit
is how
as
you
well.
perform,
I
right?
mean,
The
it's-
underlying culture. You code switch really well with men, and you say things that are like
Code
liber-
switch.
Yeah, code switch, right? Like I'm sure that when
That's a
you
left-coded language.
code switching, that is
The right doesn't say it.
code switching is. I'm pretty sure from black culture. It's definitely not a left coded thing.
Continue, but I'm going to pull it up.
Code switching.
I love this article.
I'm a boomer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a black cultural thing.
Nope. I mean, maybe. Conservatives
Nope. I mean, maybe. Thanks, Tim.
don't do this. White liberals present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans. The idea of like when Tim Walz was like, I can talk to white guys. Conservatives were like, huh? Because conservatives tend not to change their way to communicate for other groups of people.
Just like look, just look into the origin. If we like need to have this fight, which we don't even need to. Code switching comes from the black culture, which is talking about black people who are existing in like academic spaces who have to code switch from like the way that black people talk and interact and culturally exist amongst each other to being super white. This is what code switching comes from. It's not even relevant. That's just what code switching is. What I'm talking about here is that when you're thinking about left and right, it is reducing on like what policies are. And that's part of my problem is that left and right should be policies. And the fact that it's performance based, which you might argue that started with the left. Maybe it did. I'm not fully sure, but say it did. Say it did start with the left.
It goes back and forth, actually.
I would agree with that. I think it's bad all around. I think it's harmful in every single way for people to look at me and go, she's got a choker, an earpiece. So this is probably her worldview. It probably isn't. In fact, I think about my worldview. It's much more.
Kevin Johnson says, Baltimore accent. Aaron earns and I earn. Aaron earns and I earn. I've seen those videos. There's black fellas from Baltimore who try to pronounce Aaron earns and iron earn, and they just can't do it. It's just iron. So messed up. But anyways, let's steelman what's being said, okay? So Tim is saying hey, you have conservative rooted ideas about how you want the world to function. I think he picked up on that consciously, subconsciously. Who cares? And by the way, I think that's why it can be frustrating for Kyla, because she's like, no, I like liberal shit. And what she means by liberal is she means she likes freedom for individuals. She likes redistributive economic policies. She likes helping the poor and the destitute and all that kind of stuff. But she does have a paternalistic edge to her where she says competent, intelligent, decent people have to take the reins and make shit happen. And that can feel kind of conservative, because that's what conservatives say is competent, intelligent people have to grab life and grab competence by the reins, and they have to make shit happen. The truth is, most people who are sane say that, right? But she's going to insist that, no, like I like left-wing policy. And that's what's funny to me is I like some left-wing policy, but I want to achieve conservative ends. When she was quoting Burke earlier about how you need a sword that is flexible enough to bend, or not bend, but like kind of like reverberate when you hit something hard, but it can't be so flexible that it bends. And you need it to be strong enough not to be so brittle that it breaks. That's Burke all day. That's Edmund Burke. And that's like the foundation of conservative philosophy. So the fact that we're having these like definitional arguments about political allegiance is actually, I don't want to say it's refreshing to me, but it's refreshing to me to not be at the center of it and have, progressives be like, oh, you're a fascist, and, right wingers be like, oh, you're a communist. It's like, no, I just read some stuff and I understand it. Melody says conservatives says that they're then hire their family into all positions of power. Lol. Well, see, and that's the funny thing is Melody, Burke would never sign off on that, right? Burke would all be about like parliamentary government and balance of power within the United Kingdom, because he was a part of like British Parliament. So he wouldn't sign on to nepotism or cronyism as being healthy for society at all. But now in a Trumpist Republican Party, that is the norm. Is like, yeah, it's nepotism and cronyism. Who gives a shit? Everybody does it. Who cares? Which is like bad for society. Sacred Snow, it's not all Everglades, but yes, they would. Central Florida is very ranch type country. Well, I'm in North Orlando, and I'm not trying to dox her or whatever, but she's in like rural Tampa. Let's put it that way. She's not in Tampa itself, but she's in the rural areas of West Florida. Everyone loves left-wing policies. Every right we have today are progressive ideas. Deal LB, you exist just to make me mad, don't you? You just love saying things that make me mad. I code switched on vacation last week. I drank about 2 gallons of Mama Jama juice. This was while playing dominoes with a Dominican bike gang, or was it Mahjong? I don't remember. Based. All right. You guys are hurting my feelings still. You're still bullying me. You're bullying me on my own stream.
More complex and nuanced.
I don't
think that we need to do that to each other. I need to go to Tim Pool and say, what do you believe? Because I know that you're not a stereotypical MAGA. I don't know what it is exactly.
That's right wing.
What?
What you just described, that ethos of let's talk. Let me put it this way.
No, it's not. Having conversations in a normal, healthy democratic republic is perfect. It's not tribally aligned. Just because a bunch of people on Twitter bullied you doesn't mean that like having conversations is exclusively right wing. Jesus Christ. It's like a fundamental part of liberalism and libertarianism is free expression and freedom of conscience. Holy shit, I hate this conversation.
Benjamin had a really great breakdown of my conversation with Adam Conover, and the clip that went massively viral, like Asmongold was talking about it, and he did a really funny bit, was I got exasperated after an hour and a half into the conversation where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And, with all due respect, like Adam Conover, I think he was great in terms of wanting to come on the show and with respect, but politically
he does not represent us. Just so it's very
sure,
clear.
but I mean, he
probably represents the average. I mean, he probably
he's massive.
represents a typical lefty guy.
20 million views per video on left liberal content. He's got a new podcast. He's getting tons of views. He's doing tours. Granted, he got a little flack over that crypto thing, but anyway, the point is, I said the very fine people hoax, and he says, which is, and I said that Trump called Nazis fine people, and he goes, right. He said, there's very fine people on both sides. And then I immediately said, and not the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. To his response, he said that And I was like, yes. And I pulled up Snopes that said Trump never called them this. And his response was, I don't know anything about it. Immediately got called out by everybody saying, wait, you just quoted it. You literally just referenced the very fine people on both sides, which is what he was accused of saying, without citing the remainder of the quote. So you do know what this thing is. Now you're claiming you don't. Carl Benjamin pointed out, he said the ethos of the liberal is adhering to the tribe, to the social order. And he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order, prioritizes the truth, which is what actually happened. So Tim is desperately trying to say, and I'm quoting Carl, not speaking in third person, this is what actually happened. Whereas Adam is trying to maintain his adherence to social orthodoxy, which I refer to as wokeness. He does not value truth. He values what needs to be said to create social cohesion, whereas I value truth over social cohesion. It's actually, I think, a masculine, feminine coded thing, actually.
It's not just a masculine, feminine coded thing. It's also a temperamental political thing. What is it? Is it height? Height, political values. So effectively what it says, moral foundations theory is explained by Jonathan Haidt. And I'm trying to think of what it is. Excuse me. Care and harm, fairness cheating, authority subversion, loyalty betrayal, sanctity degradation, liberty oppression. And so what he said is that there are, when it comes to like liberals or progressives, they value some of these. I think it's like 2 or 3 values that they care a lot about. And then conservatives have another thing. So like, I think that conservatives are, or I think conservatives and liberals both care about care and harm and fairness and cheating. But I also think that conservatives defer to authority. They care more about loyalty. They care more about sanctity, and they are more okay with oppression. So if you ever want to check this out, The Righteous Mind by Haidt, it's like a philosophical synopsis of people caring about these values to different degrees. Harm, care, fairness, reciprocity, in-group loyalty, authority, respect. And so what Sargon of Akkad and vis-a-vis Tim Pool are saying is that oftentimes that some progressives, and to be honest, some MAGA, they care more about loyalty and fairness than they do care about like truth, objective reality. Some people just temperamentally exist like that.
Women
I think that's true. And there's a question I'd like to pose about. I mean, who do you think it's easier to change, men's mind or women's mind?
Women's mind. There's like
you think so?
Yes. The meme that women just become the political system of their boyfriend and husband is like a classic on every single side. Like, yes, it is. Women just shift towards typically the opinion of the like people around them by and large. This is just unquestionable.
I would actually argue it's neutral, different. Men respond to different kinds of arguments, and women respond to different kinds of arguments. So, understanding the expectations that women have on average that are different, you can exploit either into believing whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I just feel like intuitively, I haven't dug deep into.
How do they not say this and recognize this within the context of MAGA? How do they not understand that? If my argument is that progressives were browbeating people into agreeing with their orthodoxy for a decade, and then they're like, oh yeah, the left is so bad about like psychological manipulation and propaganda and using emotion and using logic traps in order to get people to agree with them. How do you just not see this as MAGA all the time? MAGA does that's where the woke right term comes from. The woke right term comes from the fact that the far right uses the manipulative tactics of the far left in order to achieve right-wing goals. And that's what Sargon, I've watched like 2 or 3 Sargon videos on the woke right. He's like, yeah, but that's good though. Lying and emotional, he doesn't say lying, but he says like, yeah, but manipulating people or being authoritarian in order to get people to do the right thing, it's perfectly fine, which doesn't reduce the criticism. If anything, it confirms it.
into it, but it was something I was thinking about, and it was a good, a good segue into it. I just think intuitively, men are probably looking for, more logic and more reason-based solutions, or more.
What is he said this like 7 times. What does he base this off of? Right? What does he base the fact off of that? Like, men are looking for a purely rationalist view.
If you can prove it to me, obviously there's outliers and there's crazy people who are going to stick with it to the end.
But that doesn't necessarily confer a logical system. In fact, a lot of guys will be convinced to follow a guy because he's driving a flashy car. This is where you get fake it till you make it. A guy will
like Sneeko,
there was a guy that
like
I knew
Andrew Tate,
who ran a business in California, and he made something like $60,000-$70,000 a year. He spent all of his money on, I can't remember what kind of car it was. He got like a Lotus or something, which is like 50 grand. It's not the craziest, but it looks crazy. And was broke, living in a bachelor apartment. But when he pulled up the business meetings in a Lotus, wearing a nice suit, they said, I want to be like him, not realizing he lived in squalor. He was putting on that, and it worked. And he was able to sell his company, and he made a lot of money. Fake it till you make it. That's Hollywood, baby.
Performance, right? This is what I'm talking about, is that most people are moved on like vibes, right? That is the social media. It's true. It's the social media domain, which is unfortunate. The issue is that I'm very tired of hearing like right-leaning people being like, the vibe side is just the left. It's like, it's all of you. It's all of you all the way through. And it always has been. The biggest problem with the Enlightenment, and like to some way, what you're saying of being like, men are the logical, rational ones. I'm like, not really. They tend to be more object oriented, right? But subjectivity and emotionality is a fundamental part of understanding the world around you, because abstraction is essential to engaging in the complexities of what the world is around us. This is fundamentally Sorite's paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better way to say it is like, yeah, I probably more agree with like what Tim was saying, is that, maybe they're more abstract thought oriented, and then men are more like pragmatic.
Well, that would be bad. That would not be good. I think men are able to do abstract thought just as well as women.
Let me put it this way. Typically, not everybody always gets mad when you reference their group. They're like, I don't do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a little bit, and it's not anything against them, but I do want a different topic. Okay, because they seem to keep circling around. Men think differently than women. Blah 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 blah, and then they're making like gendered inferences that I don't think are supported. And then Kyla's just kind of like, yeah, the left does, the left does talk poorly to men. I'm not going to fight you on it, and I'm not trying to be like super rude with that analysis, but I just feel like she's not calling them on their bullshit enough, in my opinion. So that's all. I understand she's trying to gain access to their audience. She's trying to make sure that she gets invited back on again. She's trying to make sure that she's articulating everything that she's saying well. She's trying to make sure that she has well-supported arguments. And she also is an ardent critic of the far left. She's an ardent critic of progressives. She does think that the left wing has shot itself in the foot within the past election cycle. So I have no problems with her doing that. But I do want to get into something that she actually like fights. At minimum, I want something new to talk about. And at maximum, I want something that she fights on, where she's like, no, you're wrong. This is what I believe.
Thing, because it was already done.
Because they were putting fake sexes on passports.
Essentially, yeah, which would have been better if they did.
There we go. Here we go. This is what I want. I want the difference between sex and gender, because Kyla won't back down on this, because she does have a deeply rooted perspective on it. So I'm going to rewind it 2 or 3 minutes and then click play.
These things. This is weird.
It's such a wild thing for you to say. It's totally chill that the American government can just be like, nah, you're not allowed to do.
I think you're lying.
Anymore. I'm not lying.
You think Americans should have a right to commit crimes in other countries? Yes or no?
That's not what I've said.
I'm not saying you are, but is the answer no?
No.
So Americans should not be able to break the law in other countries.
Correct.
Even when those laws are bullshit.
By and large, and the American government should protect you when you do it.
Don't go to where is it, like Dubai. They have like, if a woman gets raped in Dubai, you go to prison. Okay. So is it illegal for women to walk around in these countries? It is, right?
Yeah, without the male and et cetera, yes.
So if a female dresses up like a man and takes hormones to mask it to the government, like let's say a woman in Saudi Arabia starts illicitly taking testosterone to appear like a man to go around and break, they would get in trouble for that, wouldn't they?
Probably not if they passed well enough, because nobody would know.
No. I'm saying when they got caught, it's a crime. It is illegal to do.
Because they're trans, yeah.
So I don't understand
It's
how you're
illegal to be
arguing.
trans. You're basically
that
saying that trans people just shouldn't go where they're not, where it's illegal for them to exist. That's what you're saying.
Why would you? Well, hold on.
Any reason that you might want to do war correspondence? What do you mean?
Do you recognize that war correspondents can die?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that you should
People have a right to
allowed-
go to foreign war zones without the risk of death, and they should be
That's
able to,
not what I'm advocating for. They have a right to be able to go, and their government shouldn't be immediately outing them to make it more dangerous.
You think people have a right to go to any country they want?
Assuming that the government approves their visa, et cetera, et cetera. Yet not right.
Okay.
I
agree. I agree. If they
a
approve their
liberty.
visa, right?
They have the liberty to go. I should say a right is probably the
Assuming
wrong
that
word.
foreign government says we will grant you the visa.
Yeah, the liberty to.
Do people have a right to lie on their visa applications?
No, but the issue is that before the government didn't view that it was a lie, and now
well,
they
it
do.
is. Because we're not talking about gender on passports. You agree with that? We're talking about biological sex.
I'm advocating that essentially you probably should allow somebody like
Different
Blair
argument.
White.
Different argument. You are upset that Donald Trump said you have to have your biological sex. on the
Undid
passport
something because it was already done.
because they were putting fake sexes on passports.
Essentially, yeah, which would have been better if they did gender instead. I agree.
Okay, so then the issue is, which is this is where the contention is. You have a friend who wants a false biological sex listed on their passport,
Wants their
so they
passport
can
not to
defraud a
change.
foreign country into entering.
Not really. I want them to be able to have the liberty to go there, and that the moment that they go there, they won't
The liberty to go there
the liberty to go there.
at the permission of the government,
both
who
of
expects
them.
you to tell the truth on things like what your biological
For
sex
example,
is.
if your government just agrees that essentially you perform as a woman and they're willing to give you an F so that you can enter spaces safely and walk around and not be attacked for just how you appear, yes.
Do you think countries like the Emirates and Dubai appreciate the fact that people are lying about their gender to bypass?
Probably
visa
not.
application?
Probably not. I
So
just don't really.
I don't.
I don't care about like.
This is American exceptionalism. This is like American citizens can present false paperwork to foreign countries to get access to their
It's
nation.
not false paperwork if the government verifies it.
It is.
It's not.
So when the government says it, it's true.
On the passport,
If
fundamentally.
the government asserts something, it's a fact. Is that?
That's not what I've said.
And it's not true.
We have to-
A government can lie.
Well, Tim, do you want to engage with what I'm saying, or do you want to create a
No, I think
version
you're
of what I'm
lying.
I'm not lying.
An individual has no right to a foreign country. Period.
I've never said that they have a right. They have a liberty to it.
A liberty to what?
To apply to go there.
And is lying to that government okay?
It's not lying if your government is willing to agree that essentially you can be.
Are males
F.
females?
No, they're not.
Okay, so if a male says I'm female, is that a lie?
Yes.
And so if a person applies for a passport to the government who is male and says I'm female,
Okay. They gave us something to engage with, so let's engage with it. Work out, lift weights, get muscles. Okay. This is why I think that we should. I'm going to look at you guys because I'm sick of looking at Tim. I'm going to look at you guys in your big, beautiful faces. Okay. So, this is why we should distinguish between sex and gender. Okay. I am male. I produce sperm. I have testes. I am a male. The same way that if you have ovaries and you produce eggs, you are female. Even if you are a trans man or a trans woman, your sex is probably dictated. And I say probably insofar as like we understand it definitionally. Your sex is determined by your chromosomes, your gametes that you produce, and I think that's pretty much it. But I think biological sex is pretty deeply rooted on a fundamental biological level. And even if you're intersex or you're an exception, number one, you're a very reduced member of the population. So exceptions don't break rules. As a matter of fact, rules being created almost necessarily require exceptions. Like gravity, the law of gravity or the theory of gravity. Well, the theory or law of gravity would dictate that when like an object doesn't have anything acting on it, it would fall to the ground. Well, what kind of eliminates gravity is thrust, right? Aerodynamics. These are exceptions to the law of gravity. So even if there are things that are okay, like they make sense within the law of gravity, that doesn't mean that we're always following this one solitary rule. And so intersex, gamete production, I think is perfectly covered by sex, and therefore there's the sex of male and female. But there's gender, and gender can often be social expression. There is no rule saying that I have a beard, but males disproportionately have beards. There is no rule that women have to wear dresses and skirts, which are they're pieces of clothing that don't necessarily cover up your genitals except for the underwear that you're wearing. And yet, if you look at it, disproportionately, women are going to be wearing skirts and dresses. So the whole point of this is that there's some level that's actually biological and there's some level that's self-expression. And so when we're talking about gender, oftentimes the expression of sex is rooted in sex, but not always. There's trans people, and there's people who were born male, who have testes, who dress and socialize and look like women, and there's males who males who dress and socialize and look like women, and then there's females who dress and socialize and take testosterone and look like men. And we can make exceptions for these people to exist because they're statistically a negligible part of the population, and they might have a psychiatric disorder or a psychological disorder that is treatable through transition. I don't know why this is hard, but we insist on it being hard. I don't get what they're arguing about. They're talking about traveling as a trans person, right? I don't get what they're arguing about. Is this trans person immigrating from Themyscira when there's strictly no men allowed? I think they're talking about like trans people going to Saudi Arabia or whatever. It's good to wash the Tim out. Thank you. Seraph says, meh, and I'm trolling here, so laugh with me. Whoa, you can read that on screen. That is a crazy statement. Uncle Fatty says, remember when you just don't hurt me physically used to mean that if I'm offended by the way you live your life, that I'm the one all up in my fifis and it's all my problem, not theirs. Yeah, but also like I think that Bonnie Blue is repulsive. So I'm going to, if you're being promiscuous or gross or promoting hard drug use or speeding or committing crimes, I'm going to criticize you. And I think it's my cultural right to criticize you. Bud123 says, I'm getting some noticeable results from my push-ups. My looks bigger depth-wise. Good, Bud123. Keep going. Keep going. LB says, not all men wear or women produce gametes, so the one way your chromosomes tell the truth, that rule's not monolithic either. I agree. It's not, rules have exceptions. Unless you wear a kilt, then you're free balling. True. Gravity is a force that is applied. If you have a bigger force upon, you get upwards acceleration. Right. Remember when it was illegal for women to wear pants? Good times. There's no exception to the laws of gravity. What you have are forces that are working on an object in opposition to the force of gravity. Well, God Explorer, what I would say is we oftentimes don't have things that eliminate the rules of gamete production. So you can have people who don't produce gametes, but they have what looks like the formation of ovaries. You can have people who don't produce sperm, but they look like they have the formation of testes, but they have like faulty testes or faulty ovaries. The fact that they have faulty testes, faulty ovaries, or they have both doesn't mean that we're eliminating the laws that biology oftentimes induces in binaric or bimodal species, different gamete production. It doesn't mean that gamete production is totally out the window. It just means that their gamete producers aren't, they're not falling into the norm. Well, QC John says, but some countries do have laws that do require these social adherence, which is what it seems like is Tim's point. And well, QC John, I would agree to Tim's point. If Saudi Arabia says trans people are prohibited from traveling to Saudi Arabia, then I would tell a trans person, don't go to Saudi Arabia. That's what I would say. Themyscira being the island in DC Comics where Wonder Woman is from, to clarify. Ooh, I want to go there. My problem with progressives talking about social constructs with reference to gender is that then they all assume all gender expression is made up with no biological roots, tabula rasa, blank slate insanity. And conservative liberalism, I'm with you, because when I was in the Twitch and YouTube political debate space a few years ago, I think that was very common, right? It was very common for them to say like, oh, well, it's a tabula rasa, so do whatever you want. And I any blank slate theory, I think is so stupid. But blank slate theory is debunked by anybody who's had a child. Like my sons, they have personality quirks that are not just from my wife and I, they're from their grandparents. There will be times that they'll be behaving in such ways and we'll be like, what the fuck is that from? Who does that remind me of? And then we'll be like, oh yeah, it reminds me of my great, or not my grandpa, but their great grandparent on this side. It's this weird personality quirk or mannerism or the way that their ears fall or the way that their eyes are. Like they're not a blank slate that is exclusively influenced by environment. They're 100% genetic creatures as well. Your criticism falls under free speech. Agreed. Uncle Fatty says, I'm still flabbergasted thinking about life from the perspective of being Chud's kid. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of Queeman when you say that, not Chud's biological children, right? Jack Darko says, mostly agree, but the intersex is rare, though, is a lame argument. Less than 99% of atoms in the universe are hydrogen or helium, but we wouldn't say that other elements don't count because they're rare. Sure, Jack Darko, but I would make exceptions in order to describe those things. I wouldn't say that it's not 99% the rule this way, right? Whatever 4690 says, straight men don't like penis, okay, and no matter what you call yourself, it won't change. Yeah, whatever 4690, though. You know what's funny about that? You know what's really funny about that? Is passoids challenge what you're saying, because there are super straights who are people who are like, I would never date a trans woman. And then you show them a passoid and they're like, maybe. And then it's actually a joke. It's a joke from Andrew Tate, believe it or not. It's, would you rather date Hulk Hogan with a vagina, or would you rather date Megan Fox with a penis? And I know it's vulgar. I know it's gross. So I apologize to my mom and Ken and all the good people who have souls who are not trapped in the internet. But it's actually an interesting question, because if you were, let's say married, let's use married, you have to date them. You have to be with them in public. You have to go to dinner. You have to copulate with them. You have to do all that kind of stuff. Well, if you do that with Hulk Hogan, you're walking around with like a testosterone ass, muscled, tanned, skin of a hot dog, silken hair, handlebar mustache dude who just happens to have a vagina. And if you're like, well, Connor, that's an extreme example, that doesn't exist, I'm going to tell you wrong, because Buck Angel exists, and Buck Angel is hyper masculine. So there is Hulk Hogan with a vagina. And then same thing with, well, Megan Fox with a penis. Megan Fox is often referred to as one of the most beautiful people to exist within the past few decades. And then they just happen to have a penis, right? And so within the joke context, Andrew Tate's just like, yeah, just brush it to the side or whatever. But I think that when you say that, when you're talking about socializing, going outside, going on dates, holding hands, all that kind of stuff, people would rather hold hands with Megan Fox than they would Hulk Hogan. So that's kind of the point, is that super straights do exist who bite down on the Hulk Hogan thing. But then what's funny about that is they often get called more gay, right? Mr. Bombastic says, why not take the logic to the end? There is one gender, male, and everyone else is an exception. Because that's not true. It's female, and then males are the exceptions. If I understand the biological process correct, females are what everyone starts as, and then you get a bombardment of hormones that can shift you to male. If I understand correctly, that's how it works. Old school, sex is not bimodal, Connor. I'll use my biochem degree plus sets of papers on authority. Please never say that again. Sex is binary. Okay, I don't care. The only reason why I was saying bimodal, old school, I'll explain this, is because when I say binary with sex, and we talk about like XX, XY, right? And we talk about gamete production, people always bring up intersex people, right? So when I say bimodal in a bimodal distribution, I don't know if intersex people actually fall within like a distributed androgyny between males and females. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just saying that binary might not be specific enough. You really don't want to go to Themyscira? Why? Because they'll kill me? Maybe. You know, all those dudes in prison aren't gay either. I mean, LB, that's actually a good point. There's institutional homosexuality within the prison system. Most of those men are not homosexual by choice. They just get bored and then they do what they need to do to survive. Megan Fox, I can imagine if the tapping... Well... Jeez, you guys are crazy. False dichotomy. Tate just wants to make his bisexuality less weird to himself. When he's fine, he just needs to practice self-acceptance. No, I don't agree. I don't really get Megan Fox. She's a good-looking gal. Check out Megan Fox from Transformers. So, my girlfriend and I went on a party dressed as Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior last year, and yes, we kept the costumes on. Gross, but funny. That is one of those stupid questions, like, would you rather eat broken glass or mild poison? No, it's not. No, it's not. Whatever, 4690. It's a hypothetical in order to test the limits of your beliefs. I'm going to show you something real quick. We're going to do this. Okay, so number one, I'm just going to show off what Megan Fox looked like during Transformers, because Megan Fox is... I understand that she looks kind of like alien and demonic now because she's had too much surgery. But Megan Fox in Transformers, I think, is undoubtedly insanely pretty. So that first picture right here, I would understand if you thought that she looked weird here. I think she looks weird here. Her bangs are weird. Her face is very like angular. She's obviously had lip filler. She's probably had like a small nose job. I still think she's pretty, but I think she looks weird. Okay. Whereas back when she was normal and wearing, this was thousands clothing, like people wore this. But she's obviously attractive. She's got a good looking face. She's got good hair. She's got a physically attractive body. Megan Fox in the 2000s was, this is crazy, right? Like dudes would cut off a body part to talk to a person that looked like that. Okay. So Megan Fox 2000s is crazy. Okay. And God bless Shia LaBeouf for being her friend. That I think they actually did date for a little bit. I don't think they dated like officially, but I think they dated for a little bit because they were co-stars and they were going through the same crap. So I think they're probably more friends than they were like long-term boyfriend, girlfriend, but good for Shia LaBeouf, right? Anyways, the point is, Taftaj and I are friends, so I'm not going to bring it up, but lots of people think Taftaj is cute. And then who is the other person? Blair White. Everyone brings up Blair White. Blair White is male. Okay. But a lot of people, if you were given the option between dating Blair White, who has had FFS surgery, I think she's had breast implants, all that kind of stuff, Blair White, or I'm going to use the other example, Buck Angel. It's literally Blair White or Buck Angel. So you're saying that this is like an impossibility. It's not an impossibility. If you're a straight man, would you rather date Blair White or Buck Angel? And if your thing is like, well, I just don't want to date trans people, I accept that. I think that's a perfectly fine thing to say. Well, I don't want to date trans people. That's totally fine. You can say, I don't want to date trans people, but you can entertain the hypothetical of, on a deserted island, there's two people there. It's Buck Angel and Blair White. Who would I rather date? Right? Excuse me. I don't even want Megan Fox. Jennifer Connelly is much better looking. Jennifer Connelly's a babe too. She was considered the most beautiful woman 10 years ago. Yeah, she's okay. Too much plastic surgery for my taste. True. MGK wasn't happy with messing up his music. He had to mess up Megan Fox too. Yep. She could make me religious. Lol. Yep. Jessica Biel and Kate Beckinsale are my hottest celebs. Kate Beckinsale at peak, like Underworld, totally fine. Jessica Biel, what is it? Like Mike and Gary, Larry. What's the gay firefighter movie? Chuck and Larry. Jessica Biel, Chuck, and Larry. So Jessica Biel thinks that one of the characters is gay, and so she goes on like girl dates with one of the people. Yeah, Jessica Biel in this movie was insane. So yeah. So Jessica Biel with a penis, or what's the Adam Sandler with a vagina, right? Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. God, I love that reference. All right, anyways, I'm going to read chat and get back into the content. I'm sorry. Just, Tim and Kyla are not being as spicy as I need them to be, which is why I started talking to chat instead. Nang Ung says, we don't all start off as females. Fetus for male and females look similar, but sex is determined at fertilization. Nang Ung, I know what you're saying, but somebody always mentions this. They always mention that the process of bombarding hormones is what changes you from XX to XY. So you might be right that there's a genetic component that automatically forces you to become male or whatever, but you have to have the bombardment of hormones in order to transition the genetic material. I don't know the exact details. I'm not a geneticist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know any of that crap. But I'm not surprised that sex is determined at fertilization, but I'm just saying that there's a process. Blair White or a gorilla? True. Silver Jacket Man says, it's sad. When men get older, there's a chance we get to look like Sean Connery. And when women get older, there's a chance they get to look like Sean Connery. That's brutal. Conservative liberalism says, I'm not saying it's an impossibility. I'm saying it's a false dichotomy. Plenty of fish in the sea. Of course. Of course. I'm not saying it's a reality. I'm saying choosing the hypothetical tests the limits of your ideas and your super straightness. Right? Yeah. Jessica Biel and Stealth. Sure. Yeah. Jessica Biel. Lots of Jessica Biel fans in chat. Current celeb crush. I don't even know her name, but she was the white girl who's like 1/8 black in Sinners. Yeah. She's a good looking gal too. All right. Anyways. So I'm going to use, I'm going to go get some more water. But I do think it's funny. A weekend biology class, dude. I think I articulated all of this just fine. I think even a biologist would say this is how it works, right? It wouldn't take that much. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you in the competent care of these two yokels. I'll be back in 90 seconds to yell about something.
Is he lying?
It depends on if the government is willing to allow female to include woman looking. And if
I'm talking about sexes, not genders.
yeah, and if the government,
a lie
which is what
for
I
a man?
I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
This
Tim,
is why men are leaving the left.
You have to let me. Well, the issue is you have to let me talk, right? I'm engaging with you in exceptionally good faith.
This is why men are
I'm
leaving
answering
the
your questions directly, and I'm not pivoting away from them.
You are.
You just don't like my answers, which is totally okay.
A male who says I'm female is lying because we're talking about biological sex.
Yes.
So if a male goes to the Saudi government and says, I'm a female, he lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think people have a right to lie to foreign governments to get visas?
To get visas, not usually. I'm sure there's some exceptions that I might be okay with it.
That you can lie to a foreign government to get a visa?
Yeah. So for example, if you I think a lot of people lie to North Korea on their visas. It's like what they're doing, who are helping smuggle in information and helping freeing North Koreans, for an example. So
to be fair, we're talking about
Jordan
subterfuge.
Actually, I shouldn't say anyone who does this, right? But there are people who do this to really extremist regimes like North Korea. In that case, they're lying on their visa. But I'm kind of okay with it, right? Because they're trying to help the North Koreans, right? So in this case, if you've got a country,
so it's an adversarial nation.
Yep.
And we have.
So if you've got a country that looks at trans people and says that they don't exist, and there is no way for Blair to enter safely without us killing her, I'm okay lying a little bit to that country so that Blair can enter safely and do her job.
And the government should aid that lie.
Well, the lie would be. The issue is that the lie depends on how the government's determining what qualifies as F. If they're allowing basically woman performing people to qualify as F for the sake of a passport, it's not really a lie.
I think this is a really great example of why young men are leaving the left, because I'll just give you my personal feelings, which just how I interpret this moment right now.
Sure.
Your statements are illogical.
They're not. They're just not face valid. They're not face valid, right? You know what that means?
You've made a claim that you've backtracked a little bit. When you fluttered between gender and sex, you then said that we should change passports to be gender, not sex. You acknowledge that sex is different.
Sure, yeah. I should have baked in extra arguments.
You've asserted an entitlement to lie to foreign governments for access to their countries.
To some degree, yeah. You agreed to that, though, right?
So no, I didn't.
Yeah, you said, there's certain situations
I was acknowledging what you had said about people lying to get into North Korea.
Don't think that people should lie to get into North Korea to help aid those people in freeing themselves from the extreme oppression that North Koreans experience. You think it's bad when humanitarians.
It wouldn't be morally bad, but it would be wrong. Yeah, I mean you shouldn't try to do. I mean it
would be illegal, not morally wrong.
I mean it's a question of the sovereignty of nations. I don't like North Korea.
Should America be like, hey, North Korea, just a heads up, these people, careful, they're not entering just to do tourism. They actually,
I think if we have treaties.
Jonah Boy says, is this hypothetical a trans spy going into hostile nations now? Like 007 Jane Bondy? They're getting crazy with it, man. I think we just need to differentiate gender from sex, okay? And if there's a country that doesn't want you in there because you're trans or whatever, you're just going to have to deal with it. Just go to Europe, man. Just go to Europe and go to Asia. They don't give a shit if you're trans. And just don't go to Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Iran. You're not missing out on that much, all right? You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
With nations we're not actively at war with, we should do our best to adhere to them. And so the question of international treaties pertaining to visas, the idea that the US government would permit people to lie on their passports, it's a weird thing to advocate for.
Sure. The issue is that, again, this is why
Like,
I
why
said,
lie on your passport? I don't understand.
why insist on having biology on your passport? Why not have gender?
Because there are laws in certain nations.
Why not have both?
Because it's a redundancy. It's meaningless.
No, it's not. We actually just went over this. I hate when Tim is obtuse. I hate it when he's obtuse. It's not redundant. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about trans people at all.
It's not redundant.
So you'd
right?
put, I'm a male woman?
Well, Blair White.
There are male women. Holy shit. Yes, Erudite. Get him. Get him. Get him, Erudite.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? It is a performance.
What does that mean?
It means that you appear woman. It's like porn. What's porn? Well, you see it when you know it, right? If you look at it, that's porn. That naked image, it's not porn.
Why can't liberals answer this question?
Because because do you want me to go why?
Because they're scared too?
No, because of we went into
woman
it
is an
before.
adult human female?
No, not at all. The issue is that it's Sorite's paradox. Do you know what Sorite's
what is
paradox is? Okay, I've got 1,000 grains of sand, and I say that's a heap of sand. Would you agree with me?
Oh, I know this. Yes, I use it all the time.
Okay.
How many grains of sand makes a heap?
Exactly, right? And the line there is hard to know, right?
It's really not.
So Blair White is a
Is
man. Is a
And
man.
Blair White will tell you Blair White is a man.
Okay.
No, I don't think she will. I think she'll say that she's a male and she doesn't give a shit if she's a man. She's obviously not a man. Dude, listen, I get it. We're flipping everything that we were raised with. I understand it's hard. I get it. Okay. I get that it's hard for conservatives. I understand. I think I struggled with it for about 10 minutes. Okay. Blair White is a woman. Okay. She is a male, but she's a woman. Okay. You know why she's a woman? Because she socially presents as a woman. If I went on a date with Blair White, nobody would think that I was on a date with a man. Okay. They just wouldn't. Same thing with, I'm just going to be rude. I'm not trying to be too rude. I'm not trying to be inconsiderate, but Taftaj. If Taftaj and I were hanging out, if we went to dinner and we were hanging out, I am married, so I wouldn't be allowed to do this. I'm not saying that I'm going to do this. I'm saying hypothetically. As a matter of fact, let's make it chat. John, okay? John goes to dinner with this person. People are not going to assume that he's on a date with a man, okay? They're going to assume that he's on a date with a woman. Now, that doesn't change the fact that Taftaj still was born male. They had testes at some point. I don't know if they still have testes. They had a penis at some point. I don't know if they still have a penis. Okay, but socially, you're going to treat Taftaj and John when they're out on a date as if it's a heterosexual couple, even if they're not in a scientific sense a heterosexual couple, because they're presenting as a heterosexual couple. So the fact that Tim is like, why do we even have these differentiations, right? Why do we have this differentiation? It's because we know that this is socially a woman, even if biologically it's a male. Okay? Same thing with Blair White. I'm really not trying to be, what's the other one? Elijah Schaefer. Okay? Schaefer. Is it Elijah? No, it's not Elijah. What's their name? Hunter Schaefer. Hunter Schaefer. If there is like a more male picture. If Hunter Schaefer here, without having breasts, put on a business suit and didn't wear makeup and went on a date, you would be like, oh, they're gay, right? They're on a homosexual date. But after FFS, after breast augmentation, after hormone treatment for a few years, and you saw this person with a man, they would be considered a heterosexual couple. Okay? It's really actually quite simple. Differentiate sex from gender. If it makes you uncomfortable, I totally understand. If you don't want to date a trans person, I totally understand. If y'all think it's about your bullhooky and nonsense, don't worry. It's not going to affect you. 99% of the time, it is not going to affect you. If you don't want to date a trans person, don't date a trans person. It's actually that simple. However, if you see Blair White, don't tell me Blair White is a man. Blair White isn't a man. She's a trans woman. If you want to categorize that as male, I don't give a shit. Or a subcategory of man, I don't care. Nang Un says Taft still has a penis. Don't ask me how I know. What about ContraPoints? I would say ContraPoints has also done a substantive amount of transition to the point that they look like a woman to me. Contra looks like a woman to me. So if you went on a dinner date with ContraPoints presenting as a woman, I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all. And I don't think you should either. You should care about sex in reference to, and I mean like male, female. You should care about that in reference to health and accuracy to material reality. But as far as social expression for man or woman, I think Tim's being obtuse, and I think he just knows that this plays well with his audience. I think his audience is boomer libertarians who just want to call a spade, and so they just want to call a trans woman a male, and they also want to call them a man. And they, if they even acknowledge that a trans woman exists, they want to say that it's a social category that falls under the category of man. But it's, dude, who cares? Who gives a shit? We have so many other problems to deal with besides this shit.
That's fine for Blair White.
Blair White literally makes videos where
You want Blair White to walk into male bathrooms.
I followed Contra long before he was a she. I saw zero female behavior. Whatever 4690, I actually liked some of the classic Contra content, like the what is it? ContraPoints on the golden one. That video was so funny. And whatever 4690, I'll agree to you to a degree. I think that ContraPoints, if they wanted to. Now, I'm not their psychiatrist, I'm not their psychologist, whatever. But I think ContraPoints probably could have acclimated to a feminine male personality, and they probably would have been fine. But I don't know how bad their gender dysphoria is. So if they're pursuing their whatever, I don't give a shit. But ContraPoints golden one. God, what a classic. The West. Was it this one or was it this one? It's one where he did a surprise flex. It was so funny. It was like a really old video. It was before they transitioned, so I'm not seeing it. But there's this clip from ContraPoints that is so funny. Hold on, let me go back. It's not this one. I know it's not this one. She must have deleted it, so it might be lost media. But it's hysterical because ContraPoints is watching the golden one, and then the golden one goes, surprise flex. And like it cuts to Contra, and Contra goes, It was so good. I'm so sad that that's not on the original ContraPoints channel. But if somebody finds that video, the classic golden one ContraPoints video when ContraPoints was still a dude. Oh my God. That was fire content. Surprise flex. People just refuse to think about it for 10 seconds. I mean, yeah. Nuance is poison. Yeah. I would only date females because I don't want to sleep with trans women, which is fine, Bud123. I've only slept with females. I've never slept with a male. I've never dated a trans woman. I don't give a shit. And I don't think most trans women give a shit either. I don't think most trans men give a shit. They want to date people who want to date them. So if you don't want to date a trans person, don't date a trans person. Right? You think the golden one is bad? No. I mean, I think he's probably like a Scandinavian ethno-nationalist and all that kind of shit, but he lifts weights. So, you know, how bad can he be, right? Seraph, Vet TV did a satire about a Marine that transitioned, and now she's like the best female Marine in Marine history. It was so funny. Yeah, I watched some of that clips. It was solid. It was solid. Especially the McMap portion. The Marine Corps martial arts portion was the best. Anyways, I'm going to let them yap, but I'm sorry I'm taking 10 minutes to do it, but honestly, I'm enjoying engaging with chat more than I'm enjoying engaging with the content. But the truth is that I think Tim is being obtuse because it plays well to Gen X libertarians and it plays well to Republicans and conservatives. I think that if Tim wanted to say the social categorization of Blair White is obviously woman, but she's still a male, I think he could 100% understand that. If he wanted to understand that, he just knows that it's inconvenient for his base.
No.
Oh.
No.
Why not?
Well, my position on this is like Blair White walking to a
I did quote the homie once. Wait, I did kiss the homie once. To quote Karn Patterson, damn, you really got to be gay to like men. Yeah. Yeah, dudes are gross. Yeah. Possum Nation says, just got back from lunch and Connor is telling me he's never slept with a male. Good.
men's room will create a weird social chaos, and I'm not really concerned about Blair.
What kind of social chaos would it make?
So for men, it's a bit different for women, right? And so the issue is not specifically about Blair White. It's about Buck Angel, a better example.
Sure.
Buck Angel walking into a women's room is going to start a fight. And so
Why?
Because Buck Angel is a masculine, bicycle mustached, male looking individual.
So Hulk Hogan with a vagina.
Who called it? Who called it? Hulk Hogan with a vagina versus come on, why am I blanking? Megan Fox with the weenus. Who called it? Who called it?
Is essentially like more of a
should
woman.
be using the men's room. But literally, Hulk Hogan with a vagina is a literal woman.
Hulk Hogan with vagina should be using the men's room?
Yes.
Gotcha. Why?
Social order.
Because what's the social piece?
The social piece is that people make judgments based on appearance. And there have been instances, there was one story out of McDonald's where a lesbian female was pulled from the women's bathroom and the police kept calling her sir, despite the fact it was a literal biological female, because of this controversy and conundrum.
Yeah.
So I don't have this staunch right conservative, make everybody use their biological gender space, because that will just be chaotic. That being said, there's no simple answer. Why? Because a male who was exposing himself to children went into
So hold on. I'm going to jump ahead right now. So arrest him for public indecency. Okay. If somebody is exposing themselves to children, number one, if somebody goes into the woman's bathroom, they should be using a stall. Okay. That's number one. So if you're using a stall, you should be using a stall in a woman's restroom. Number one. Number two, if you're in a men's room or whatever, and you're a trans man, you're going to use a stall because you can't stand up unless you're using like a cup or something, which is weird. Why would you risk getting into a fight? Just use the stall. Okay. So that's number two. When we're talking about locker rooms, which I'm assuming that's where this is going to go, locker rooms get a little bit crazier. So let's see if it goes to locker rooms.
Spa in California and San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So it's going to be a spa or a locker room instead of a bathroom. I get it.
Exposed himself to women and children. And when a woman complained, they said, the assumption is this person is trans and we can't intervene. When in fact, it wasn't a trans person. It was a male who was exposing himself to children.
Right.
So therein lies
So arrest that person for indecent exposure, and then people can stop going to that place for having a stupid policy.
a much greater problem. On the surface, I think the simple answer is I don't see how any guy's going to appreciate Buck Angel walk into a ladies' room with their wife.
Exactly,
Never
because
gonna happen.
people make judgments on appearance.
Indeed.
And those judgments on appearance that we make is that performance.
And that has nothing to do with your entitlement to government documents nor entering foreign
I'm not getting there
countries.
yet, right? If we make judgments based on appearance, you look at me and how do you know I'm a woman? Did you check my past?
Omri Gunny says, was listening to 20 minutes ago and just had to go to a shelter because of a Houthi rocket. Did I miss anything? Nope. Just graphic descriptions of genitalia and trans people. That's all you missed so far.
Sport?
No.
Did you check my vagina?
Whatever 4690 says. Question though, Connor, is it a slippery slope? We already see maps and other perverts wanting acceptance. Not for me. Okay. Not for me. It's not a slippery slope because I've found like a centrist common ground. Okay. So as long as trans people don't have that, you remember Riley, what was her name? Riley Dennis. Riley Dennis released this video a billion years ago that basically said that if you're unwilling to date somebody who's trans, then you're a bigot or something like that. Riley Dennis dating transphobia. But everybody did a response to it. Right? Everybody did a response to it. Here's queer kid stuff, which I obviously think goes too far and it's crazy. But I guarantee you that this girl, this girl, Jacqueline Glenn and Shoe on Head and Sargon of Akkad and Chris Reagan and Armored Skeptic, they all just beat the shit rhetorically out of Riley Dennis. So the point is, no, I don't think that it's a slippery slope. Don't date Riley Dennis. And if she calls you a transphobe, shrug your shoulders and say, I'm a transphobe. It's not that hard. Yeah. Dang, I forgot about Riley Dennis. Yeah, that's kind of like old school. That's like kicking it like 2016. Kind of crazy. I mean, I think Buck Angel is kind of hot because she looks like a dude. Well, yeah, LB. You're going to think lots of people, even people in my chat who consider themselves super straight to the point that they would never date a trans woman. They're like, well, Taff is pretty cute though. Like they'll say that. They'll say that in my chat. They'll say Taff is cute. So holy shit. Remember Jacqueline Glenn's insanely embarrassing emo boyfriend who dressed like a crow? No, but considering the way that she dresses, because she dresses like 2000s emo, I'm not surprised that she has an emo boyfriend who dresses like the crow. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Whatever 4690. I would not be concerned with the hypocrisies of Riley Dennis. I really wouldn't. All right. But in reference to what they're talking about, in reference to the bathrooms, Tim already concedes that for the sake of social order, you should use the bathroom that you look like. That actually splits him from some conservatives. I think that in Tim's heart of hearts, in his liberal and libertarian heart, he knows that Blair White is socially performing as a woman, and he understands everything that Erudite is saying. He's just being rude as hell because he knows it's convenient for his base. Brandon Zero says, okay, chat, isn't it sus that Connor knows all the YouTube's trans creators? Ha ha ha. Listen, dude, I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics for 3 or 4 years. I started watching ContraPoints, Chris Reagan, Shoe on Head, Sargon of Akkad, Actual Justice Warrior. I started watching all those people like 10 years ago. Like when I was in law enforcement, I was watching most of these creators. Have you been around since Gamergate? Yeah, pretty much. Like I haven't been creating since Gamergate, but I've been watching stuff since Gamergate. Dr. Zaya says Taft is the perfect woman. All right. You guys are crazy. All right. Sorry for getting distracted. You guys are just more interesting than them right now, but I think that's just because Tim's being obtuse. Let's see if Kyla can push past Tim being obtuse.
Nope.
I could have a penis for all we know.
Probably not.
I could. Why are you assuming I'm a woman?
Well, you have a woman's body.
Right. Yes, I perform very woman.
Let's roll. Your skin. Men have thicker skin, and it's usually easy. You notice the brow ridge, your facial features, the structure of your shoulders compared to your hips, the fact that you have breasts. These are all probably a woman.
Right. So if a woman gets breast implants, is she more or less a woman?
Neither.
Okay. But she appears more feminine, right?
No.
Yeah, like
yes.
super
yes.
breasty
Don't lie to me, Tim. Don't lie.
Woman is obviously going to be more hyper femme.
I don't agree.
This is just.
I don't think your breast size makes you more or less of a woman.
I said femme at this point.
No, I don't think femininity is reduced to like the size of a woman's breasts.
He's trying not to get in trouble with his wife. Tim's trying not to get in trouble right now. Oh no, he's caught.
Because then morbidly obese women will be more feminine. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's more, again, it's performance, right? Like this is.
Shoe on Head is not trans. I'm sorry I didn't correct that earlier in chat. Shoe isn't trans. Shoe, as far as I know, is biological female. Matter of fact, I think Shoe might have some leaks out there. So, no, I think I would have heard if Shoe on Head was a born male.
Why, if you search for porn and you look up like super like hyper feminine or hyper feminine like porn, you're going to get women with huge tits and a huge ass. This is obviously true.
Yeah,
because these are feminine traits, right? So, men don't typically have big tits and big asses.
So creating subcategories.
Tim, I know it's easy and funny to dunk on Tim for being like a volcel or an incel, but yes, I don't know if he's married, but he has a woman who lives at his house. They have a child together, and I think they're monogamous, and I think they're staying together. I don't know if they're married, but yeah, he has a family, basically. That's what Jonah boy, that you said it. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. Don't ask how I know. Okay, I won't.
To define something doesn't change that woman and man are typically used to define adult human, male or female.
Yeah, I would say like 90% of the time. And the problem is that we have to legislate for like also the 10%. And so when it works 90%,
10%.
Sure, it's probably less than that.
Substantially less.
Sure, but we still have to legislate
But that makes her point, Tim. That makes her point.
for it.
Yeah,
Because they're our citizens, right? We can't just be like, fuck you guys. You're not our problem.
actually, the argument from trans people is it was better off before any of this was happening when trans people just used bathrooms and anyone noticing.
But I agree that the trans
Legislating
movement,
for it actually caused more problems.
well, legislating for it in the way that the trans movement has legislated for it has caused problems,
and
right?
They were trying to get it removed from the DSM-5 as well, which
I
would
believe so, yes.
which would mean they can no longer get medical treatment or prescriptions for.
Yeah, look here. If you want to have somebody who's very critical of the trans group and thinks they're full of retards, you found the girl, right? I think there's lots of issues with trans advocacy, but I'm not talking
Kyla, I get a little spicy. Good God.
about that. I'm not talking about the group. I'm talking about the idea, which is what I'm wanting to gauge in. People make judgments
What
on
about
appearance.
body dysmorphic disorder?
What about it?
Should people have a right to get their hands chopped off?
It depends on if there's evidence that it benefits them.
Well, how would it benefit someone to cut their hand off?
Well, how would it benefit somebody to transition? The same.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It does.
It literally doesn't.
So-
Suicide ideation is suicidality is actually, to quote Chase Strangio, suicide attempts and suicide do not decrease from transition.
Chase Strangio is not a strong one to like the issue here.
Well, the ACLU's lawyer to the Supreme Court is the best example I'm going to come up with.
Sure, but you probably shouldn't use a lawyer when you're talking about like trans like research.
A lawyer
science.
who's trying to convince the Supreme Court is not the better example.
No, I would say researchers are, right? Like we should go to the actual data. I don't care what
and
lawyers
desistance
making
rates
arguments.
are in the majority.
Desistance rates for under 18 are, right? The issue is that if you look at data, so
If you're over 18, do whatever you want. I don't
do
care.
you want me to tell you about the data?
Sure.
Okay, so there's tons of research on specifically adults, and this was before it was super politicized, because right now, most of the data that you look at for trans science between like 2018 to about 2024 is politicized on both sides. There's groups that are very anti-trans doing science and it's garbage, and there's sides that are very pro-trans and they do science and it's also garbage. And so the issue is that we have like almost 2 decades now of science that we can't rely on. So we have to look back at like the earlier stuff and be really scrupulous about the methodology specifically. And so one of in the most methodologically sound studies, it's an RCT, it's longitudinal, it is a brilliant study. I believe it came out in 2003. I could be incorrect, but it looks at adults over time who transitioned or did not transition, right? And all the effects and sequelae. And when you look at the adults who transitioned,
I think so. Sorry, this is like a very mild criticism of Kyla. I like Kyla. I think she's a great creator. I think she's well intended, et cetera, et cetera. When she uses a bunch of like science-based research language, effectively, in my opinion, she's saying like, look at me, I know research terms and all that kind of stuff. But when you don't use the lay stuff, I feel like you're just trying to show how smart you are. Jonah Boy says, this is a boring debate topic. The 100 guys versus gorilla debate was better. Indeed. And by the way, 100 guys, if you allow them to have rocks and sticks, they're 100% going to kill a gorilla. 100%. Now, if it's just hands, fists, and feet, that's going to be close. I don't know if men can punch a gorilla hard enough to actually do damage to a gorilla. You see so many men who have kids, they suddenly become women. Do they dream other men? You see so many men who have kids and suddenly become women. Do they dream of other men? What? I don't know what you mean, man. I'm assuming you're talking about like trans people who transitioned after having families. I think they probably just denied their gender dysphoria. I think they probably just self-denied their impulses.
over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for, there was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't care.
Why?
I'm talking about kids.
I'm talking about adults.
I know, but I don't care what adults do.
But when we're talking about passports and like traveling and all this sort of
that's
stuff.
government treaties and trying to get access to a foreign nation, which you have no right to attain.
Yeah, this doesn't work for me. This feels like a dodge. Okay. So Tim will arbitrarily, especially when it comes to geopol, as soon as we leave the United States of America, he's like, yeah, I don't care. And it's like, well, you should, because it helps the United States. And he's like, yeah, but I don't. on principle, I don't care about things that happen outside the border. And it's like, okay, well, that's like a really dumb perspective to have. And then right here, he's like, I'm exclusively talking about children. And it's like, well, 30 seconds ago, we were talking about adults. And he's like, yeah, well, that's more about the politics than it is about them being trans. And it's like, okay, well, this is all related. This feels like a total dodge to me because he knows that he doesn't have good ground to stand on.
Sure, that's one argument that you're making for it. But when I'm talking about trans people,
use the bathroom of which you most likely socially align visually.
Yeah, by and large, we should also allow their passports to not like immediately out them as a group that culture that we believe is hateful and we don't agree
Who's
with.
Checking American passports on the fly? Like, are you going to bars and being like,
when you
go
through TSA?
That's okay. Like, is a TSA agent going to like lynch a trans person going to Omaha?
Not an American.
Who cares?
I'm talking about Iranians.
Why are you going to Iran?
Because you have the liberty to do so.
Not if Iran says no.
Again, my issue isn't that Iran can or cannot say no. My issue is the government, your government, outing you in a dangerous way for no other reason than petty jabs because trans people went too far with policy. I think that's bad politicking. There's no reason.
All right, we're gonna run the gorilla debate simultaneously to the conversation review. Jonah Boyd says damage accumulates and gorilla tires out faster. The guys just got to lock in and accept the fact that some of them are going to die in glorious combat. I like Jonah Boyd's mentality. Everybody has to lock in or it's not going to work, huh? Silver Jacket Man says, my mom came out as gay after 50 years after multiple children. She claims she always was, but boy, she really hit it well for all those years. Dude, yeah, like, and that's the thing is, I think that women, this is just like a lay reaction. I think women have like an easier capacity being bisexual. I really do. And so I just don't, dude. Different people, particularly considering the social conservatism of the past several years, I think it's okay to understand the fact that some people are going to come out later in life and there's going to be all sorts of complications. Now, if you want to talk about like the selfishness, I guess, of coming out later in life and then having social issues. Yeah, sure. I totally understand like screwing up your kids, particularly if they're in like high school or something. It's like, dude, if you already waited like 20 years, then just wait a little bit longer, right? Just get your kids through high school and then go figure your shit out. But anyways, yeah. He sure does care about foreign money, though, ha. I feel like that's an unfair criticism, but I understand why you say it. Jack Darko says, wait, is it 100 right-leaning or left-leaning men? I'm going to go with right-leaning men. Be real. Be real. If it was 100 right-leaning men or 100 left-leaning men versus a gorilla, who do you think is going to do a better job? I'm going on the right side team. 100%. 99.9% out of the time, I'm going with the right-wing team against the gorilla.
There's political ramifications internationally for us having false passports.
It's, again, if the government will create a way that you can basically allow trans people to have a passport that looks in the way that they are presenting so that they don't get in trouble in countries that will throw trans people off of buildings, I think it's good for your government.
Why would you go to a country that they're going to throw you off a building?
So what do you mean? What is this question? Why would women go to any country ever that they care about and do like work to like help the poor? I don't know, because they want to. They have the liberty to do so.
Right. And so this is why I asked, why would you do it? You gave an answer.
Liberty.
And my point is, sometimes you die, right?
The government shouldn't be outing you to kill you. I don't care if a trans person goes to Iran and then in the process of being in Iran, they die as a war correspondent. I care about your own government outing you and setting you up to be killed for no other reasons than petty jabs.
And I'm gonna say once again, the reason why I think young men are leaving the left is that this sounds like sophistry.
So again, let's talk about face validity. Do you know what face validity is?
Explain.
Okay, face validity is this process in science. So when we do science, we look for things. So like when we test whether or not I'm testing depression.
So Silver Jacket Man says, can the 100 men strategize and form a battle plan? Or are we dropping a berserker gorilla in the middle of 100 unsuspecting men? I would say plan, right? I would say plan. But I think even at the zoo, if like a gorilla got loose and 100 men had to do it without having a plan, I think they could formulate a plan within like 10 or 20 minutes.
There's validity measures that we apply to ensure that I'm capturing depression and not something else like anxiety, right? One of the ways that we can test for whether or not we're capturing a construct is called face validity. And all that means is it appears good. And the issue is that the world is so much more complex. Every scientist knows that face validity as a form of validity is garbage, because I might write an emo measure to test how emo you are, but that doesn't mean that I'm tapping into the emo construct at all. Even though all the questions might sound good and I ask you a bunch about Green Day and all these sorts of things, and I ask you how many black types of like makeups you have.
They're not emo.
Right. They might be goth, right? They might be.
They're pop punk.
There you go, right? They might be something else.
I call them cult punk now.
So this is why face validity is a really weak thinking system. And my problem with the right and what you said before with men is that you said it's easier to be on the right. And I would say that's a weak answer. Because
It's true.
as a human being, it's not better to take the easy path. You should take the right pathway.
No one said that's not you called my answer weak, which is nonsensical.
No, Tim, come on, man. Because she actually said something really important, and I really wish he'd paid attention to it. The point is not to take the easier path. And as a matter of fact, I would say the right wing is 100% sucked into this thing right now, where lots of men, you know why it's easy to be on the right wing? You know why it's easy to, support Andrew Tate or whatever, is because it is easy. Because the only people who's going to call you out is somebody like me, who's like a little soy, right? And I'm going to be like, you shouldn't support a rapist. But plenty of other guys are going to high five you and they're going to be like, yeah, Bugattis, bro. Right? And there's a certain element to being young and male where you're just transgressive to be transgressive, because people getting upset at you for being transgressive, even if you're being an idiot, is part of the fun, right? Part of the fun of being a young dude is being stupid and offensive on purpose because it pisses people off. That's funny. It's funny a healthy chunk of the time, right? But what we should be trying to get people to do, which Kyla just said, is that the easiness of the path should not be why we evaluate the value of the path. We should be evaluating the path based off of correctness. And that's what I'm trying to do now. Even though it would be infinitely more popular just to say Democrats are right about everything. It would be infinitely more popular to just say Republicans are right about everything. And that's what most pundits do in alternative media. It's part of what's destroying our society. And so I don't want to do the easy path. I want to do the correct path, which is trying to follow truth as best I understand it.
It is. You agreed with me that it was easier to be on the right for a man.
It's not nonsensical for me to say taking the easier path isn't good.
Calling my answer weak is not saying...
I didn't say your answer is weak. I said that men who take the easier pathway... when you say it's easier, that the weak answer is in, like, essentially, when men say it's just easier to be right, that's weak.
It's the weak path.
Uncle Fatty, that comment is very soy. It's easy to be a right-wing bigot because they're not calling themselves out for being bigots. That comment, you just created like another 5 bigots because they're doing it just to piss you off.
Sure.
Yeah, I think if we dive into this, men don't want...
Melody, religion is not the easy path, okay? This is triggering another conversation, but let's face it, I'm more interesting than these two people. And I love Kyla, and thank you to Tim for having me on the show, but let's talk about this. Dogmatic religion is an easy path. Just reading religion and then thinking that everything in the book is true, and therefore you don't have to challenge yourself, is incredibly easy. You know what's not easy? Studying symbology, studying mythology, studying history, challenging yourself morally, engaging in prayer, engaging in meditation, thinking about life and death and oblivion and afterlife and all that kind of crap, and wrestling with it seriously, and dealing with your temptations and being disciplined against your temptations and fulfilling a purpose-driven life. That is not the easy path. And so religion, dogmatic religion and dogmatic belief in religion can be an easy path, but actual, like spiritual, like Israel, we looked that up the other day. Israel, that word means wrestling with God. Wrestling with eternity is not easy. Yeah, Sacred Snow says, Connor, be like, I am on the hard path. I am God's strongest soldier. I am.
Want to live in a world of sophistry. They don't want to be told to say there are 5 lights through pain of penalty. So when it's easier to be on the right, it's more like if you're on the right and you go to someone and say, that you're gay, most people on the right, not all, are going to be like, I don't need to know that. I don't care.
How do you know what's true?
Well, that's a good point. You don't.
Right. And so what I'm arguing is that...
The only thing I know is that I know nothing.
Sure. Well, you know some things, right? And it's good to know that you know.
We believe some things.
Well...
Oh, Tim, this is like debate 101. Come on, man.
I'm an objectivist when it comes to like, I'm a science realist, right? I believe that there are things we can discover that are true and will stay true regardless of how people feel about them, right? I
But
think my
philosophically-
pencil will fall and that's due to gravity because it's true. And it doesn't matter if I'm like, oh God, please don't do it. Oh shit, I lost again.
We agree on that, but that's a less than 1/1,000,000th of reality. So arguing that we can understand something basic, like a question I like to ask people is if I
Gravity's not basic, right? Gravity's sequelae of falling is basic, but we don't even know what causes gravity.
right. So if I were to take this phone and whip it as hard as I could at that window, what would happen?
I don't know how thick your windows are, but it would at least smash your phone. It might smash your window.
That's a great answer, because some people say the window would break. I say, actually, you don't know that. The assumption is the window would break because typically hard object thrown at window breaks window. However, it could be a bulletproof window. So while there are certain things that we can agree on, like if I drop object, it falls because gravity is a thing, most things we assume or believe, but we don't know.
So why did I arrive at the right answer when you might have expected me not to?
I didn't know. I didn't have an expectation of your right.
Sure, but why did I arrive at the correct answer of essentially saying, I don't know how thick your window is, but your phone would probably break at least.
Higher IQ?
Tim, in a prior life, she is somebody who tested IQ, and she is someone who had to use consistent scientific measures in order to arrive at IQ. So you saying that I don't understand, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing. That's not going to be enough for Miss Erudite. She's probably about to jump on it. All right, come on, Kyla. I believe in you. Get it. Get it.
Probably not, right?
No, I think
it's probably, for example, Adam Conover is probably not stupid, but I think he says lots of stupid shit. But
because he's trying to adhere to a liberal orthodoxy.
Because
a question of
yes.
Progressive orthodoxy, but okay.
Actually, yes. Because partisanry defaults your brain to bad thinking strategies. And what?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kyla. Just hearing something normal said by somebody is like, it gives me the sense of elation. Oh, she said something so obvious, which is like being partisan gives you bad thinking strategies. And I would say every time that I've heard Tim say something stupid in this conversation, it's not because he's incapable of understanding something. It's because he's thinking in a partisan way. Oh, God. I might cry a little bit. That simple 3 utterances of words was so refreshing.
What I care about, all I care about in my platform is good think. And face validity is not a valid way to determine whether a construct is true or not, because it falls apart the moment you look at the complexity.
She did good. I don't care. Listen, I am totally sympathetic to Loanerbox. And number one, this conversation is a little bit drier than I want it to be. But number two, if Loanerbox and Pisco want to say that she conceded too much during the Democrats hate men section, I'll perfectly accept that. And I also think that she did do too many things to be accepted by Tim's audience in order to gain favor with the audience, which I would view more as like a rhetorical or political play than I would like a I'm here to fight, so let's fight play, which could be smarter long-term. I don't really care, but I don't like it. It's not good content in my opinion. But this right here, her actually pointing out tribalist group politics thing, I think this is probably the most important part of the conversation. Connor, you wish the Democrats to win? No, I don't. I wish the Republicans weren't stupid. That's what I wish, whatever 4690. I wish there were good Republicans. You think I want gun control? You think I want unlimited immigration without checks? And I'm not saying all Democrats believe that, but there's obviously some Democrats that do, right? You think I want any of that? No. I'm literally General Hux. Remember General Hux when he's like, I don't want the rebellion to win. I just need Kylo Ren to lose. Kylo Ren to lose. Where's the quote? Here we go.
If you win, I need Kylo. I don't care if you win. I need Kylo Ren to lose.
This is me. This is me in my corrupted form. This is me as a never Trump Republican being like, I don't care if the Democrats win. I just need MAGA to lose. That's me, bro. That's me. But it's not out of like some blind hatred of MAGA. It's because I think MAGA's actually fucking bad. I think they do bad shit. And I wish that Republicans had balls and fought for the things that they say they fight for, but they don't. And it's sad and it's depressing to me. All of the values that I was raised with as a Republican have nothing to do with the modern Republican Party. It's actually repulsive. She should have worn a long sleeve hoodie. Nah, there's going to be some simps that go to her chat as a result. Watching this more, I agree. I think she did fine. She did what she had to do, even if she let some things go. Yeah, she's good. She's a good cookie. Humans don't seek truth. We seek patterns, and we prioritize data that compounds with our existing patterns. That hard part is making your patterns reflect reality instead of reflecting other patterns. GRT, I agree with that's the default, but I think you as a human can know that about yourself, and then you can try to avoid your own biases. I have a shitload of biases, but I try to be open about them with you. So if I'm wrong, then it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to grab a water refill because I think I'm tapped. Yeah, I'm tapped. 60 seconds. Don't worry. Kyla's going to say something brilliant. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hang out because I know she's going to say something brilliant.
Of the world.
Which is why I say when you go so hard on this passports out you, people don't buy it.
I don't care. If I explain to them how blitzscaling works as like a venture capitalist system, you might be like, that shouldn't work. I don't really care. It's really complicated. It's infinitely complicated.
But you sound like Adam Conover is my point.
What?
You sound like Adam Conover.
No, because I don't deny IQ and I don't deny science, right? I don't sound like Adam Conover in any way other than we might align on like trans stuff. The issue is like I'm not engaging in science denial.
Right, let's try this. The issue of being able to travel to a foreign country is predicated upon the acceptance of that foreign country letting you in. It's their sovereignty. So
yeah, but we don't all agree on what sovereignty should be respected and what sovereignty shouldn't. That's why she brought up North Korea and she brought up Iran as an example. So Tim's not paying attention. He thinks there's hypocrisy where none exists.
Internally, there really isn't an issue pertaining to your passport saying MF or whatever. I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters, except in a medical function, where a doctor needs to know what kind of medicine to prescribe you based on your biology.
And how do you know that somebody's female?
Are you saying in a medical context?
Female, with the way that you would define female.
I mean, we make assumptions on the surface for the most part, but I fully recognize for someone like Blair, I have no problem saying she and her because Blair
why?
Because Blair gives me respect.
Hey, yeah, you're a respectful person, and
Blair returns the respect.
It would also be really fucking weird to say he, him, right?
No, not really. I mean, Blair has
yes,
said
it would.
She is actually
Tim's lying. Now Tim's engaging in groupthink. I'm going to give myself 20 seconds on that. That is a lie.
Pertaining to your passport saying MF or whatever. I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters, except in a medical function, where a doctor needs to know what kind of medicine to prescribe you based on your biology.
And how do you know that somebody's female?
Are you saying in a medical context?
Female, with the way that you would define female.
I mean, we make assumptions on the surface for the most part, but I fully recognize for someone like Blair, I have no problem saying she and her because
why?
Because Blair gives me respect.
Hey, yeah, you're a respectful person, and
Blair returns the respect.
It would also be really fucking weird to say he, him, right?
No, not really. I mean, Blair has said that she is actually a he and a man, and I think Blair even called her boyfriend gay. And so I'm kind of like, I don't know, Blair's nice, respectful, entertains things logically, and asks me as a preferred pronoun. I say, okay, we had a drag queen on the show, said I use she. I said, okay, I don't care, whatever.
Sure.
People who are disrespectful, I'll call all sorts of weird names.
Sure, I'm not asking about people who are like, yeah, I don't expect you to play the same social tit for tat.
But this is my point. Conservatives, like
actually, one question, sorry, if I can pause you. I don't know who Blair is, okay? I'm a random person plucked from the internet, from the world who's never seen the internet. Which pronouns would they guess Blair is?
She, her.
Okay, he bit the bullet.
Why?
Because Blair White looks female.
Right. And so that looks female piece is something that I think is worth applying a word to, which we call gender.
Trans.
Gender. Right? Because That's the word that you can pick a different word, I suppose, but gender
think you
is
should
what
use a
we're
different
talking
word.
about when we say that somebody performs in such a way, right? The reason that you know that I'm a woman is because I perform like a woman in every single way, even though it is possible, technically, that I'm a sneaky XY chromosome haver. So I even have a vagina, but I'm technically XY.
Well,
right?
there's androgen. I forgot what the actual thing is called. Androgen immunity. You're familiar with that?
Yeah.
Some people are born XY, but the testosterone never has no. They're immune to testosterone.
Yeah.
So they develop like females. I think the issue largely is just down to why does that matter if someone's ID says their biological sex on it?
Because say for somebody like intersex.
Feeling.
Well, intersex. How do you even?
Well, intersex actually has the capability to change.
What?
If you're birth like
Yeah, I think they have to pick whenever they're like younger or something like that.
They just
well, there you
pick.
go.
They just pick a sex.
Yeah, like I think they have to. I think they have both, and the parents basically have to choose.
I'll tell you this. I will
Interesting. Pick.
grant all luxuries afforded to anyone who is legitimately intersex. I have no issue with that. It's a minority of the population. I don't think we
Why though? Okay, sorry. I'm going to go full screen because frankly, I'm tired of listening to 80 IQ nonsense. No offense, Tim. Sorry if I'm being rude to you. Not trying to be too rude, but I'm trying to explain this to chat real quick because there's actually a real idea here. Why? And the reason why I'm asking you, chat, why is because why are we extending charity to intersex people but not to trans people? And I'm just going to explain my perspective real quick. Gender dysphoria has been described to me repeatedly by a bunch of trans homies. And what they say is they feel like they were born, they were supposed to be another thing, and it actually causes them a decent amount of psychological pain. And what has alleviated the psychological pain is physically transitioning to the other thing. And so my thing is like, that's crazy, right? That's in my opinion, that's a psychological or psychiatric disorder. However, if we're alleviating their pain and then they're able to socially live as the other thing, and it doesn't really affect anyone else, because if you want to date a trans person, date a trans person. If you don't want to date a trans person, don't date a trans person. What does it hurt, right? And then not just that, but if we describe it accurately, where let's say from a sex basis, we still describe male and female. So a trans woman would be male and a trans man would be female, but we still use he, him for a trans man and she, her for a trans woman, or they, if they're feeling crazy. Who gives a shit? Okay. We have so much other things to do. We need to get carbon under control so we don't irrevocably destroy the climate. We need to get the wars between nations under control so we don't destroy ourselves as a species. We need to figure out interplanetary travel so we can colonize the solar system. And then we need to figure out intersolar power so we can colonize other planets. Why the fuck are we spending so much time on this bullshit? And so whatever 4690 says, because I think he's our resident conservative for the day, GRT says, it's so hard to tell if Tem is intentionally dodging or just not understanding the core concept. Honestly, I think he's being obtuse for his audience. Cameron Mosley says, do you watch Stephen Michael Davis or Kirk Wilcox? I don't, but feel free to introduce him because it's a lie. What part's a lie? Whatever 4690, I'm asking you specifically because I think you're the person who opposes my viewpoint the most in chat. What about it is a lie? If I say that Blair White is a trans woman and I'll call her a woman because I don't give a shit if I put the trans prefix on it, and I'm going to use she, her pronouns, and she was born male, but socially acts as a woman, what is the lie? What's the lie? She's gender woman, sex male. What's the lie? SGM says, not going to lie, not this point, but I feel like this was Tim's strongest section. I feel like there are a lot of little credence about respecting other countries' culture if we're at peace with them. Yeah, I don't care. Don't go to Saudi Arabia and don't go to Iran if you're trans, right? A trans woman, but many trans people demand they are real women. But that depends on your definition of real, right? And I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about sex. Okay. So gender, you don't have to accept this definition, but this is the way that I use it, is going to be the social performance that's rooted within sex. That's going to be gender, right? And then sex is going to be the biological reality. So if we say that transgenderism is effectively having a social performance that is separate from your sexual identity, that is not the norm with your sexual identity, what is the problem? And why are we wasting so much gosh darn time on it? A trans woman, but many trans. Yeah, that's the one that I read. Sorry. Christian Blair says more efficient robots to conduct our remove. Dude, we need to do space mining. We need to figure out how to mine the asteroid belt so we can generate enough like rare earth materials and metals so we can create an army of slave robots. Like, what are we doing? We're wasting so much time and energy. The Silver Jacket Man says, the dysphoria argument clicked for me when a trans person described it like, imagine you woke up tomorrow and your genitals were gone, swapped with a woman's. Oh, yeah, I'd be furious. If I lost my penis and testes and it was replaced with a vagina, I would be horrified. Yeah. Like Steven, Destiny. He says that he doesn't care. He doesn't have any strong attachment to his genitals or to his gender. I have a really strong attachment to my genitals and to my genitals and gender. I like being a man. I like guns. I like cars. I like trucks. I like things that go boom. I like fighting. I like alcoholism. I like space conquest. I like normal conquest. I like being the dominant person in my relationship. I love all this shit. So if all of a sudden I was socialized to be demure and quiet and passive and all that kind of stuff, that wouldn't fucking work. It wouldn't work at all. It barely works for my wife and for my mom. I married spicy women who don't fit within, or excuse me, I married my wife who is a spicy woman who very much looks like cute, demure, sweet housewife. And she'll play that some of the time when it's to her advantage, frankly. And then sometimes she's like a tough chick who doesn't put up with any bullshit. And then same thing with my mom. She looks like a very stereotypical woman, but if you give her shit, she's going to make you earn it. The grill hottest will be the first Terrors in space. Yes. Terrans in space, I hear. Yes. Christian Blair, I don't know if I said that, but if I did, whoops. Alberta, 51st state, Mars, 52nd state. Yeah, why are we wasting all our time on this? What? Yeah, Seraph 702. Listen, I hate dicks, but I love mine. Yup. Alcoholism can be very masculine, Jack Darko. True. There's big potential in zero-G industry. There's no gravity, so that makes massive differences in energy output. One guy can lift a car if being built in space. Yeah. Dude, think about all the things we could achieve in the next millennia if we don't nuke ourselves out of existence. Elon is your man for space travel? Yeah, but he just killed like 3 million AIDS patients in order to transfer $6 billion to space research. Listen, if Elon wanted an extra $6 billion for space research, I would have just given that to him. I wouldn't have killed, I wouldn't have killed 3 million AIDS patients to free up $6 billion for Elon. I would have found another way. I would have found something else in the budget to cut besides killing 3 million AIDS patients. Anyways, all right. Sorry for the yap, but dude, these people, I like Kyla. I like Erudite. I respect her intellect. I think she's a smart cookie. I think she's doing a good job. But I feel like Tim is being obtuse, and it's not always interesting for me to watch Tim Pool pretend to not understand complex concepts. It's actually really frustrating. Christian Blair says, as long as he ain't personally working on the rockets, yeah, sure. Yeah, enjoy your K-hole. You don't need to be working on the rockets yourself. Seraph says, lol, I'll wait for a working starship. Don't want to be a part of the stars just yet. Yeah, for sure. I'll travel to space when I'm like 80. Mello says, what if your brain no longer liked those masculine things, but it's because of something happening in your brain? Would you take hormone stuff to have your brain go back to liking guy stuff? No, I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. True Zealot says something very in line with his profile name. Trans demanding other pronouns from the context of religion is 100% forcing a lie, would be claiming the fallibility of God, which is a cardinal sin in Abrahamic religions. Well, True Zealot, are you a zealot? Are you somebody who believes in the infallibility of God? Elon, because, I'm a heretic in many ways. Elon wants his own little kingdom on Mars. Yeah, he does. All right. Anyways, this is why we all need to watch The Expanse. We should stop the stream and go watch The Expanse. All right. Very frustrating. Matter of fact, we hit 5 hours. So I'm going to, instead of arguing about gender, We spent like 30 minutes to, we spent like an hour or two.
We should let
why Democrats like shouldn't be male or whatever, or there should be less man Democrats. And then we spent like 90 minutes on trans shit, which is, God. Listen, I'm okay with it, but I still don't understand how I don't have the best perspective on it. I think I do have the best perspective on it. So hold on. I'm gonna play this trailer for you because it's so good. I hope we don't get copyright. I'll do. Hold on. Where's the other one? I want to do the smaller one. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys this one for sure. This one's dope.
May I ask you something? Do you miss Earth? Endless blue skies and open water all the way to the horizon.
The hell is she doing way out here?
I have something for you. Little lost daughter case. I need someone discreet.
Say no more. Louis Mao discovered something that would tip the balance of power. Someone will do anything to keep it quiet.
Some kind of game being played here. If you really do want to stop it, then let's go.
You want to be careful how far you take this. Earth is over. This is something new.
So this trailer doesn't even do the show justice. And to be honest, I could have skipped all the gratuitous sex scenes. I don't think they needed the sex scenes at all. This has to be one of the best. If you like Alien style action sequences with really practical sci-fi violence, this is so good. Like gravity, spacesuits, the weapons, the way ships work, the way missiles work, the way railguns work, the way boarding ship actions work, the racism between asteroid miners, Martians, and Terrans. It's all so good. This show is phenomenal. I love it so much. So honestly, I would skip all the politics. I would skip all the sex scenes because the actual meat of this show, of being effectively like a spy Cold War thriller show, it's so good, man. It's so good. Anyways, that's enough of that. Let's give ourselves a nice little clean exit. So I'm sorry to wrap up the Tim Pool Kyla debate, without like a more resounding climax, but I do think that she got some good punches in towards the end there, and I'm going to explain what we did. So number one, Kyla was accused of being more conservative than she believes herself to be. I think that's fine. She owes her political allegiance to the Democrats and the liberals and the left-leaning people, and she has plenty of things that conservatives would not like. She's more supportive of sex work. She's more supportive of redistributive economic stuff. She's more supportive of like liberty and freedom and all that. But I do think that it's funny that people picked up on her conservative instincts, because every single thing that she said that was conservative, that got her called out as a conservative, is everything that I say. She almost verbatim regurgitated Burkean conceptions on conservatism in a stable society, almost word for word. It was actually quite beautiful and quite fantastic. When it comes to whether or not men should be or can be supportive of the left, they absolutely can be. But if the Democrats want men back in the party, they have to talk about economics. They have to talk about building families. They have to talk about making a fair social contract for men to participate in society. And the more you talk about, like, I don't know, trans, gay, disabled, Muslim access to swimming pools, the more white, straight, working class dudes you're going to lose. And the more the Republican Party is going to keep snatching that demographic away from you. When it comes to the trans stuff, I think I articulated my perspective perfectly, which is that we don't need to divorce sex and gender, but we need to understand them separately conceptually. And we just need to be chill with chill trans people, and chill trans people need to be cool with being chill with people who are chill with them. And if you don't want to date a trans person, who gives a shit? And if a trans person doesn't want to date you, who gives a shit? Just be cool. Just be cool and be chill. That's it. That's all it is. Oh, don't do it if you'll get a strike. Well, that was a trailer, so hopefully we won't get a strike for a trailer. Have you read the Expanse books? I read the first one, and to be honest, old school, because they had Julie Mao, one of the female protagonists. She gets infected with this horrible disease that ends up like mutating her, so to speak. Sorry for the spoilers, but if you haven't seen the show's been out for like 10 years and the books have been out for like 20. But the relationship between Julie Mao and the detective, I felt like was done better in the show. And the reason why was because there were descriptions in the book where they were like, oh yeah, he was obsessed with her. He couldn't give up the case, this, that, the other. But I didn't understand the emotional component. And I think that the actor, I forget his name, I think it's Thomas Jane, who is one of my favorite actors. He just did a really good job of conveying obsession, where you kind of understood that like when he was pursuing Julie Mao to the detriment of everything else in his life, it was because of a single-minded obsession. And so I felt like the ending made more sense in the TV show than it did in the book. When I read the ending in the book, I was like, why? Why would you have such an obsession with Julie Mao that you would be willing to hurt or kill yourself in order to do it? Whereas I think that Thomas Jane's acting communicated it really well. Do you feel like we're the forerunners of planetary colonization? Not yet, but we should be. Don't do it. You will get a strike. Nope. Thomas Jane is awesome. He's fantastic in almost every role I've ever seen him in. Honestly, Thomas Jane is like a hero of mine as far as like acting roles, the way he portrays himself, all that kind of stuff. He's one of my favorite actors. Well, QC says you should watch Erudite and Econoboy argue on Dems' appeal to men. Econoboy says Dems shouldn't try because they risk losing their women base for the gains they make. I think that's stupid. I don't think you have to lose women by appealing to male economic anxiety. I think that's stupid. Fucking belters. True. Class struggle still exists, which sucks because commies still exist and complain. True. John, Connor, you seen Murderbot yet? It's a good show. I've seen all the clips from Murderbot and I've really enjoyed it. And I also like, is it Bill Skarsgård? Is it Alexander Skarsgård? I love that actor. I think he's great. Ever since he was Iceman in Generation Kill, I loved it. Boom, boom, boom. Possum says, Richard Hanania is my champion against MAGA and Connor. That's actually pretty funny because I saw Richard Hanania. There's some thick chick. I don't know if she's trans or AFAB. I have no idea. But there's some thick chick that is making the rounds talking about how the Democrats need to make inroads with men. And let's just say that I would not pick Richard Hanania and that gal for my outreach to men. That's actually crazy. Destiny is also bi, so it's not a fair comparison. Interesting. Jonah Boy says they need to stop making masculinity acceptable for women only. Yeah, isn't that funny? SGM says, why do you feel like family building is an important topic? Isn't that more of a natural effect of everything else? Nope. Families are falling apart in the United States of America because men don't feel like they can provide for their girlfriends, and therefore they don't even try because dating is hard and scary and cringe. And if you're broke on top of it, it's just fucking embarrassing. And so being a broke dude who came up during COVID, who's working for $10 an hour and you're trying to take girls out, almost impossible. That's why if you're a young man and you're listening to this, you need to work restaurant industry because guess what? Everybody's broke, but everybody likes to drink and everybody likes to smoochy kiss. So go work in the restaurant if you're 19 and you're trying to figure out what to do. And if you're broke, but you want to find your wife. That's how I did it. I was broke and my wife didn't care. And it's because we were both broke at the same time and we were both working our asses off. So no. Caring about family formation is 100% something that Democrats need to speak to if they want any men back. Men care about their legacy. Men care about having kids. Whatever 4690 says, Warhammer and Dune have the same beginning. Lore AI destroys all of humanity. Although Warhammer lore stretches 60 million years past that. Possum, the problem is the approach. Okay. Sorry, that's to me. Melody, Connor, how do you like Scott Galloway? He talks a lot on how to fix the men being left behind issue. I haven't watched him, but I will. Have you seen the Dirty Laundry short he made as Punisher fan film? I have, and I loved it a lot. It really made me wish that they had sequels. Thomas Jane hates shoes. Seriously, he goes everywhere, including LA barefoot. That's kind of cringe, but it is what it is. Don't meet your heroes, kids. Richard Hanania is hired opposition and nobody can convince me otherwise. Sometimes I swear to God that like Hassan Piker is being paid by the CIA through super chats in order to be the most popular lefty so he can make the left look bad. You can take girls out. There are dates that are inexpensive and don't cost anything. Yeah, but you need to find broke chicks who are into broke dudes. Ever tried janitorial, Connor? If so, thoughts? What, janitorial work? I mean, I wouldn't, because then you smell like trash. I used to be the dish pit. I used to work in the dish pit, and I would get home and I would reek of food, and it was terrible. So, no, not unless you smell like Fabuloso. If you can work at your janitorial job and then make $20 an hour and then smell like Fabuloso when you get off of work, and then you can go to the bar and meet all the chicks that work there, and you're charismatic enough to talk to service industry gals, and you make friends with the kitchen staff so they invite you to the house parties, sure. But janitorial otherwise sounds like a lot of listening to podcasts, cleaning shit. That's what it sounds like to me. But anyways, we've hit 5 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm sorry for going over and not having like a firm climax for you, but Kyla did a good job. I don't think she was as bad as everybody was making it out to be as far as sweeping for the right. I did see her sweeping to the right to a certain degree, but I do understand what she's trying to do rhetorically. I do think that she's going to get invited back on. She's she will be a recurring character in the Timcast universe, so she's going to do well. And then what else was I thinking? I was thinking that she was correct. She died on a weird hill, though, in reference to the trans topic, and I died on a better hill. Fabuloso, says Death Lily 76. It's true. Bud123 says, are women hypergamous to the point where they would not date men who do not make as much money as them? Ask a woman, dude. Ask a woman. So I think it's probably more difficult to date a woman who makes more money than you. I don't think it's impossible, though. There was this video yesterday that I saw of an attractive late 30s millennial gal who said, like, well, we have all our own money and men are stupid, so we're just okay being single. I think you could date that girl if you were the right kind of guy. But the right kind of guy has to have their own money so they can pay for the date. Maybe they're not rich. Maybe they make less money than the girl, but they can still pay for dates and be chivalrous and all that kind of stuff. And then that dude needs to be okay taking on the domestic responsibilities in order to support his boss wife, his girl boss wife, which, let's face it, I don't think that's a good dynamic, but there's some people who like it. There's some people who like it. Cleaning stuff and podcast listening was what I did as a porter janitor. You aren't wrong. And listen, for a dude, that's a sick job, man. If I could get left alone and listen to podcasts for 12 hours a day, that's what it is. But I'd rather do a podcast than listen to a podcast, right? So, yeah. Anyways, Fabuloso. It's the perfume for the working class. Blood123 says, my mom, who was a retired high school math teacher, married my dad, who never had a career and was a stay-at-home dad. Boom. There you go. It's possible. Also become a teacher, guys. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Become a teacher. You'll have your 4-year degree, which is a pain in the ass to get. But once you have your 4-year degree, you'll make $50K a year. You'll have benefits, and you'll be surrounded by a bunch of like post-college women who are very interested in finding their husband. And not all of them are thoughts. So yeah, become a teacher. If you're looking for your wife and you have even an ounce of nurturing bone in your body, become a teacher. Silver Jacket Man says, sorry. Nah, like just goes to like when I was young and broke, all the girls I dated were the same. Now I still get girls who are young and broke. I forget where I was going with this. Conservative liberalism says, I could have used some Fabuloso back when I was working the garbage route. Smells a lot nicer than the butcher's dumpster on a hot summer day. Exactly. So conservative liberalism, being a trash man versus being a janitor, you should be a janitor. And then a janitor versus kitchen crew, you should be kitchen crew. And then kitchen crew versus teacher, you should be a teacher. Yeah. Well, Jonah Boy says, plus the girl teachers would be less likely to diddle their kids if there was a grown man around. Probably. You need to do a sci-fi stream. Well, old school. What's interesting is I have a meeting on Thursday. I'm going to do some house cleaning. Okay. Housekeeping. So number one, Valor Media Network is demonetized for now because we had something where another creator, not me, I didn't say any slurs, I didn't do anything wrong, Another creator was demonetized on another channel, but they were live on our channel. And so as a result, it looked like they were trying to dodge the demonetization. And so we got hit. So we have an appeal out with YouTube. Hopefully it'll get resolved sooner than later. I have no idea when it's going to get resolved, but the back end people are working on that. That's why I wasn't shilling super chat super hard today, was because we're demonetized right now. So save up your money. Give it to me tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be live on Counterpoints. But I'll be live today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But I'm meeting with a gentleman on Thursday who loves the Warhammer 40K channel, and he's talking about backing the channel in order to expand. And so I was thinking that I would do two things, because he's a gun guy as well. I'm going to get a really nice 3D printer so I can keep working on the science fiction guns. I have my prototype 1 for the Halo Magnum done, but my 3D printer is busted. So if he's willing to get a really nice 3D printer, like a Bamboo H2D or a Bamboo X1C, then I'm going to get that, and I'm going to work on the Halo Magnum and get that out the door. And then if we're talking about, so he'll help with the gun stuff by getting the 3D printer, but then also he was talking about maybe backing the channel financially so we could expand and do Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi. The reason we backed off on that is because my editor, Taze, he got a girlfriend and a big boy job, so he hasn't had as much money. And frankly, I haven't had as much money to give him. But for the right money, my buddy Taze will expand into those channels. And so if I have money to give him and this backer is ready to do it, you're going to see me doing Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars, and then Valor is already interested in doing military breakdowns. So we might be cooking. We might be cooking. Yeah. Teachers get a pension too, which blows my mind. Yeah. Dude, there's so many advantages. If this doesn't work out, my next job might be like teaching middle school. I would love to teach history to middle school. I was wondering where the button went. FU YouTube. Oh, wait, are they listening? Yeah. But just tomorrow, Uncle Fatty. If you're not subscribed to my channel, Counterpoints, there's two channels. There's Counterpoints 40K, which is my Warhammer stuff. Then there's Counterpoints, which is my politics channel. All the VODs from Valor Media Network are getting posted to Counterpoints, the political channel. So check out the VODs if there's something that grabs your interest. But also, I'll be live tomorrow, and Counterpoints is monetized. So if you had a super chat that was burning a hole in your pocket today, save it for tomorrow and give it to me tomorrow. Prusa makes quality 3D printers too. NASA friend of mine used them in office for making mission-related bits and pieces. I would do a Prusa, but I don't think Prusa has a lot of bells and whistles, and I think it requires more maintenance than a Bamboo. I think Bamboos are effectively supposed to be fire and forget machines. Melody says you're a lot nerdier than I remember. Lol. Always been super nerdy. Promise you. Always been super nerdy. Wowman542 says, if you cover Judge Dredd 2000 and lore on the Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel, I get another job to sponsor that one channel alone. I will, Wowman. I will. So I'm going to hold you to that, okay? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to move through it chronologically. And I don't know if you've seen my... God, what was it? My unified timeline. So I did a unified timeline, which got like 65,000 views on my Counterpoints Warhammer channel. And what it was is I took every science fiction movie that I liked, and I turned it into a single chronology of pre-Warhammer 40K sci-fi. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in chronological order, so it might take me a while to get to Dread, but I am 100% going to go through probably Prey, then Predators. Oh, no, Predator, then Predators, or Predator 2, then Predators, then Event Horizon, and so on and so forth. And then eventually I'll get to Dread during the Age of Strife timeline. I'll do Mad Max and Age of Strife as a part of the Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel. My brother has been a truck driver and trash pickup crew. He works a lot of overtime and was able to get a decent house. I was surprised. Never unalive yourself, guys. Just work hard till you make it. Yeah, dude. And there will be some chick who will put up with the garbage man, because you know what the garbage man can do? Give her kids, put her kids through school, and support whatever makeup and perfume and purses and all that bullshit that she wants, and get her Disney passes or Six Flag passes, right? So if you have a stable income, there is a woman out there who will slap your bits about. Then there's ContraPoints, which is Connor and address. Wait, no, hold on. Well, you're not wrong. Hooligan 985 says, my male cousin is a 6th grade science teacher. He would show the kids his hemophites if they were good. Laugh my ass off. Exactly, dude. Raising a whole new generation of kids to be adventurous and curious about life, dude. That's what it's all about. I just do this because I have fun with you guys, and also it's a cool way to make money. John says Connor should play Road Traeger. It's been a fun game. Well, dude, we need to get the money settled. Okay. Once let's say we broke 70 today, by the way, which is, again, that's like a channel peak for us, is 70 on Valor. We started with like 10. We got up to 30 to 40. We were stuck at 30 to 40 for a little bit. Then we started touching 50. And then now for the past 2 streams, we've started scratching 70. So I'm actually really excited because I'm hoping that YouTube is kind of recognizing that we're going live more often. And so as a result, it's rewarding us with a little bit more exterior advertisement. That's what I'm hoping for. But the point is that if in 6 months we're breaking like 1,000, 2,000, we're making good ad revenue, all that kind of stuff, I'll go crazy. I'll play Rogue Trader on stream on Saturdays. We'll have game nights. We'll do all that shit. But no offense, I love my family. So I'm not going to steal 5 hours from them to play video games with you guys if I don't know my bills aren't paid. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to spend time with them. But if all my bills are paid, then I'm going to say, hey, family, I'm going to go make you some money. And then I'm going to go play video games, right? Old School says, but no Dune, right? Dune has no aliens. Dune won't fit in the combined timeline. Wrong, Old School. Wrong. Dune is going to fit right into After the Age of Strife. There's no, excuse me. Right after the war with the Men of Iron. I'll tell you how I do it later on. I'm not going to give you too crazy details. But Dune, with the War of the Men of Iron, humanity lost contact with vast swaths of itself, and the Butlerian Jihad aligns with the War of the Men of Iron. So that would be around the year 23,000 in the 40K timeline. So it would make sense to have a human empire that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy, that was doing its own thing in its own little pocket of the galaxy. So nope, Dune, not only does Dune fit, Dune fits in a really cool way. Garbage men get to vertically suplex dumpsters with hydraulics too, which is kind of based. Yep. I want a woman who can work too. I don't want a boring generic housewife that is helpless if something happens to me. Sure. Bud 123, I'm with you too. But I'm just saying, like, kids, man. Kids are a full-time job. Kids are a full-time job. So Silver Jacket Man says, my dad did the law enforcement to teacher pipeline when he was older too. The more common than you would think. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Were you a Boy Scout? Yes, I was, Uncle Fatty. I was an Eagle Scout. I think young men need more civics-minded activities. Yep. I got my Eagle. I did a community service project. Wowman 542 says, new plan. Become an English teacher for middle schoolers so I can change the curriculum to Warhammer novels. No more classics or young adult. The children will learn about Eisenhorn before Shakespeare. Based? Yeah, I would do English, but apparently my mom was an English teacher, and she said that grading papers, as an English teacher, you just do way more work than any other teacher because you have to grade essays, and you have to read each essay if you're actually going to do your job. Yeah. Thanks, Christian Blair. So I appreciate you. My parents forced me to do it, but I was happy when it was all said and done. But anyways, we're at 5 minutes, 5 hours, 30 minutes. I hear my wife coming back in. So I'm going to go hang out with the family and work on pre-recorded content. I parasocially love you. Thank you for your time and attention and hanging out with us and having a good time. I hope you did have a good time. I did as well. Not every single episode is going to be like a huge climactic banger with people screaming and crying and pooping themselves. However, don't worry. I'll find you some content where everybody is screaming, crying, and pooping themselves for tomorrow. So parasocial love to you and yours. Like the stream, leave a comment, engage with your fellow chatters, watch the VODs, and super chat tomorrow. Catch you in the next one. Bye for now.